MJ in the house, otherwise known as that rocker Marty Jannetty, rocking and rolling, strutting, strolling, slamming and jamming, moving and grooving, taking care of business and having good times. From Austin to Boston and Maine to Spain, we always doing the right thing. And the right thing now is to watch Hannibal TV. You know why? Because it's the best thing there is. Rock it.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and today we have one of the original rockers, Marty Jannetty, with us for an extended career interview. Might turn into a part two because he's had such an extensive career.
And he really wants to say I just talk a lot.
And you've had a busy day. Before we get into it, what have you been up to today so far? You seem to keep it really busy.
We were in Long Island. Having fights in the studio there. Now we did a pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. Nicholas, my buddy that gets me, he gets things done. That's a good guy. But yeah, we thought it was a good interview. We did that, and then we did a wing festival thing where signing autographs and tasting chicken wings and looking at a few. Wait a minute, what does that mean? There were some pretty girls there.
Really, even in this town, because I haven't seen any yet.
Should have came to the Wing Fest, man. It was pretty good, though.
So to start this off, I understand you did some amateur wrestling growing up.
Yeah. I wrestled in high school and college, and loved it. I actually did pretty good. Went nationals to 2 years. For junior college, went to junior college. Did well there. But it's kind of what got me into pro wrestling. But for any of us that have done other sports like like kickboxing and everything, we love we want to know that we really did this. So I was always kind of in love with my wrestling, but I wanted to play football, and evidently I just wasn't good enough. But then I started driving a truck, and we was talking earlier about UPS, Perez, and that was a big company for driving trucks. I was driving North American Van Line, but I mean, it was driving so many hours a day, and then when you got there, then you unload furniture, and I got to thinking, like, well, if I'm gonna do all this driving, because Jerry Oates, the guy in my hometown, he was wrestling, and he had a little school, and he always told me
in Georgia, right?
Yeah, he did pretty good in Georgia Championship wrestling and stuff, and so. Yeah, so I was like, man, if I'm gonna do this, if I'm gonna wrestle this furniture, let me go ahead and see if I can do this. And me being a littler guy, that was my holdback from pro wrestling, because all the guys are big, like you, everybody's big, right? And here I am, 5'11", 220, actually like 205 at the time. I'm like, I'm not big enough. That was my biggest thing, but Jerry's like, no. In hindsight, Jerry just wanted the money. But yeah, that's, I wrestled high school and college, did real well. But I just, after 30-something years, I talked to my coach, the college coach, and what's cool, to me is cool, he's still coach. 30 years later, I'm grown up, he's still coach. When I was talking to him on the phone the other day, I was like, Coach, but what about this, Coach? Remember that? He's still coach. That's kind of cool that never changes. Yeah, so I mean that was pro wrestling came kind of behind that.
And you started off in the Central States territory. Who got you in there?
Well, Jerry kind of hooked me up with Harley Race.
Okay.
Harley and Jerry had a little bit of a friendship or whatever. Bulldog Bob Brown, for those who remember, a good guy, and Bob Geigel. It was their territory. It was all theirs. But the connection with Harley Race through Jerry Oates is what got me out to Central States. And man, I fell in love with that. Because when I was driving that truck for North American, man, it was a lot of hours. It was a lot of moving furniture. And if I get $350, I was like, that was a good week. That means I worked a full week. I went out to Kansas City and we did 1 week of wrestling. And I got 400 something. Now, now of course that's like, oh, that's pennies. Back then, I was like, look at this, I got a $400 check, I'm doing this forever. I was so happy, man, I couldn't have been. Plus, the perks of being a single guy, the women that were there, I was like, how do you beat this life? I'm getting paid and getting laid. We don't want to say that, but
I guess you were driving with Harley Race and Ric Flair at times in that territory.
yeah. Oh man, those were fun trips. Oh, and remember, I'm brand new in the business. I've watched Ric Flair. You know, I've watched Harley on TV.
Yeah.
But now I'm actually in the same industry. I'm riding with them. Can I tell a real quick story?
Yeah, of course.
Harley and him were so competitive amongst themselves, and me and Tommy Lane, it was Tommy Rogers as he went by. We were at Uptown Boys tag team. We were riding with them, and back then when I started, we charged 4 cents a mile. Whoever was driving, whoever's car, 4 cents a mile, and you all ride together, and that's how we did it. So, but we knew when we ride with Harley or Flair, we ain't got to pay nothing. Because remember, it's just $400, but
yeah.
We're trying to save all of it we can. But so on this one trip, it was hilarious, man. They were out doing each other. On the way, it was going to Des Moines, Iowa. We were based out of Kansas City, Missouri. We're heading up to Des Moines, and they're trying to outbuy each other. Hey, y'all want something to eat? Like, I get money. And like, no. They were outspending each other. They were big dogging it.
Yeah.
But it was coming back. That was the funny part. We stopped, got gassed up. They both in there buying the beer. All right. Flair's grabbing the cooler, the ice, and Harley's getting the beer. They're arguing about who's paying for it. And we're just sitting there like, okay. As we're riding though, they're in the front seat, and boy can Harley drink. Harley's going, he's just slamming his beer, throwing them out, and we used to charge the coolers back there with us. We in charge of the cooler. So he'd finish it, reach back. Flair was pretty much trying to keep up with Harley, right? Harley was in the lead, but our job was to hurry up. And we was like, I was 3 beers in, they already drank 10 each. And I thought I could drink. But the best part comes, I don't know, an hour into the trip. Harley Race, for y'all don't know him, he looks over at Flair, he goes, Rick, why is it when I throw my beer out, it hits the ground and goes ting, 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 ting. When you throw yours out, it goes plonk. From now on, we'll throw each other's beers out. And all of a sudden, Flair fell way behind. That was some fun stuff that we used to do back in the day. Road trips were like the best part of the business.
What was the best partying story you have with Ric Flair? I'm sure you went out with him a few times.
One of my favorite was, and it was back then, Central States territory times. Because he would just be in and out. He wasn't all a fixture like we were. He'd come in, a couple championship matches out.
You wrestled him for the title.
Yeah, a couple times, which was kind of cool and nerve wracking. First, man, it was so good. It was so easy. Working with him was so easy. I was scared to death that once we got through the match, I'm like, wow, this is pretty good. It's easy. But so we're on the party front again. Flair could party now, and he loved the big dog. He loved to go to the clubs, and he's exciting. Even the clubs, drinks everywhere. I got him. All that. St. Louis was doing St. Louis that day, and I'm up in the restaurant. It was a restaurant bar at the Marriott. It was across from the airport. All the boys know which one. And I'm in there that day, and I wasn't that well, he didn't see me. I mean, whereas if I would have been, the Road Warriors or something, he would have, hey, how you doing? So he didn't recognize me yet. But I saw him up there, and he went and paid the bartender that was going to be the manager that night. He was, brother, and he gave him a 50 or 100. I couldn't tell from where it was at. Brother, when I order my shots tonight, brother, make sure mine are water. Because in that night, he'd get a tray full of drinks, and go around to everybody, and he'd have his. He'd do his. They made sure his was water, and then he'd go around individually and do shots with you. It was so funny though. But he came up to me, and he goes, "Brother, great match you had tonight. Great match. Let me get you a shot." And it was like I already knew the game, right? So he when the shots were set down, I said, "Let's switch them. I'll drink this one. You drink this one." The look on his face was priceless, man. He goes, "No." I'm like, "Why not?" He didn't know why I knew. You know, I don't know to this day if I ever told him. I was there when you paid the manager. Make sure you got water while the rest of us were doing shots.
And in those days, I guess it was more common to also have your drinks spiked as ribs and.
Oh yeah, man, yeah. Arn Anderson scared the hell out of me one time. I thought he was gonna beat the shit out of me. Oh, I'm sorry about the cussing. Sorry, is that?
We can bleep it out.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was gonna whoop me up because we were saying, I'm sitting there and drinking. Halcyons was a big thing at one point in the business.
Yeah.
It's like I hate to say it this way, but it's like the business went through phases of drugs. What the Halcyons was the big thing. Not Quaaludes. What was the
GHB for a while.
GHB, remember? Yeah. It did so much. I mean, it was like, you know, phases and waves. But the Halcyons, and they weren't that bad. I mean, you take them, you know, you drink a beer, one beer with a Halcyon, and Kurt Hennig was the best. So, and somebody asked a question about that, like asking about if he knows what rainbow. They said it a different way, but you have the rainbow stew. Yeah, that was Kurt Hennig, man. He's like different colored pills. It's rainbow stew. You take this one first, this one second. You take this one a little later. I mean, he had it down to a system. But the Halcyons, you know, he was the one that introduced us to that. And it was, like I say, if you don't abuse it, if you just take one and a couple beers, man, you feeling good. But you know the boys, 5 or 6. If one's good, 5 or 6 is way better. You know, they're just killing it. And it was strong. Halcyons was just like GHB, like you said. That's strong stuff. You know, and it would knock the Halcyons would knock your memory out. And just like GHB, it was. At one time, you remember General Nutrition Center sold it.
Yeah.
You could actually get it at the Gold's gyms. You could get it at gyms and stuff. And then everybody found out you get a little buzz off of it. And then people start ODing. But it's fair to say, I've told you about my ADHD. This one night, Arns was sitting in there and was drinking. And evidently somebody got him, or we don't know that they really got him. He might have just got buzzed up. You know, he's like, but he goes, Jannetty. I'm sitting there with him. He goes, if I find out you spiked my drink, I'm not feeling right now. I was like, well, what do you mean? And he goes, if I find out you spiked my drink, one of them Halcyons, throw your ass out that window right there. And we're up on the 13th floor. Shit, he might do it. Some people will say it, he might do it. but yeah, man, that was the party days.
Did you ever see any instances of like Harley Race's toughness? Everyone always talks about how scary he was.
I saw a couple things. I saw the ketchup bottle, which is, I think there's a lot of people know about that, which was where we were at a restaurant one time, and again, this is here in Harley's badass, right? Badass boy, and here he'll whoop the heck out of anybody. He's pretty legit. Well, we call him Shooter, and we're in a restaurant. And somebody recognized him. This was way back in the 80s, mid 80s, so back then. And they're talking trash on him. They're hollering, that's how Harley Race, that fake wrestler, that's fake wrestling, fake. And I'm like, oh no. I'm new, right? I'm like, man, Harley's gonna kill this guy. And there was a few of them. So I'm thinking, we're about to get in trouble. Because, if a table full of them jump on Harley, I'm getting in, we both, it's going to both. I'm thinking, oh man, we're about to get ass whipped, because there was a bunch of them. But this one dude in particular, he kept on and kept on. Fake, that fake, he did all that tough. And he wasn't saying nothing. Yeah. Which was surprising me, but you know what he was doing? He was just enjoying his food. It wasn't nothing bothering him. Then when we went to pay to get out, it was like that dude came up to the counter to mess with him. And that's when I'm like, this is too much, man. Something's got to happen out of this. And he was like, yeah, I didn't think you was tucking. He ain't said nothing, right? He ain't responded. I didn't think he was all that tough. I didn't think he was tough at all, that fake wrestling. In fact, that ain't blood capsules, that blood, that's just ketchup anyway. It ain't even real blood. They're all just a bunch of phony, yep. Kept on with it and on with it. And Harley just paid our bill. He paid for mine. Just as calm as could be. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, something's got to happen. Because back then we called it protect the business.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, he's got to, but we're outnumbered. So how's this? And again, this is a legend, right? I'm watching and the guy kept talking trash to Harley. I can't remember if he actually touched him, which then you know it's on. But Harley reached over and got a ketchup bottle. Because he kept saying about the ketchup, fake, bam, busted it right on the guy's head. He goes, "Now you're a professional wrestler, Daddy." We witnessed firsthand. I'm like.
That was back when they were glass, I guess, right? The ketchup bottles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when he plastic that hill. Now it's just.
And the famous story about you in that territory, which I guess Scott Hall has admitted, I heard him admit that he attacked you when you were sleeping, I guess.
Yeah.
It was due to a rib.
Well, no, it wasn't a rib at all. What had happened was Dave Peterson, one of my best friends in life. He had, we went and checked in the hotel room, and he went in, he had a mustache thing, if you ever knew who DJ Peterson, Dave Peterson, because he wrestled, AWA days, and made it WWF too for a while. But he had to, Scott Hall has that mustache thing, had the curly hair. He actually could have a little bit of a Scott Hall look. But what he did when we went and checked in a hotel that night, well, this particular night that caused all this, you got rates. I mean, they were all fans of Central State Wrestling. A lot of times, I mean. And so you get a rate, you get a discount. And he went in and said, "Yeah, I'm Scott Hall." Because he wasn't known yet. He was just started in Central State, so he told me he was Scott Hall. And got the rate. He got us a rate. And, we ended up partying up in the room, and we had a bunch of girls over. It was just a typical, young guys partying. I mean, it was nothing, no damage. Like, I think they actually took it out of my check for $50. I think a lamp had broke. But what we had done was taken the top bed off on the floor, threw it on the floor, so because we had a bunch of people in there, so everybody was like lay on this box spring. You can lay on the bed, you can lay on that bed, and the box. We were just making more. It looked worse than what it was. It wasn't really that bad. Just the lamp broke, and I got charged for that. But evidently, and then so next day was Thursday, and I remember like every detail of it. I was still hungover because back then I used to party. When I said that today, you're like used to party, and hungover from that. I mean, because we partied. We had a bunch of girls over. We partied, and we got to the arena, municipal auditorium there in Kansas City, and I laid on the table. Was like, I'm gonna take a nap before my match. I want to do good, and it's TV taping, so I want to do real good. And I'm laying there hungover, like, oh gosh, this hurts. This hurts. And if actually, I fell asleep. The next thing I know, I'm on my hands and knees in his dressing room, and I'm hearing commotion, all this noise, and then I see Scott Hall going like, fuck it, you're leaving, going out the door of our dressing room. Baby faces. We had across the stage was where the heels. Back then, they kept us separated, or at least tried, But they, I'm on my hands and knees in the dressing room, like, what the hell's going on? Dave, DJ, he come and got me. He goes, "Come here, man." And he took me from a mirror. This was cut open. It was like hanging a little bit. My lips were split. I mean, half of it was here, half was over here. And I'm looking like, what the fuck? What the hell just happened? What? What's going on? And they said, Scott just come in and started pounding you while you was, asleep on the thing. And at that point, I got so upset about it that I'm sitting there thinking that, so he just beat me up while I was asleep. And he was big, man. Scott,
his prime.
and boy, he was jacked back then, man. He was 280. So big old boy, especially my little 5'11" butt, right? But I remember going out the door and found a little pipe about this long, grabbed that pipe and went across the stage, and Bob Geigel and Bulldog Bob Brown grabbed me. Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you going? I said, I'm about to go. No, I'm gonna go see him. And I remember Bulldog said, "Don't do that. You just get hurt worse." That pissed me off more actually. That he said that. I almost would have hit him, but they made me go to the hospital and they stitched up. And I'm smiling because I got to tell you something about Art Cruz. Anybody remember Art Cruz? That name?
I don't remember.
He was pretty good and popular back then, and in Central States. But I had to work with him that night. The next night, and I'm stitched up here, and to finish the thing with Scott, that next day, I see him. It's Kiel Auditorium. It's you go up the stairs, and there's like 20 dressing rooms, so you pretty much get your own room, or something, one other person being there with you, but stitched up, right? It just happened the night before. And I see Scott Hall. I'm in the hallway though, and I see him coming. I'm like, oh shit, because I'm like, and he sees me, and it's like, oh God, here we go, man. Because the next day I was still sore, and he comes up and he stops a little bit. And he goes, I guess you won't go round and round now. And I'm like, just one more time, but can I heal first? I was like, can I please heal first? Because I'm sore shit. And he apologized. He goes, man, they worked me. He said Bulldog Bob Brown told him that Marty, they tore the room up and put your name on. First of all, it wasn't even me to sign in, but Bulldog told Scott, said, he needs to get, you need to let him know he ain't gonna do this no more. He tried to get you fired, which that's what set Scott off. Enough to do that, and then he apologized. Then if I had that pipe, then I was gonna go after Bulldog, but Harley was there that night too. What's going on, kid? And I told him, I said, he just did this shit. I'm gonna fuck him up. He goes, no, let me handle it. If I find out he did that to you, I'll take care of it. He won't like it. But the thing was that I still wanted to do it. But when Harley, the owner of the company and this Harley race, you had to back up. Yeah. But let me finish this one thing though, man. I told Art Cruz, you can see I was stitched up here and here. And Art and I were talking about, we can do this, we can do that. I was just be careful right here, man. Just be careful. I'll be a son of a bitch if we didn't get in the ring. He snap bears me, and you know how you do that pull thing? Oh, he reaches pull like, yeah. But yeah, that's what happened with Scott, man.
Yeah, because I heard a version from Scott that's on the internet, and he said he had asked Bob Brown for permission to do that if he would get in trouble or not, and they said there would be no consequences.
That's how that went?
So maybe that's why Harley never did anything, because he knew that Bob.
I gave him okay. And I will agree to this, to admit that maybe they needed to calm me down, but that wasn't the way, because I was in there and I was new, and I was a wild boy. We was partying with girls, doing what rockers do. Like when I say rockers, like bands and shit. When you're partying and stuff, okay, it was a little collateral damage, a couple, but they just thought it was too wild, and that was their way of calming me down. I got it in hindsight. I got it, but that wasn't. I just didn't think that was the way to, not that way.
And in those days, I guess that type of beating could happen in the ring with a wannabe or someone that was disrespecting the business too, and that never happens anymore, hardly.
Yeah. I mean, as we said, shooters, if you act in the fool, they'll put a shooter on you. And what they call it was stretch your ass.
Yeah. But probably with your boxing background in amateur wrestling, it would have been more of a fair fight if you had known he was coming at you rather than.
I'm pretty sure, and I got better martial arts as I went on, because I did a lot of training through my wrestling career. And you and anybody that's, when we got skills, when we learn skills, it's your confidence comes from what you know. It's not about who that guy is, what can he do, it's what you know. I know what I can do, and so, I never, thank God I had a good sensei that, can't be grounded with, you don't go out there and just do stuff to people. You've got the knowledge now to hurt somebody. But we don't do that. That's not why we teach you. We teach you, and so you defense. So yeah, I mean, if I would have been awake, and let me say this too, and I think me and Scott had a talk about this.
Because you're friends now.
We were friends.
We've been friends for decades.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there was one time I reminded him, like, Scott, I still owe you. Because we remember Godfather?
Yeah.
And at the time he was doing that, what was he doing, that voodoo gimmick?
Papa Shango.
Yeah, Shango. He was doing the Shango gimmick. It was during that time frame. And, it was a bunch of, we always ribbing and stuff. Locks. It was locking people's bags a bunch, putting locks on the bags, and locking their bags to the ceiling, locking it to somebody else's bag, locking it to shoes. But and Papa and I were pretty good. We called him Bear. Bear and I were good. So I seen him coming off the one door, and I knew he'd be coming. So I was cutting up, and I was reaching down by his bag with a lock, because the lock, like I said, the lock was a big thing then. So I'm back there, and I'm waiting for him, like joking with him, and he stops. As he walks by, he stops. He goes, "Marty, you better not." And he's supposed to be a bona fide badass too, So I'm like, I was just playing. But evidently Scott Hall went and started stirring it up. He tried to get you, and he got him so worked up. Like, we do physical, we do the blood pressure thing, all that. His blood pressure, they were saying, you got to get it down, we can't let you. That made him even more mad at me. Papa come over and said, "What if I don't make it tonight, I'm going to beat your gun." I'm like, bro, I went to Scott. That's why I went to Scott, because Scott was like, "Hey, he was going to put that lock on your back." I was like, "Bruh, I owe you one, right? Whether or not I can," I'm pretty sure I could, whether or not I can or not, I still owe you." Because that's a hard thing. An ass whooping like that, ass whooping, first of all, is hard to handle. But one like that, it's hard to go ahead and shake hands, say, "Okay, yeah, you tore my ass up while I was asleep." It's a hard thing to accept.
And in this business, they talk about it forever.
Yeah.
So was it in that territory that you first met Sean?
The 6 states, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It was a wild thing, man. He came, he was wrestling down in Texas, and he'd come up for a little bit. Man, they were talking him up already. And he had to wrestle his first night in. He had to wrestle Scott Hall, but they'd asked me and Dave Peterson, DJ, the one that told you kind of looks like him. Yeah. They said, okay, now they didn't like us partying all the time, right? But they were like, "This new kid, hey, you guys are the fun guys in the crew. Show him a good time, take care of him, look out for him." But me and Dave were looking at each other like, of all the people that's come through here, nobody's got this kind of build up. Like, "Oh, take care of this guy." We're like, "Well, let's see this guy. What is this about?" Kind of thing. And then it was somewhere in Kansas. No, this is his first night in there, and we're trying to find him, because they said, "Let him ride with you, show him the ropes, take care of him." Yeah. Which we no problem, we didn't mind. But we was looking for him, and I don't know if it was Topeka or Wichita, but one of them. And this, we'd have, back in the day, what they called jobbers, which I hate that word. Extras, I'd rather extra or enhancer. Jobbers is just a put down. To me, I mean, it's our own people. We're putting our own people down. But anyway, there's extras in there, and so we don't know which. We're looking for Sean. Me and Dave, and these guys we didn't recognize. We're asking them, like, "Shawn Michaels, anybody? Shawn Michaels, anybody?" We went up to this one that he has blue jeans pulled up under his chest. I'm not trying to talk him down. This was the first time I met. Pulled like up here, and he had this big Texas belt buckle right here. he had some boots. with his blue jeans tucked in them, short hair. And we said, hey man, do you know Shawn Michaels? We're looking for Shawn Michaels. You know, he goes, I'm Shawn Michaels. And when he stuck his hand out, we almost died laughing. Because we were thinking like a cool guy, you know, here goes Mr. Rock and Roll or something. And we seen nerdy ass Texas boy. It was like, what? But that was our meeting. That's how the first time we met him. Now the first time me and him actually tagged together, they had Mike George, or one of the guys up there, couldn't make the show, and they lost a match. So they asked me and him to tag together, like threw it together. Hey, can you go get a 4-minute match? You know, go do this, go do that. Oh, but real quick backwards, Shawn had to work with Scott Hall that night, and we're like, because Scott wasn't that good at it when he first started.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
You know, we were like, oh God, this poor new kid. He went out there and had a good match with Scott, though. They had a good match. We're like, damn, okay. But but when they threw me and Shawn together for a tag thing, it was like a rush, you know.
Wasn't against Scott and Danny Spivey or something like that?
Yeah, they were called American Starship.
Yeah.
I guess it was Dusty Rhodes' creation. And Danny was like 6'8", 6'9", Scott, you know, being what he was. And Danny wasn't as bad, if I say it that way, but at their beginnings, they both got good.
We're going to ask Danny about that match.
Yeah, it was like, man. But Shawn and I remember this, and I've said it so many times before. I remember being on the outside of the ring watching him, thinking, okay, fuck, if he would just do this right now, and then he'd do it. And then I'm thinking, okay, it's set up good and he'd do it. In hindsight, you know, I found out later he was doing the same thing. He was saying, like, I was watching it from there and I was thinking, oh God, it's a good, if he got him right now and did this and took him over there and did. So, somehow we clicked. Didn't even know each other, you know, that well. I mean, we had met. But our first time ever a match was thrown together, a fill-in match, because I think it was when Mike George couldn't make it, but who were one of the regular guys there. But we went and did that match for them, and it just clicked. It just worked, and we even left the ring, and we got in the back. You know, you always do that. You talk about, you know, hey man, how'd you feel about that? What if we did this tomorrow or this? You know, you always adjust your matches, but we both was like, man, did you feel what I felt out there? That was something. Was just, I mean, we knew what the other was thinking. Is basically what it come down, and that's something you can't teach in wrestling schools.
So I guess when you went to AWA, you went on your own. It wasn't as a tag team at first.
Yeah. I got to call up another lesson that I'd learned. I got to call up to go up, you know, to AWA because now we're in. You know, remember I'm a little Columbus, Georgia boy. Right?
Yeah.
I ain't never seen nothing but Atlanta. and when I went out to Central States, I got to see. To me, it was just amazing to be in capitals of other states.
Yeah.
I was in like you know, Lincoln, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri. You know, all these places that are capitals of the states. I've made it. Then when we went to ESPN, when I went up to ESPN TV, now I'm going to like LA, I'm going all over the country, Chicago, Baltimore. I'm seeing the whole country. I'm like, I've made it. I've made it. This is great. But so we were up there, you know, I went up there. And the thing was, when I went up, I still had to finish up my time, you know, with Central States. And it was so funny, Bob Geigo pulled me aside, he goes, if you'll stay here, I can give you $700 a week. And I was thinking, I've been here for over a year, and you just now, you know, because I didn't know that's how it works. When you know, because I guess I got, got over there in the States, and so now I was valuable, but I didn't know. But when I was going to ESPN, now you made me this offer. You couldn't have been doing this the whole time. Yeah. but I love Bob Geigo. I mean, I hugged him. I almost cried because I liked him, you know, him that much, you know. But boy, like I said, I learned the politics there. But yeah, so we went there. I think I was there for a month and a half, doing pretty good on singles. And you know, I've been pretty much tag team because we did the Uptown Boys with Tommy Rogers. when I first got there, and then kind of me and Bulldog Bob Brown tagged for a while. We're tag team champions there, and yeah, so most of my stuff was tag team wrestling. It wasn't I had some singles, but when it went up to me, it was big time. You know, I'm ESPN now, nationwide. Nationwide now. It was singles. It was doing pretty good, and then Greg Gagne came to me, and he said, "Marty, we want to make a tag team. You somebody that's got your kind of energy, a lot of high flying. Do you know anybody you would be able to make a team with, and y'all could be charismatic?" And again, in hindsight, trying to do another rock and roll, you know, because Rock and Roll Express were pretty popular and were good. And so basically that's what they were trying to do, recreate that for them. But my little young ass didn't know. I just thought, you know, like, oh yeah, there's this guy Shawn Michaels. And they had actually said, we know about him. Yeah, we know of him. You get along with him? Yeah, we tagged once, did good. So that's how Shawn come in, and we became the Midnight Rockers. We were the Midnight Rockers, later we were Rockers, you know, because I guess copyright names and or however all that works.
Is it true, like Shawn said, I guess, that Vern Gagne originally thought that people might get rockers confused with rocking chair?
Rocking chair, yeah. Yeah, that really happened. here's what they did. They told us come up with a name. It's like, here's what we want. We want you guys to be energetic. We want you guys to really be flashy, wearing all this stuff, and you know, just high energy. He never would go to say like the Rock and Roll Express. He would never do that. He never went that way. He just said like high energy, dress up, flashy, things hanging everywhere, all that, and come up with a good name for that. So me and Shawn, we did used to bust our ass studying and trying to perfect anything we could, even the name. We struggled getting a perfect name. And we both decided, all right, you do this, you go home tonight and think of 100 names that you think are, you know, whatever, cool, whatever, it'll work. I'll come up with 100 names. And if we have one that's real close, that's the name to go with, you know, because we're going to have 100 of each. And we still struggle with it. We did that. And then the way we actually got called Midnight Rockers was we had to go to Vegas. We did Vegas TV taping every third week, and we were out there. I think Leon White, you know, Vader, yeah. You know, God bless him, love him. You know, he just died. He had just started. He was going as Leon Baby Bull White. They wanted him to be a character babyface, and Leon. I mean, they wanted him to do something aggressive, like. He'd come out, bull power. How you doing, Leon? And then his voice, then he'd start talking normal. It's like, oh my God, that's horrible. But anyway, with him, what I was gonna say out of that, he came out to Vegas and he heard about me. You know, Shawn and I were the partiers. You know, all the girls, you hang out with them, and well, Shawn and I did a lot.
So he was friends with Shawn at one point.
Me?
And like Vader. So Vader was friends with.
No, he just came in.
Okay.
He was just coming into territory, and there were, you know, he was just. At that particular night, he's like, "What's going on? What's the happenings?" You know, and everybody was like, "The Rockers, whatever." Well, they didn't call us the Rockers then. Shawn and Marty, whatever they're doing, that's where you want to hang out if you want to have fun. And so and that's why, you know, he came around that night in Vegas, and Kurt Hennig was with us, and I love him too. Another rest in peace, brother. So anyway, we're in Vegas, and Shawn and I had this habit of we'd party Monday through Thursday. Come Friday when you're supposed to party, we were like dragging ass. We're like, man, come on, man. We're dead tired. But you'd pick it up. We'd get it. But so that was what Leon's whole thing was. It was like, man, I heard these guys like the party and look at them, because we were dragging ass. It was still early. But we were dragging ass. We ain't got started. We ain't cranked up yet. We will crank up, but we haven't yet. And Leon was talking about that. And Kurt says, oh, you don't know about them. They don't even start till midnight. All right, so it was the midnight thing. And it was so instantly set. And then it was the Judas Priest song, Living After Midnight, Rockin' Till that came on. And we all looked like, and Kurt was like, that's it right there. That's your Midnight Rockers. Y'all are Midnight Rockers. There's y'all song. Kurt didn't actually, he got that thing started. Kurt was a good brother, man. But yeah, that's kind of pretty much how that whole thing started.
How many days in a row would you tape at the Showboat?
The Showboat, we would do 2 days.
Yeah.
But we'd be there 2 days. We'd tape 3 weeks.
Okay.
We do. I think one would be live, and then 2 taped. I may be wrong about this, confused it with WWE, because I know that's how we did them way back. One was live, the next 2 were taped. But for Vegas, I'm not sure it was a live show, but we do 3 weeks worth of tapings, things, the show.
So you would party after, and the bars don't close.
Oh yeah.
What would be the average time that you'd finish partying in Vegas during those years?
You had to make your flight. So let me throw this in. I've told it before, and I've got a book. I'm 3/4 way through my book, and it's in the book. There's a lot of the stuff that's going to be in the book.
Is that with Scott Teal? Is he still
I was going to work with him, but now I got Justin, how you say his last name? Barrazo? Bizarro.
Oh, cool.
That's for Sports Illustrated. I like I love Scott. Nothing against Scott. But Scott, the reason I'm kind of liking the Sports Illustrated thing, because they're going to get it out there. They're going to, they'll get it distributed. But so this is told in the book with Sean. Here was another thing, man. Here was another thing that kind of was what was that word? Prelude to your future. Kind of a prelude to it. When Greg and them, remember I was telling them about, they called me, or they wanted, like, who could you tag with, and said Sean. Like, oh yeah, okay. So they flew him out to Vegas for TV tapings. Brought him out there, and we knew each other, so we talked on the phone. And I was wearing, and remember now I was doing singles. I was on my own, but I was doing zebras, animal print, but zebra stripe looking stuff, like leggings and little tassels and things. That was all zebra stripe. And Sean didn't know nothing about it. I don't know how he didn't see it on ESPN. But when he came out there, me and Kurt Hennig were playing the slot machines. Kurt was my boy, man. I love him. Well, we're sitting there playing the slot machines. I can't remember her name, the lady that was running the Showboat. Sweetheart of a lady. But she told us, stay by the doors. If you go and play the slot machines, stay by the doors. And we're like, why? And she was like, they're set to hit more. Because we want people coming in to hear ching, 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 ching. They want to hear that. And if they're leaving, they want to hear that, so they'll stay a little longer. So we were on the two end slot machines. Kurt's on the one side, he's playing away. And we did this, whatever it was, like say a Friday. I mean, we got in at 12 o'clock, we got the Showboat and checked in, everything's done. Say 1 o'clock, we're done. We stayed on the machines for like hours. And we was kind of breaking even. You never got way up and then get way down. You kind of even, so you just waiting for that one, hit that one big one. And Sean shows up, his flight gets in, he comes, finds me. And he's like, hug, like, hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, how you? He goes, you got our outfits? So, because I had this stuff for him. And he wanted to go up to the room. He's like, let's go, let me go see what we're wearing. Let me go see our outfits. And, so I leave, tell Kurt, see you in a little bit, Kurt. We go up there. The funny thing is, it was laid out in the bed, too. I already had both our sets, laid out, the leggings, all that stuff. Man, I'll never forget, he walked in, he looked at it, and it was like he went into a panic. He just like froze. He goes, I got to call my mom. I'm like, oh, what? And he goes, can I use your phone? Because remember, then we didn't have cell phones yet. This is 1986. we didn't have cell phones yet. He goes and gets the phone, and he calls home and goes, Mom, he's got us wearing fur everywhere. He was in like a panic. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? So after that was done though, we go back downstairs and we go, he wanted to learn. He's like, hey, I don't know how to, I've never been in casinos. This is wild. I don't know what to do. I saw you playing. Go show, teach me. We go back down there. We go over to where we was at. Kurt's still over there. But some lady was on my machine, the one I was playing, because you wanted to stick with it. You've been doing it all day. And I sit there talking to Kurt, we're cutting up, and the lady gets done, so Sean goes over to the machine I'd been on all day. And, I think it was 3 quarters, because you can put dollars, you can put quarters, you can put whatever. I think this was a 3/4 one, which was full, whatever you hit, it's going to be full. And me and Kurt are cutting up, not thinking nothing of Sean. Just you even got to tell about you put them in and you pull the handle. It's a slot machine. You pull. He didn't even know how to how to work it all. But me and Kurt are cutting up like, hey, how you up, down, and all of a sudden we hear this ding, 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 and the little red light thing goes on, spinning around, and the fire alarm shit. And we're looking at Sean hit 777s. I played all damn day. He comes up, 3/4, pulls it, 777s. Damn. Kurt was even telling me, you got to give Marty some of that money. He set it up for you all day. You got to give him some of the money. Which I didn't really care, I didn't want, but how little did I know that was going to be a setup for the rest of my career. I'll put the work in, you get the glory.
Who was the better ribber between you and Kurt?
I'd go with Kurt. I don't know though. I don't know. I mean, we had a pretty much, this is when you know that you must be up there when you truce out with each other. Old Kurt got me the best he ever got me. He'd locked my bag to like the drawers, the hotel drawers. It had a handle, and he had a little bit of a chain, and put it through the handle, and they locked my bag to the drawer.
Yeah.
And the next morning we was running late, so I didn't have time to. What did I do? Break the drawer apart or what? The way you get somebody back is like make that rib backfire on them. Right, so I just took the drawer out and went to the airport with it. And Kurt was like, "No, man, Marty, don't do that. No, I'm taking this with me." When we got to the, where you put your bag on the thing that goes through, yeah. I had to do it with a drawer attached to it. And they were even confused, like, what do we do? The people working there, they were like, what do we do about this? Kurt's like, he always checks his drawers. He always, Kurt was always so funny. But it ended up, I actually didn't get to make that flight because they didn't know what to do. We went through, they let it go through. But then when we got to the plane, it wouldn't fit in the overhead. They were like, well, they were confused, like, well, we can't let you have a drawer, but we don't know what to do. When you go, end up having to take the next flight, and Kurt was like, he never would rib me again because that went up. His rib got back at him because I was like, somebody locked my drawer. Kurt Hennig was with me. I don't know.
And I guess sometime before you went to AWA, you had your first tour of Japan with All Japan.
Yeah, I went to. Well, Harley liked me. I love him to death. But he liked me, I guess. Whatever he saw in me, he liked. He thought, because he was old school. He liked to see you keep it real. Make them believe it's real. Hardcore.
Yeah.
And real quick, one of the most impressive things that got me with him and there was a guy that wrestled the Sheik Abdullah. Out in Central States, and they had a strap match where you put the thing around the wrist, each of them, and you got a strap. You can pull it, you hit them, you can choke, whatever. Strap match. And at the end of that night, I'm getting ready, and I hear this. I'm like, what the shit? And it's coming from the shower, which I'm about to have to go shower up, because my match was just over. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I look in there, Harley's got a belt, his belt, and he's he's whipping himself. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, how am I supposed to show my family that is here from out of town I had a strap match and I don't have one mark on me? I was like, holy shit, I love this brother. I mean, I fell in love with him with that. Like, that's hardcore. He's putting shit on himself, so to make, I had a strap match, But, and I guess I was a little bit like that or something. He just saw something he liked in me, and so he got me in Japan in my rookie year. It was from back then. It was like the first time a rookie, because Japan's hard. It was hard to get into, and it's good when you get in there. But the first time, man, I went over there with Harley. Harley, man, there needs to be movies and books and more movies about him. we're over there in a restaurant eating, and it was just it was very few of it. It was me, Kerry Von Erich, Tim Horner. Remember Tim?
Yeah.
Tim Horner. A few other guys I can't remember exactly who all, but I know those because and they were shooting a mafia type movie, filming. They were outside the front of this little town in Japan. It was like the outskirts of Tokyo. And Harley's a big dog, big. They love Harley in Japan. And so this lady, just the star of this movie that they're shooting, she comes in the restaurant where we're all, and it was just us. It was like midday. And she comes up and starts saying, oh, well, hey, Kerry Von Erich. Oh, Tim Horner, you beat Road Warrior Hawk. I mean, she knew we were wrestlers, right? And she come up and even knew me, and I'm like, I don't know how you know me. I've not been on national TV. And then she goes up to Harley, she goes, I don't know who you are. And we were all, oh, shit. Oh, no, you didn't, oh, no. And Harley, being typical Harley, didn't say nothing. But then they told us, everybody, all of us that was inside for this little movie thing, they were all like, quiet on scene, y'all be quiet for a minute, we got to shoot this right here, y'all just be real quiet, y'all can stay right there, no problem. Like I said, it was some mafia movie to break it in, coming in with the machine guns, looking, whatever they were doing. And they came in and did one scene, and then they were like, we're doing one more, it's gonna be outside, y'all just stay in here right now, don't come out, don't go filming out in front. And the city, that little place, the people knew about the filming. It was a whole bunch of the Japanese people were all, it was fenced off, covered around that fence, they're watching the video, they were shooting a movie. And then Harley, they're like, right after they tell us, don't go outside, y'all stay here. Okay, so Harley goes, come on, kid. I'm like, what? He goes, come with me. And I'm like, no, they just said, don't come with me. So I'm like, okay, I'll go with him. Push some double doors open, like going outside in front of the restaurant. And they're set, their cameras and everything, they're on that little roller. They did all set up out there. But when Harley shoots the doors open, the double doors come out, all them people, that's how much he was over. Harley, and then they're even chanting, Harley, Harley, Harley. And they're like frustrated because they didn't realize the whole city. But Harley looks over at me and goes, who's the star now? That was Harley, man.
So was it you that made the first contact with WWE, the first time you guys went there, the very first of your experiences?
Yeah, and it was a situation where the AWA wasn't doing us right. We talked about a guarantee there. Remember, now I already learned that from Central States. And now they were kind of just pooting around, and WWF was taking off at the time.
Yeah. And
showed interest in Terry Garvin, who was the booker in Kansas City, for Central States, was now working up there in WWF. And so I knew we had a contact with Terry, because we always got along good, because he was a big ass ribber. He liked to rib a lot. But so it had to do with a guarantee. It was like, if y'all want us to stay and not talk to WWF, we need a guarantee of some kind. Y'all name it. Y'all tell us what you think is fair. And Greg Gagne was like, okay. Then they had us come into Vegas and told us to drop the belts to the Orient Express. And we're all in like a room, like this. We're all in a room going over it. Like, okay, they're going to win the belts. Now I knew, like, wait a minute, if we don't get that agreement first, we got no leverage, right? We're the champions right now, So man, I didn't want to say anything in front of the other guys because, they're not getting a guarantee. We've talked about us getting a guarantee. So I just remember telling Greg, like, don't we need to talk later? He goes, well, you can talk here. And I'm looking like the guarantee. And I didn't want to say, we actually did throw a number out, and I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't ridiculous. I mean, it was reasonable, but whatever it was, I didn't want to say that in front of other guys because these are my friends too, but they ain't getting a guarantee. I don't want them to get their feelings hurt. Like, what the hell? Why y'all getting a guarantee? We ain't. But Greg was just real. Oh no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do the guarantee. Oh really? Okay. And Sean was all poo faced, like. But I was like, okay, well, we're gonna go talk this over, me and Sean. And Greg was like, what's the talk over? I said, we'll talk to you in a little bit. And went out and told Sean, let's go, let's leave now. Because if we drop the belts, that's it. We got no leverage. Yeah. They want us to stay. They need to put it in sign on paper. Yeah. Okay, we're paying y'all this much a week or whatever, whatever the agreement was. And they should, Sean always likes to talk about how good he does stuff. When everything was really happening, I was the one doing all the stuff for us. Once him and I split off, he made his own deals, yeah. And I guess he did good for himself. But that's another thing that's in this book, that's going to be in my book. Look, now I love Sean to death. I mean, we're good today. Might get mad about this, but hey, it's just truth. There's a part in his first book, the second book was more religious. The first book, there's a part where he talked to, well, Marty handled all the business stuff. When it didn't look good, like, Marty handled that, I didn't have nothing to do with that. But then another part in the book was like, well, actually it was the other way around. Marty he didn't know how to do that stuff. He didn't know how to handle all that business stuff. Then you go about 2 chapters forward, and he say, well, Marty handled all the business, and it had to do with, did this look bad for him? If it was bad for him, Marty did it. If it was good for him, I did it. Just like the barbershop window. That was his idea. No, it wasn't. Stop. But anyway, I forgot what the point was.
You were talking about
I just got lost right there.
Ended up going to WWE.
And so it's off of that, yeah. So I called Terry Garvin and told him. I said they're trying to screw us. They want us to drop the belts here and not give us a guarantee, which means you're dead. You get if they want to give you a crumb, you get a crumb. If they don't, you ain't get one. Ain't nothing you can do about it. So and Terry was like, oh, we'd love to have you here. If that's okay. Don't sign. Don't do nothing. Let me talk to Vince. And so, a couple of days later, he called me. He goes, well, you guys start here. And he gave us a start date. So that was how we first went to WWF. And it was over, stuff the Gagnes did to themselves, man. They panicked so bad because they used to be, they were a pretty good thing. The AWA was pretty big. Yeah. But when WWE started taking off, they started panicking and doing things wrong. I've told this before. When Sean and I first got there, I got there, and then he came in with Midnight Rockers. The houses, we were going to Denver, we was going to Salt Lake, we was going to San Francisco, LA, and the arenas were full. So we left Central States where the arenas hold 5,000, 7,000. Now we're in the 15,000 seat arenas full, sold out. So we're like, wow. Then WWE started taking off, or F at the time started taking off. I think it was the Road Warriors left first. And all them full houses, half houses. Then the Freebirds left, Michael Hayes and all them, down to a quarter of a house. And it was just panic city. The Ghanaians went crazy. They didn't know how to handle it. And they were doing bad stuff like what they did with us. You know, we were some bad little kids, but but they were doing it with the guys that weren't bad little kids. You know, that's why everybody was leaving.
Now, it's been a while since I read Sean's first book. I did read Sean's book when it first came out, I think, and when he talked about the first time in WWE, he kind of blamed you for apparently having sex with a girl that Jimmy Jack Funk was.
That was okay. So now
I'll get you to tell the whole story.
So we called like everything I just said about Terry Garvin giving us a starting date.
Yeah.
Boom, we're gone. We went in there. We were nice about it. Told AWA like, hey, hey, thank y'all for but we got to go else. Y'all, we weren't rude about it like saying this. Y'all was sinking ship. That's floating big. We went over there, but the first night in the WWF, first night, and we're nervous as hell, man. Because remember, I was just telling this today. When we came in the back doors, Sean and I, 5'11", 210, 220 pounds. We walk in the back doors, plus AWA, they had nice lighting, and they had a nice, sound system, for music. But when we walked in the back doors, our first day at WWF, there's fireworks, there's explosions going off, there's people rappelling from the ceiling. We're like, wow, the production is just crazy, We're like, wow. I mean, we was overwhelmed just on that. And then there goes Big John Studd, 6'9". That's the first guy that walks by. We've seen him on TV. But to see a 6'9" guy in person walking by and just look at you and nod. And then I think it was and of course Andre's big ass. Andre Giant walked by. He's just a monster from outer space. 7'4". Yeah, he goes by. I think King Kong Bundy was the smallest one. He's like 6'4", 300. He went by. The first four, and Hogan went by, and I'd never met him to that point. And he's a monster. He's a big dude. It was then.
Yeah.
And I actually, Sean saved it. I panicked. I'm like, no, let's go, man. We don't fit in here. Let's go. I was scared. The one-man gang, remember him?
Yeah.
He walked by, he was 6'7", 300. I was like, where the hell do we fit? Where are we in this? Yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's go. But we made it through that night. We went out to the club. It was Buffalo. And there was a club, I think it was Ramada, we don't even need to say on that. Whatever club or hotel it was a bar there. All the guys, took care of the boys. We always do that. We have our bar. And we're in there, and Terry Garvin said, mingle with the guys, mingle with the guys. You need to, don't seem like an outsider, So, we're in there cutting up, fraternizing, cutting up with the boys, and Jimmy Jack Funk. At first, he thought we were pretty boys, which if you look at his face, he must have been drunk.
In comparison, maybe.
So we're in there, and I'm having a great time with Jimmy Powers. Remember the Young Stallions? Yeah. And Jimmy Powers and I, we're hitting it off. British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith, we're hitting it off. We're having a great time. But Jimmy Jack's over there messing with Sean. He's like, come on, punk, I heard y'all was supposed to be some badass partiers. Let me see you do this. And he takes like a little wine glass or a glass, drink glass, and he bites it. It's a bar trick. It's not even hard to do, but Sean ain't never seen it. And Jimmy Jack, hey, you do it, punk, and hands him a glass. And Sean's like, no. Come on, you punk. And he gives him a little shove. Not bad, but just, a little intimidating shove. And I'm sitting there thinking, fuck, where's this gonna go? This ain't going nowhere good. I'm just sitting there, and he grabs another glass, he breaks another one, bites it, breaks another one, and he says, come on, punk, I thought you could party. You guys ain't shit, you can't party. Because he wouldn't break a glass. So finally Sean was like, well, I can't do that, and he takes it with them champagne glasses, the tall, thin one things. He takes one day and goes, and breaks it over his head. Well, Jimmy Jack fell in love. You're like, oh, you guys are pretty cool. Starts hugging up. Now he's all happy, because he broke a damn glass on his head. But so that whatever goes on the end of the night, closing time, MJ, that'd be me. MJ, I end up with this one girl. Just like, let's go. Well, Jimmy Jack comes up to me and goes, let's go up to the Denny's and get something to eat. Well, I was like, yeah, I was hungry too. I was okay with that. I'm like, okay. And so he's like, I'm going upstairs to get my wallet. And so we're waiting by the door. And the girl she got this low cut top and she's filling it over the top. And she was pretty blonde, rubbing on me, and she's like, let's go. I said, well, no, we gotta wait on Jimmy. She goes, and she even did it, she goes, do you want to go with him or do you want to go with me? So I went ahead and got in the car with her. we get in the car, and when she went the wrong way, had to turn around and come back right by the hotel. Now Jimmy Jack's out front looking around, and he sees us, and I'm like, and I'm doing this, like out the window, I'm pointing like I'm telling her to pull over. I'm like, damn, turn around. But I wanted him to think I was saying, like, turn in, but she wasn't going to turn in. She was not going to turn. So he got very upset about it, because it ended up being one of the, I hate to say the word rat, but that's a term in our industry.
Yeah.
I mean, at least in the rock and roll world, they call them groupies. we have to go down there with rats. But so evidently it was one of his girls. I had no clue of that. I mean, I didn't know. But that's where everything went wrong, because he got real mad about it. He thought I was disrespecting him by, letting him go get some money for dinner, and I'll leave it with your girl. I had no clue.
Is he even still alive?
I think he is.
We haven't heard anything from him for years.
Billy Jack's alive. Billy Jack, remember Billy Jack Haynes?
Yeah, I've actually been trying to track him down, but the phone number that his ex-wife gave me doesn't work, and his email doesn't work. But
I love old Billy Jack, but he was different. Yeah. Still is, but I still love him as my boy.
So I guess the next day you go to the second set of TV tapings.
Yeah.
All this goes into your face.
Yeah. It was at the catering. They have a good food and stuff set up for you. TV tapings, you always get to eat good. That's one good thing about it. But yeah, I remember coming up, and here comes Jimmy Jack right up in my face, and all bowled up. And see, I partied a little bit that night, so I had a buzz, a pretty good buzz. So when I got up the next morning, I was just hung over. Like, all I remember was a good time. We had a good time.
Yeah.
So when I came, I had completely, it slipped my mind about the part where the girl, was
right. Because we've all been there.
Yeah. So here he comes, man, right up in my face. What are you doing, you punk? And I'm thinking, at first I'm thinking, and it's right in front of everybody, all the boys. We're new in there. There's Harley. There's everybody's right there, and it's quiet. I mean, just like everybody's forks dropping. They just watch the show. So it was like you knew you was on point. You were on spot, and I thought he was maybe kidding, because I remembered a good time. I had a good time that night. And I mean before the girl. I mean, I had a good time with all the boys, and I was confused when he was yelling at me. I'm like, is he serious? And he was like, yeah, punk, you know what you did? And I'm like, I even asked him, I said, are you being serious? What are you talking about? I thought we did good last night. I thought we had a good time. He goes, you told the limo driver I was a jobber and you ought to be beating me and that you was a star. And this is all like not true. And that's the worst shit you could say in front of the other boys. Here's these new guys just come in, and we call one their, we ain't family yet. We just getting to be family. Yeah. We just got there. So you calling one of their family members a jobber, it was the right thing to say to piss them. Man, I was looking at them like, I was panicked. I'm like, that wasn't said. That wasn't said. He said the right thing to make everybody mad. But, and then Sean comes walking up behind me and goes, and this one, Because remember I told you about him breaking the glass? This is when he's throwing drinks at the bartender, breaking them behind the bar, which didn't happen at all. And tearing up the bar and getting us kicked out of the place. And man, it was like, oh God, man, he just killed it. He just destroyed us in front of the boys. And then the last thing he said was, I'll see y'all tonight. We'll see who's the jobbers. And I'm thinking, what's that mean? Yeah, you go look at the sheet and see what match you're on. Guess who we're working with? I was like, oh no, our first damn match. Because the first day we didn't have a match that day. We just, we were there. It was the second day of TV taping. The second day was our match, our matches, introduction matches. First match you're gonna have in your damn new place, this guy who's mad as shit at you about that girl. And then Sean blamed that on me. In this book, he said, I saw Jimmy Jack, and I'm doing his voice even though, it was words, I read the book. He says, I saw Jimmy Jack upset with him, so I implored him. First of all, I thought, ghostwriter, Sean has never used that word. I implored, what the hell? I implored him to tell me the truth. Tell the truth about what? What I lie about? I didn't do nothing. But so yeah, he kind of made it look like I was the reason when it wasn't even close to true. Wasn't even close to true. That was the reason. Jimmy Jack's actually apologized to me since then. Okay. He said, brother, we was on the road 30, 40, 50 days. I'm so sorry about that. Because then we got let go. we was, after we did our match, we actually went ahead and had our match. It was good. We had a good match with him. And then Jimmy Jack was a little...
Did they use it on TV?
I don't know if they did or not because they let us go. So they may not have. I don't remember. I just know it was pretty good. It was good. And, Jimmy Jack was a good worker. He was a very good worker. And I remember we were leaving that night. And Vince was like, I remember looking at us and he goes, hey, you guys, like, how do you say it? Rock and roll, have a good time, but don't party too much. So we didn't know, we're like, okay, that's a mixed message. What do you mean by that? It's fun, rock and roll, don't party too much. Something ain't right about that. Sure enough, Terry Garber said, Marty, y'all need to pay your own way, fly in and have a meeting with Vince. And he was pretty much saying, y'all gonna get let. This is the way to save your job. A chance. It may not save it, but here's a chance. Go over there and talk to Vince. We did. Bought tickets, flew out to Connecticut. Sitting in a couch thing like this. Sean's got his legs crossed. He's got his new snakeskin Cowboys on. We're waiting in the lobby at the WWE building. Vince comes walking in late. He can walk in late, it's okay, I guess. But he goes walking in, and he looks at Sean's boots. He goes, nice boots. Oh, shit. Sean's like, oh, thank you. He goes, they're made for walking, We're like, oh, no. He goes, oh, just kidding. So then we go in and sit down and talk with him. Then he tells us, y'all are done. But that's how it really happened. That's the truth. And Sean will tell you, Sean will admit to it too.
Was your incident with Jimmy Jack before or after the Haku thing happened with him?
Boy, Haku, I think was after where Haku got him.
Yeah.
I think that was after. Because we heard later, he goes, somebody told us, like, yeah, Jimmy Jack's still messing up. Because he just lost it. A lot of the guys did. Billy Jack, from what I heard about him, like 40 days, it's a grind. Unless you do it, it's hard to understand it. It's a hell of a schedule. You up at 5 o'clock, hurrying up because you didn't get up in time. Hurrying up to get to the airport to be there for your flight. You get your flight. You eat breakfast in New York, lunch in Chicago, and dinner in LA because your jet said you're going. And then when you land, when you get to your destination, you run down and rent your car, get your car, get a hotel room, where you go stay. Then you go find a gym or somewhere to eat. Then you go to the gym, and then you get back and get dressed, and then you get back to the building to wrestle that night. And if you're goofies like us, you find a club in that town, and then you start that whole process over again the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. After about 3, 4, 5 weeks of that, guys start snapping. They said Billy Jack was trying to open the door, the emergency exit door. He'd had it. He was trying to open the door and jump out.
On a plane?
Yeah, on a plane, yeah. Yeah.
And for Terry Garvin, what do you think about all those accusations that came out later that I guess he ended up resigning over and that kind of was the end of him in the wrestling business?
With the kid thing or something? I never saw it. Yeah. That's the best I can do on that one. Yeah. I never saw it.
And just because you mentioned Jim Powers, there's always been the rumor about Pat Patterson and Jim Powers. Did you ever hear anything about that?
Yeah, because Jimmy told me, me and Jimmy are real good friends. But when Jimmy was telling me one time, he was like, Marty, damn it. He goes, Pat Patterson, he offered me, he said, all I got to do, and I love you, Pat, sorry to tell the story, you know it's true, and we've already talked about it. And I do love Pat, not like that, but I do love Pat. But I guess he wanted Jim to come to a hotel room and just get, oh, you know, I say it right.
Hang out.
Yeah, hang out.
Well, yeah. Apparently, he asked Sid to go watch Lightning on the balcony at his hotel room once. That's what Sid did in a play.
But I guess Pat was going to honk on Bobo. That's all. Jimmy didn't even have to be a pitcher or a catcher. You just get. You gonna have to edit this out. You get a. but so Jimmy, you know, he didn't go for it, and then you know he worked his out. He was looked great, working out and shit. And he worked hard, and he was a good worker. And he's telling me one time, he goes, we're making a trip. He goes, and he was just kidding, but it's still funny. He goes, God damn, Marty, you know what, man? If I had that decision to make again, all I had to do was lay there.
Well, because there's always the rumor of that's why Steve Lombardi had his job for the decades that he had it for.
And again, I didn't see it. So,
Kamala told us apparently that back when Lombardi was kimchi, he saw them share rooms. But,
that don't mean they did anything.
Yeah, exactly. So what were you guys feeling like once you were fired? I guess you ended up going to...
Oh my God, it was horrible. Because now Sean's like, well, call the Gagnes, tell them we'll be back. And I'm like, hell no. No, we just left them. You think we're going to call back and say, hey, can we come back? And they did. They laughed us out of them. They were so happy about that. We left them, and then we went and got fired over there. It wasn't really fired, it was released. But, and there is a difference. But we had to start over, man. We was already established, nationwide. But now we had to go down to Birmingham, Alabama for Continental Wrestling. Little bitty Alabama with the Fullers. And again, that's one of the things in Sean's book. We actually did get, I guess you'd call it fired, because Sean had done something he shouldn't have done. Yeah, because he did not want to be there. He couldn't stand it. It was like, man, this is below us. This is beneath us. It's like, but I was like, Sean, we got to rebuild, bro. We'll be back, but we got to do this. But he was signing. He was just so frustrated. But he had signed what got us let go. I guess you would say it that way. Was he signed on some little girl's back of her shirt thing. It wasn't nice what he wrote. I ain't even gonna say it, but it wasn't nice. And the parents went and took it to the promotion and said, this guy. And so they had Bob Armstrong tell us, like, guys, you shouldn't write that on, you shouldn't write that on people's shirts and when you're signing autographs. And it was like I didn't know, but. And Sean said, well, fuck you, I quit then. And he does say this in his book, because I did. When he decided to go that far with it, I went with him. I was like, okay, let's go. I just thought of something you asked me earlier about, it had to do with He said I didn't, I wouldn't check something out with WCW, but then I told him I was just lying. I didn't really do it. Let me please tell that one right here. Let me.
Oh yeah, before we forget about it, this goes on into later years, but we'll tell that.
Yeah, this what happened. Sean was at the time we just had a meeting with Vince about our pay. We was like,
it was due to a Wheaties box or something.
cereal thing.
Your pay was half what
everybody else's. Yeah. And we had just had a meeting with Vince, me and Sean, and asked, how can we get our pay rate higher? Don't give it to us free. We'll work harder, but what can we do? And Vince stuck his hand out. You just did it. I appreciate that. Because we said, I did. Sean ain't say nothing. But I said, we'll work harder. We're not asking you to give us a higher pay rate. We just want to climb the ladder. And he said, you just did it. Sean was hurt at the time. He had just bought a motorcycle and went and did what I told him. I was, no, because all the boys always remember there's a Halliburton phase, there's the snakeskin cowboys phase. All the boys do all the same. They go through phases. Everybody's doing the same thing. Well, this was the motorcycle phase. All the boys were getting motorcycles, and Lex had just wrecked. He had just bought one.
Brock Lesnar even got into a wreck in later years. He fucked up his leg.
Oh, see, and when Lex had done it, it was funny because he just got off the car lot with a brand new motorcycle, and then hit something out there and tore his leg up a little bit. And they told him, well, as soon as you drove your motorcycle off the lot, it's worth half what you just paid for it. It's just appreciated by. And that's true. I guess I have some cars and everything. But anyway, I was just telling Sean for the wrestling, for our careers. Now, don't mess with the motorcycles, man. Not right now. Sean went in and got one, and from what I remember him telling me, a railroad track. It was a little bit slick, wet out, and he put his leg down and it tore. He had to get all that surgery. In fact, if you ever see the Survivor Series where it was Hercules and Paul Roma.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean, we had to cover that he couldn't work. He gimped out there by them, beating him up with a chain so he could lay out on the outside. But that was from the motorcycle thing. But anyway, so where I was going to go with that, when he was hurt for that period of time, Shane Douglas, good brother, great brother, but he was filling in for Sean. Sean wasn't even on the road. And then we had that commercial, like we was talking about, the Wheaties or the cereal thing, Superstar cereal.
Yeah. And
we flew into Atlanta. They flew Sean in from Tampa, where we was living. But I was still on the road, so it was the last day on the road. We went in and do the commercial. You have to sign. It was our second commercial with more than 3 words, and by union SAG, you have to sign a SAG a card thing, to sign up for it. And they got all this, everybody's paperwork there. And we're looking for ours. We weren't trying to see other people's money, but we're looking for our names. But Sean's like, well, look, the Road Warriors are getting 10,000. Well, earthquake and what would they call it, natural disaster, earthquake and somebody, typhoon, yeah. They're getting 10,000. And then the individual guys like Sid Vicious was there, a couple of, they're getting 10,000. Well, here's mine and yours, Marty. We're getting 5 each. Road Warriors were getting 10. Everybody was getting 10, but we were the only ones getting 5. And we had just talked to Vince, like, how could we up it? There was a perfect opportunity. But so Sean went crazy about it. Fuck this shit, let's quit. Fuck this shit, fuck. And back then, I didn't, I was kind of goofy. I was like, he said nothing. I'll go call him now. You want to quit for real? Let's quit. And he was like, yeah, I'm tired of this shit. We just talked to him, let's quit. Payphone, we didn't have cell phones. Straight over to, this is at the commercial place in the studio, right to a payphone, called, and got Pat Patterson. I remember saying to Pat, hey Pat, I need to talk to Vince. Marty, Vince is busy right now, can I help you? I said, well, yeah, we just want to know how to put our notice in. Is it a written 90 day? Because you have to do 90 days to get out of your contract. But is it got to be written? Can it be verbal? How do we do it? He goes, oh, Jesus Christ, Marty, hold on, let me get Vince. He was like, and so then Vince got on the phone. Now, Sean is standing right here I'm right here on the payphone. Here's Sean right here, hearing every word. So Vince is on, and I told the same thing. I was like, hey man, we want to put our note out. He goes, ooh, what's the matter, Marty? Can we talk about this at TV? I said, no, we just talked to you a few weeks ago, and it did work. So now we're done talking. We just want to put our notice in. We want to do it the right way. And he's like, well, I guess I could appreciate that. I really wish you wouldn't, but if you feel that's what you need to do. And so he's looking through you hear the papers, he was looking through the book. He goes, well, now remember Sean's here, he's only hearing me, he can't hear what Vince is saying.
Yeah.
But when Vince tells me, well, he goes, we got Survivor Series in 3 weeks, I'll let you guys finish up there. I got excited because that, you know what they do the 90-day thing for is they beat you down for 90 days. That way you ain't worth shit when you go, somewhere else. So for him to say we could finish up at Survivor Series, nobody cares if you lose there anyway. So I was like, he just did us a favor, and I was all happy. I'm like, Pharrell, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Sean's right here just hearing the thank yous. And so when I hang up with Vince, he goes, what'd he say? I said, hey, bro, you ain't gonna believe this. He's gonna let us finish up at Survivor Series. Sean's face dropped. What? I said, yeah, we going to finish up. It's in 3 weeks. We ain't got to do the TVs the next day. We get to finish up. He's going to fucking let us quit? That's when I realized, like, oh no. Sean, he's not letting us quit. We're quitting right here. We quit. We told him. But he's going to let us do it? I knew then it was going to be a problem. I was like, oh no. And so, I tried to tell him the good about it. Look, we don't get beat down, man. Just a favor. Stop. And he always said that I lied about calling WCW or said I never did or something. No, I did. I won't say who it was.
He said you talked to Joey Maggs and you had told him it was Magnum TA, but in the end it was just Joey Maggs.
I ain't talking to neither one of them. I ain't talking to neither one of them. I actually talked to Dusty. Oh, so then we fly home that day. Yeah. I go to my place and he flies home to his place. When I get home, now I've been on the road. He had not. He just flew in for the commercial. When I got home that day, I'm checking my answer machine. This is how long ago? Answer machines, remember those? I'm listening to answer machines messages, like 20, 30 of them. The very last answer machine message, Marty, this is Vince McMahon, give me a call at the office. And it was around 4:35, and I'm thinking, okay, he ain't gonna be there, but I'll go see what y'all call him just in case he is. Because it was around 5. And I call him, and he's like, well, he goes, I want you to know you're welcome to stay on, and you can wrestle singles, and we don't really want you to leave. And I said, no, Vince, I'm not going behind Sean's back. No, we made this deal, agreement together. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go behind his back. He goes, well, that's funny. Sean just called me. He said he had nothing to do with this, that he was surprised that you did that. Man, I don't even know if I said goodbye to Vince. I think I said, I'll call you back, and then hung up and then called Sean. I can still hear Sean. And I said, hey, bro, it's just tell me it ain't true. Tell me it ain't true what Vince just told me. You told him that was all my shit, you had nothing to do with it. He goes, Marty, on the flight back home, I had time to think about it. He goes, your house is paid off. I'm still paying on mine. You're single. I'm married. I can't quit right now. That's fine, but don't throw me under the And that word actually got around to the boys and to the agents. I mean, because then the next thing was we'd come in at the next TV taping and sit down and talk again. That's where they came up with the split us off and figure out how to make Sean a superstar and whatever else. But the boys, because the agents, the Hebners, and Blackjack Lanza, a bunch of it, they wouldn't told Sean fucked up. Excuse my language. Sean stabbed him in the back. And some of the boys, I remember Wayne Bloom coming up. He goes, Marty, I'll beat his ass for you. You want me to beat his ass? I'm like, no, we don't need to do any of that. But that's the real story, and if Sean knows it, He actually won't deny it. He came up to me at when he was doing his first book, and he was religion and stuff now, so he don't want to lie. But he had heard me doing a shoot interview where I told this very story, and he comes up and he asked a couple of my friends that were with me, come over here, and because I want everybody to hear this. I'm at the part in my book where, well, how do you remember when we split up? I heard you said some certain things that were different than what I remember. What do you remember? I said, what I remember is what happened. And then I told him, and it was funny because he was like, he sat there with a look on his face, he goes, and he stomped his foot like a little kid, stomps his foot and goes, how do you remember everything? You did more drugs than me. And he goes stomping off. He goes, Norm. And all my friends that he called over, it was so good because he's like, I want witnesses. Yeah, we just heard you. And guess what? The whole point was he was in that part of his book. He still wouldn't told it the other way.
I'll get back to Sean in a second about with him and you, but Jacques Rougeau told us a story, and I was just wondering if you remember this.
Okay.
That this was after the incident happened with the Rougeaus and the Bulldogs.
Oh, the fight thing?
Yeah, and I guess there was something going on. You guys were in London, and at the catering, Sean was like bullying Jacques, getting under his skin.
Sean was?
Yeah, and at one point he said to Jacques, you know, I'm not the Bulldog. And I guess all the guys were getting on Jacques, and Jacques said he pulled them into a dressing room the next day, and they had a little talk over that.
I don't know about that one.
Okay.
Because Sean, you know, nothing against Sean, I love him to death.
Yeah.
But he's not much of a tough guy.
Yeah.
So I can't see him, you know, doing that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I wasn't around when that happened.
And what happened with? We interviewed Carl Ouellet of the Quebecers, and it's been a while, but he was.
That's my boy.
Jacques,
I like him.
Jacques actually told me to say hi to you.
I love Jacques to death, man.
But there was some type of ribs going on during the Quebecers time that he got a little annoyed at, or something. Do you recall that at all? Ribs that you were playing when you were around the time you were teaming with 1-2-3 Kid against the Quebecers.
There was, yeah. I mean, we used to cut up with him, not too much because Jacques.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
you said his name. That pissed him off.
Yeah, he couldn't stand it.
How exactly would you say?
Yeah. I would always say, hey, Jacques. He goes, oh, stop saying my name that way. I can't stand that stuff. All right, Jacques.
And well, we're skipping around, so we may as well continue skipping around to your match at Royal Rumble '93 with Sean. That was well regarded as a great match by everyone. Although, according to I think Bruce Pritchard's podcast, he said Vince didn't like it, but I guess.
Well, here's what happened.
Yeah.
We went around for 3 days ahead of the Rumble, getting the match down, which I guess they still do it that way. I don't know. I'm not there now. But we really, when they first started doing that, wasn't comfortable with it because it's like, okay, these people in Denver sold out, 15,000 people just saw us do that match. Salt Lake City, 15,000 people just saw us do that match. But they wanted you to give you a couple, 2-3 days to get it down pat. So because the pay-per-view was the bigger deal, because it's the whole world, is going to see it. And so they didn't want you to worry what Kansas City or Denver saw or Salt Lake saw or wherever. They didn't care what they saw. They wanted the world to see the perfected product. And we went and got the match down so good. We're 3 days ahead. And the third day, the last one before Sacramento, which is where the Rumble was that year, in Denver, Colorado, which was always Sean and I's town, man, we had our match down so good. We did a jump start, and so it's bang, bang, bang right at the get-go, and we never slowed down. We went for 20 minutes, and we never, you always hear about Denver, the thin air.
Yeah.
We'd never felt it. We were like, that's just a myth. That ain't true. We felt it that day because we started with a sprint. And we never slowed down. 20 minutes. People were on their feet for 20 minutes. When the match was over, the people cheered both of us leaving. He was a heel and all, but they cheered him because they appreciated what we just did. And I remember going through the curtain, and the best accolades you can get in this business is for the boys. To be there at the curtain, standing ovation from the boys when you come through the curtains, to me, that's the highest honor there is. And when I come through, the boys all back there clapping, hugging, like, gosh, that was great, that was great. And I'm talking about we spent. I remember walking on past, and there was a table. I was embarrassed. I didn't want nobody to see me like, I don't know if I can breathe. I roll up under the table and just lay there and catch your breath and stuff. And then I heard when Sean come through the curtain, everybody's, same thing, giving hugs. And Blackjack Lanza, who was the agent, called Vince, because he always had to call in to tell Vince, what the matches were like and what happened and how they went and everything every night. All the agents do that. They would call in. So I'm laying there, and I hear Blackjack Lanza telling Vince, he goes, I've been wrestling all these years. He goes, I'm telling you, you're going to have to put this match on main event. It's the best match we're ever going to see. I have never seen anything like it. We did. I mean, we hit it. We had it down. Next day's a Rumble. We're going to tear it up. But I remember hearing this. I heard that, and it made me smile. Like, oh, okay, we did. It makes you feel good to be blown up. Like, okay, it's worth it. But then I'm hearing this, and I turn my head, and Sean's on the other side. We were both out of gas, man. We gave it all we had. But to this day, it's the best match I've ever had. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but it's the best match I ever had. Next day, the Royal Rumble. Now they come up and, okay, we need Sherry. They interject Sherry. Changed the whole rhythm of the match. It changed up everything. The flow, everything was different. Because they had her, like, she'll come in right here. She's going to slap you, and then she's going to turn to you, and she's going to do this, she's going to do that. Why didn't y'all do that for the last 3 damn days? Why did we go and get this match down? This completely changed everything.
Yeah.
The rhythm was completely different for the match. And so, and actually Sean he kept forgetting things. And I would tell him, because I'm thinking we're ad-libbing too, because, well, we didn't have to do this before with Sherry, but here's what, come here, you guys, super kick me right here, whatever it was. And, but Vince, because he just heard like, oh God, this match, unreal, you're not gonna, then he didn't see the same thing. He was like, that's the greatest match ever. So that was his disappointment. And it was the first time ever. When we came back from the match, we were so used to him always, complimenting us and hey, great match, guy. Yeah, great match, guy. Great. I knew you would come through. We were used to that always. This is the first time ever. Guys, come here, I need to talk to you. And you're like, okay, and thinking about to get complimented, but it was like very disappointed. Man, me and him ain't never heard that, so we're like, huh? Is he serious? And I remember saying, like, are you serious? He goes, I've been hearing, like, I expected y'all to steal the show. This was far from it. And it was, because it was first match too, it was opening match, that thing. But it was supposed to steal the show. First match was going to be which is something else I've since learned. The first match it's got to be good because it kicks off the whole thing. And so it's not, for the guys out there, it's not an insult to be the first match of a big pay-per-view type thing. You're the ones that got to get it going.
And the crowd's the hottest usually, too, so it's easier.
Yeah.
So what was the accusations? Apparently he accused you of being drunk. Sean.
Well, he told Vince. So now in front of me, when I'm right there, I was a little kind of hurt to hear Vince say that. He was disappointed. I was like, oh man. And Sean, I know he was feeling that same thing. We never heard that from him. But I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even think to well, you stuck Sherry in there. You changed the whole matchup. I didn't even think to say that. I just remember walking away thinking, damn, that hurt. But then I heard Sean like, Vince, can I talk to you? And I'm like, well, what the hell is he going to talk to him away from me for? As I found out later, he told Vince, he goes, well, Marty I had to lead him around by the nose. He didn't know what he was doing. I think he was messed up in there. He put it all on me. And when he was actually the one that was like dead lost, a couple of times I had to tell him, you got to do the kick right here, super kick. But Kurt Hennig, he had also, and I hate to be telling him out like this, but I mean, I'd rather the truth be out there. I love you, Sean, but the truth is, and this is known, but he got messed up on the somas the night before in the hotel diner and passed out in his food. They had to call 911, and Kurt Hennig was the one that was actually there and knew it. And Kurt called me one night, like Vince let me go over that match. He was the next day at TV, called me in his office, and he was like, heard you was, you had been drinking and you just wasn't there for that match, and I have to let you go. And boy, that broke my heart. And I'm like, huh? And at first, I just kept thinking he was saying he was letting me go because it was a bad match. I'm like, I just remember saying this, like, you're letting me go for a bad match? I really didn't think it was that bad. It wasn't what we had been doing by no means, but it wasn't a bad match either. It wasn't bad. It was better than most of them. But I just remember thinking, like, with Vince, so I remember saying, you're letting me go for a bad match. If you're firing me for a bad match, you need to go out there and fire everybody out there for bad matches, if that's what you're doing. And he just kept repeating, the decision's been made. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. The decision's been made. Which I didn't understand that. It was like, you're the boss. Who's telling you what you have to do? Hey, if you made a mistake, you made a mistake. But you made a mistake. But so a couple months later, that's how the IC title, that breaks on?
Nope, everything's going.
Okay. But that's how the IC title, Intercontinental Championship came about. Like 2 months later, Kurt Hennig called me. And he said, Marty, I got your job back. And, I was depressed as hell. Kurt and I always ribbed each other. I was like, Kurt, that's not funny, bro. It's not funny. And he was like, no, I got your job back. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, Kurt? He goes, I'm sitting here in the limo with Vince. They were driving from, I guess, a TV taping to another one. And Kurt and Vince got along real well. So Vince, however it came up, but Kurt told him that's not the story at all. Sean passed out his food. Sean was the one that was messed up. And it really pissed Vince off, I guess. And I guess, I hate to say this is the way I won the IC title, as punishment to Sean. Vince had me come back and beat him. And it worked. Sean got so upset. That's what got me the most. It's like, wow, he really got upset about this.
But at one point you were roommates with the Nasty Boys, and you also worked with them in WWE, but there was some incident with you and them in Graceland.
Well, the incident was like this. This was Jerry Lawler's fault. Our Jarrett's, remember, because that was their territory, the Jarrett's.
Yeah.
And I love Jerry Jarrett and Jeff. I got Jeff. I'm gonna have to put a foot in your ass next time I see you. You know why?
Is he as bad a partier as they say, Jeff?
What they say? I'll tell you if it's true or not.
Well, I wrestled in Puerto Rico, and he had been through shortly before me, and they said he was very hardcore. I guess, to say the least, he was going at it till the sun came out for sure.
Oh,
partaking in some things other than alcohol.
When he was a little whippersnapper back in Billy Travis days.
Rest in peace, Billy.
Yes. Sorry about that. He partied, but not hard. I've actually heard that too. Now he's gone all out. I got to tell you a real quick story. You can edit this out or leave it, but me and Jeff were real close, good at one time. And in my house in Orlando, he would always stay over. When we were down that way, wrestling on the road, and I'd hooked him up with one of my girls, and she, how do I say this? He comes downstairs. I was downstairs with a different girl. And he comes down there and he goes, that southern, how he sounds real southern, worse than me. Marty, that girl's up there pissing in the garbage can. Because they were in the bed together up in the room, and they'd been drinking a little bit. You imagine that at my house. But evidently she got up, pulled her pantyhose down. He heard us. She was peeing in the little like trash can thing in the corner. And he was like, why you set me up with girls like that?
And speaking of nasty like that, what about the Nasty Boys, as we were saying, the Graceland visit?
Oh yeah. So what happened was, and this is why I blame it on Jerry Jarrett and Lawler. Not really, but you know what I mean. Because they would have us, TV taping was Saturday morning, and I think it was live for a little bit. And don't let me forget to tell this Michael Hayes story off the live, okay? You know which one it is, don't you?
Maybe.
So, but at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, you got a bunch of young guys, single, in a lot of cases, single guys, gonna be in Memphis Friday night, partying, and you want to do TV at 10 a.m. Come on, man. So a lot of times we still be carried over, we say it that way. But on this particular night, Friday night, I think it was, I don't remember, somewhere in Mississippi, because we do a spot show. We call it a spot show across the river there, or across state line. And we came back, and everybody had been, we all feeling good. And Shawn Michaels is a big Elvis fan. That's that's known. If you think about it, the Heartbreak Kid, remember the Heartbreak Hotel? Do you remember when you leave the building, Shawn Michaels has left the building? They used to do that on Elvis. When Elvis, big time Elvis. So. And the Nasty Boys, they liked Elvis too. I did too, just not like, let's go to his house in the middle of the night. Graceland. And but we go there, and Nasty Boys, I love them, man. We go there, and they're trying to scale the fence. In the front, the driveway that goes up to Graceland, where you pay money, where everybody. It's 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, trying to scale the fence. And the security guys, the booth right there, they come out. I say they, it might have just been one guy, come out and said, what are you doing? And recognize them. Because, the Nasties were very recognizable, good Mohawks and stuff. So they were like, what are y'all? Oh, Nasty Boys, what are y'all doing? And they're like, we want to see Elvis, man. And he goes, I can't let y'all, I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. I can't. Man, I'd love to. Oh, man, can I get an autograph? Like that, right? Well, they got back in the car because I didn't get out. My ankle, and this is not because of, like now, the ankle. My ankle got cracked. Had just got cracked then. I was gimping around. But so, at the Elvis compound, Graceland, got back in the car, went up the street a little bit, take a left, because man, that Graceland's huge. It's a major city block. But we go back to backside, and everybody's getting out in the car. We're like, going to jump over the wall, and just all they wanted to do is go up to the little area where he's buried, or supposedly buried, And my funky butt was like, man, I can't keep up with y'all. I'll try. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go have fun without me. Scale the wall. They all going up there, and just like like a horse fence thing. Like the westerns and the horse fence.
Yeah.
The wooden thing. It's like one of those, and it's right around Elvis back then. I don't know if it still is, but back then, and around the grave area. And they're going over. I'm jumping over. I'm wanting to be one of the boys, right? I want to be with my friends. It was Sean, Knobs, and Sag, and my little limping butt falling behind. And they're up there, and I'm watching. And man, I hate to tell the truth on this, but Knobs. Can I go ahead and do it? Knobs. I see Knobs like peeing. I'm like, what are you doing? And he was like, Oh, I'm giving him some beer. It's just recycled. He was like, he would love it. I'm like, oh my God. and then SAG, because then I think either down there at the security gate, they hear us was 100 feet up or whatever it was, or somebody from the house, because the little grave is out in front of the house, or somebody heard. But it was a noise that scared us, so it scared us all. Sags was the funniest. He goes running that little fence thing I'm telling you about, like where you tie your horse up in the westerns. You know, the horse. He goes to jump over and knocks everything down. He breaks everything down. It was the most noise. Then the lights go on in the building. The security guy down there's a light. He flips his light on. I'm like, ah, damn. And I'm running. And Sag's running like this. He's low to the ground. He goes, I was in the military. Stay low. But yeah, that was our Graceland experience.
And at what point were you traveling with the Iron Sheik?
Several times. Do you know that's like my favorite brother? Or one of them. I mean, but he's up there. But when we was, you know what he used to tell me a lot. He would say, Marty, you are not Kentucky thoroughbreds. These guys jackasses. And then he'd go ahead and do something. You know, I love you, Sheik. The hardest thing to travel with Sheik, every restaurant we went to, he would take in 8x10 pictures. and we knew he was going to do it. We were like, bro, don't do this. Don't. Oh, no, Marty, for you, I not take pictures. Okay, please. Okay, Marty, you know I love you. I not take pictures. You know, the 8x10 promo picture. And we walk in the place, and we're all looking, like, see if he's bringing them in. Because he always did this, and it always worked. We were always shocked, but we were still embarrassed. but he's walking in. On this, the one I'm thinking of, he just promised me, no, Marty, I would not do that. And for you, Marty, I not take pictures. We walk in, and we get it, and we're waiting to get seated. Guy comes up, how many? He goes, Iron Sheik, world champion. And he's holding up his 8x10. And he's like, best world champion, Hulk Hogan, that jabroni. Best world champion, me and Steve Austin. Best world champions. I autograph for you. You let my friends eat for free. Oh, man. And it worked. The manager would always like, yeah, oh, yeah. Damn.
What was the short arm clothesline story someone mentioned to ask?
What had happened was, it was Des Moines, Iowa. I used to party a lot, and I had a lot of girls. I've stayed single.
How many girls have you been with?
More than I'm allowed to tell. Because there's no way I win when I tell that. Some guys will say, shit. The other guys will say, liar. And the other guys will go, fucking pig. Excuse my language. Pig. There's no way to win.
Is Flair lying about 10,000?
I promise. The reason I know is because I was up there with a lot of numbers. It does become work. I mean, for him, he was talking 10,000. Okay, that's 2 or 3 a day when you're on the road. That means you ain't doing nothing but fucking. Excuse my language. You ain't doing nothing but fucking. Stop, man. Him and that Will Chamberlain or somebody else. Was it Will Chamberlain?
Yeah.
That lied. I don't know. I wasn't there marking it off the list. But I know what I did. I know I stayed busy. I guarantee you your damn ain't even close to 10,000. No, I'll go ahead and give you 1,500.
Well, that's very impressive. So the short arm clothesline. So
what happened was, Des Moines, Iowa, we're going there. And the way we used to work it, or I did, or us, so, you always got your girls, they're your regulars. Remember we talked about earlier, we don't like to call, I don't like to call them rats, groupies, even though groupies is better than rats, but you don't want to call them, why put them down? Jake the Snake said we call our fans marks. We're the ones working our ass off to make them enjoy themselves, then we call them marks. Man, so why do you want to put your girls down? But so anyway, this particular night, you always got your regulars, and a true player knows how to play. You put your girls, you keep them separated. You get in the club, you keep them far apart as you can, and you make your rounds. You keep going back and check. Okay, I'll be right back. I get a drink over here. I'll be right back. And this particular night, and those girls wisen up. Sometimes they like I know he's going to play around. I got to keep his attention. I got to bring a girl with me that he might like. That way he'll stay around me to get with my girl. You heard me? That happens. It happened a lot, actually. And so Des Moines, we were in there in the club, and Sheik was like, I had my regular girl, and she was pretty good, man. She was pretty good. It wasn't like it was, a dog sin, but it was. But I told Sheik, like, hey bro, watch it. You keep an eye on her. He knew what the game was. He knew what up. So, and he said, "Oh, Marty, of course, Marty, you don't have to ask me twice." And because I saw a new girl, I went to the bar, talked to her. Hour or so later, accidentally, I don't know what happened, but accidentally back in the room with that new girl, enjoying life. And then there's a knock on my door. There's my door. I'm thinking like, who could this be? Why are you messing me up? Stop, this girl. I'm gonna be with this girl. Open the door, look out the peephole first, and see like cop hats. And I'm thinking, which one of the boys thinks this is funny? He's ripping me where it's real cops, and they're like, where's the Sheik? What's his name? Khosrow? Or they actually said his name, and I'm like, and I knew it, and I was like, who you talking? You know who we're talking about. We're very aware of you, Marty Jannetty, and you're friends with goes by the Iron Sheik. And I'm like, well, I have no clue where he is. What am I supposed to know? They're like, well, we're looking for him. If you find him, you let him know. Okay. But once I shut the door and waited, I'm thinking like, then I remember like, I left him with that girl downstairs in the thing, in the club. What's going on? What the hell? And I actually knew where his room was. It was right down the hall. And I waited for the police. Opened the door. I told the girl, I'll be right back. And I go down there. In this hotel, they had a big picture window in the front lobby part. In this wing, where I'm coming from, I look out there. There's blue lights. There's red lights spinning, and I see the girl that I left it with on a gurney. They're pushing her to the ambulance, and I'm like, oh, and the Sheik's door's like two more doors right here. Sheik, and he cracks it like this. He goes, oh, Marty, what's going on? I'm like, bro, what the hell was going on? You got let me in. I got to talk to you. Okay, Marty, please come in, calm down. It's not about me calming down. What's going on, man? That girl I left you with is on a gurney. Oh, Marty, sit down. Have a seat right here. Let me explain. Okay. He goes, Marty, you know how you asked me for look out for girl? I look out for girl for you, Marty. I take girl, and she was tired, Marty, so I give her a little, Marty, pick her up. I give her a little cocaine, and then she get too high, Marty, so, I give her pills, bring her down. Then I give her drinks. I give her pills. And then she looked at me and she goes, "Oh, where Marty?" And I said, "Oh, fuck, no disrespect, Marty, but I said, oh, fuck Marty. Did Marty give you cocaine? Did Marty give you pills? Did Marty give you what? Fuck Marty." And I give her short clothesline. I was like, what? Short clothesline? You know, Marty, look right here. And I'm like, she's on a gurney out there. Marty, she moves. She not know how to work. That's cheeky.
So I guess there was no follow-up with the cops. He got out of there.
I don't know if he got sued. I know there was a lawsuit involved.
Okay.
I don't know if he won, lost, it went through. I don't know what happened on that. I just remember that, man.
And a big part of your career that's often discussed is that
Chuck Austin.
the Chuck Austin incident.
Yeah.
Could we get your version of the events? And also, it was
The true version.
The true version. And one thing I recently heard Bruce Pritchard's podcast on you, and there may have been a payment you had to make out of your personal funds out of that. Maybe
they took money from me. Well, what had happened? We do it that way again. Usually when you say what had happened was, it's about to be funny or joke or not true. But what had happened was true. Chuck Austin was, I really hate to say negative, but I'm just going to be honest. He wasn't that good. And he lied and said he was. He said, we got a wrestling school, I'm pretty good. And all my boys, all us wrestlers, you go over the matches, and if you got a signature move that's something only you do. Before Billy Gunn made the damn rocker dropper to Faye Master, that was my move. It was something Sean and I, we would always go out to the ring early and sit there and think over moves, like what if we did this, throw them in that way, double do this, we'd always do that. And on that particular one time I came up with the leg over, I'm gonna do that. And it was actually WWF that called it a rocker dropper. We never named it. But with Chuck Austin, it was Tampa Sundome. And here's the thing. You don't want to do any moves that's not going to be done right, because it makes you all look bad. And you're trying to please this crowd and yourselves. You want to do good.
And it was a TV taping.
What's that? Yeah. It was TV taping at the Sundome, and you definitely want to get a TV one. And he had, when we was going over it in the dressing room, I remember telling him, "All right, I'll get your arm, I'll do this, put my leg over it." He was like, "Oh no, I know what you're talking about, the rocker dropper." And I was like, "Oh," it's kind of almost complimentary, like, "Oh, okay, cool. You know what I'm talking about." And he goes, "Oh yeah." I said, "But do you know how to do it?" He goes, "Oh, I do it all the time. We do it at the wrestling school." I was like, "Oh, you got a wrestling school?" He goes, "Oh yeah. We do 2 or 3 shows a week, but yeah, I'm good. Everything's good." Yeah. Straight up lie. And but when we actually went out to the ring, got ready to do it was a setup to a finish. Again, my wrestling boys know what I mean, and girls know what I mean. But that was the setup. The rocker dropper, bam, and then tag Sean, and he was coming off top with a fist, and that's the finish. I hate telling you. It's like I'm exposing the business. But anyway, I got it. Don't worry, I'm good. Lion Ninja didn't know what the hell he was doing. I kind of know what happened. As we in the ring, we get a feel for what's going on with the crowd. We did a move, we did something. He shot me in the corner and come charging in, brought the boot up. That's the boot. Brought the boot up, boom, and it turns, I jump off and give him like a bulldog thing from behind, off the second rope. And it got a great reaction. 17,000 people sold out Tampa Sundome. And a new guy is going to get real excited, like, wow, oh my God, listen to everybody. Going to do the next couple moves really best he can, and that's what happened. He over tried on the rocker dropper thing. All he had to do is pancake. Head goes over, raise, flat, bam. He tried to do it like a DDT because the bulldog thing, you just did it. He was still in the ecstasy world. Like, oh man, I want to make that crowd do that again. It was not, and we raised up, turned, and right on top of his head, and his head squirted out from underneath his body, which we saw on the video. It snapped his neck. I got sued for that. If you do an arm drag and a guy's arm comes off in your hands, should you really get sued? I mean, that might be a goofy, example, but he did the move completely wrong, and so that I can't get in any trouble for what I'm about to say. In my opinion, and it's pretty much true, the American justice system ain't about right or wrong. It's about who's got the money and how can we get it. And that's all that was. That's all that whole thing was. He completely screwed up. It was obvious. Everybody knew. But WWE, it wasn't even trying to get me or Sean. Oh, Joey Morella, rest in peace, Joey. He wasn't trying to get none of us. What he was doing, and a lawyer got to him. I got so many lawyer friends, I hate to call them little damn wood ticks, but they told him that's a multi-million, now it's $1 billion corporation, multi-million-dollar corporation. Let's get them. We'll get them, man. They did get them and me. They sued. I think the jury really wasn't after. I know they weren't. They weren't after me. They tried to wipe me and Chuck Austin off because here's how it worked. It was like percentage of negligence, which is why the fact that he signed a waiver that said in case of an injury, I hold nobody accountable but myself. I accept all responsibility for what's about to happen. Sign one of those, but yet it's still in court. And when I question our Sean, when I question our lawyers, they're like, well, why is this in court when he signed a waiver? Our lawyers hit us with, we're not sure of that either. That's when I looked at Sean and said, we fucked. And I apologize for my language just then, but we're fucked. They gonna represent us on this case and they don't know? Number one, it's a lie, because lawyers will find the bullshit answer. Everybody was in on a piece of the pie. WWE is a multi-million-dollar company. You take that pie, slice it up all these ways, we all gonna get a piece. And that's all that was, in my opinion. And I'm pretty sure I'm right. But anyway, you know what? When Chuck won the case, he even lied on the stand. So did Sean, and he got away with it. But Chuck lied on the stand, and still won. And I still went over there and hugged that brother afterwards and said, because he is messed up, broke neck. Even though his doctors told me it's going to be a long rehabilitation process, but he'll get all but 5% use of his neck back. But and the doctor said, what's really nice is that you are keeping up with him. You're checking on your company, that WWF people. They don't keep up with him. They don't care. It don't seem like. I'll say, Jerry Briscoe, I hate doing this, but I'm going to say this. Jerry Briscoe told me when it first happened, I ain't never had nobody get their neck broke or any injury. No serious injury. Matches with me. And I knew I knew he messed up. Doesn't matter though, man. When you see him get on a gurney thing and took him in a helicopter, flew him to Tampa General Hospital. And I'm looking at that, and that's the guy that was my guy. That was me. That shit hurts. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but that shit hurt. I mean, when I say the rest of y'all, the rest of my boys and girls in the business, that shit hurt, man. You don't want to see a worker that you was just with you know. We did everything we could, man. We kept up with him. Jerry Briscoe, we sent toys because it was near Christmas. We sent toys. I gave my girl a couple of $100 to like buy toys because she was good with that. She worked at KinderCare, which was like a kids nursery type thing, and she knew what kids were like. It will hit their dads in hospital for Christmas. Let's send them some toys. Let's do and it was all just out of love. It wasn't out of what Jerry Briscoe told me. He pulled me, he called me, he goes, Marty, I understand that you were calling and keeping up with Chuck Austin. I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't I? And he's like, well, you got to stop doing that. Why? Well, because did you send them presents? Like the kids, yeah, why? He goes, it's making you look guilty. Guilty of what? Well, Marty, they're suing us. You can't do that no more. You know what? And I'm probably going to get a backlash out of this that I probably regret. I don't give a shit no more. All they had to do, when I say they, WWF had to do, Chuck Austin, $200-something, because he knew, he told me, he had people tell me, I'm so sorry I messed up. I was thinking of the DDT. I messed it up. I'm thinking, like, don't worry about that, bro. Don't worry about that. You're hurt. Don't worry about the apologizing. Stop. All they had to do, WWEF, both, had to do, pay his hospital bills. That's all. He wasn't looking to make money until you fucked him over. He wasn't trying to get me anyway. He was trying to get y'all for fucking him up. That's all y'all had to do, pay the hospital bill. 200, 300 grand. That's like what y'all do to me now with my ankle, with this screwed up ass damn thing, the jumping off top ropes where all them years happened. And you make $1 million off me last quarter, but you can't pay $40,000 to fix this, but you can send Sonny and Scott Hall and Jake the Snake and all of them to rehab 38 times, pay for that. Pay for this. Yeah, made it last freaking quarter. Okay, shit, I just lost it. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, basically for the fans that were asking if we'll ever see you in the Hall of Fame, chances are these are part of the reasons. It has not. The Hall of Fame is very political.
Yeah, right? You know what?
You belong in there before Coco Beware, obviously.
I love Coco, so I ain't gonna say that. But shit. Let me get up in the camera. It'll happen when Sean's ready. Sean's hero is Ric Flair. Ric Flair is in the Hall of Fame twice. That's Ric Flair. And what, Four Horsemen? Sean's in there twice as Sean. And what's the other one? Was it DX? He's in there twice. The way that he could beat Ric Flair, his hero, is to go in 3 times. If the Rockers go in 3 times, yeah, heard me. Yep.
And would you accept? Obviously, there's a payday out of it.
I love Vince, man. I love Vince. I love the family. I love Stephanie not that much because there's rumor. My friend Nicholas. I'm not gonna say his last name. But I mean, everybody thinks that. Yeah, let me leave that alone. Let me dance around that. No, I love the family. I really do. I love them to death. I think they like me. I believe if I could get to Vince's ears, maybe this will. if he knew what's going on, because he don't need to be bothered with this shit. He's dealing with corporations around America and Donald Trump and his friend Donald Trump. They going through some more serious shit than Marty Jannetty's ankle. But yeah. But I think if I could talk to him and say, bro, can you just fix this? 40 grand. Sonny will be back in rehab, you already know. Can you just fix this? Yeah, and it'll be done. And if it gets fixed, I can still make money. 'Cause I can still do a lot of things.
Have they ever talked to you about being a trainer or anything?
At one time, yeah, and you know what? A racist thing came out of it. Boy, we're going all out tonight, ain't we? Well, let me tell you what happened. Shit, not only am I not going to Hall of Fame, which is okay, but I was like, I'm gonna get stabbed and shot. Sean asked me, would you be interested in training? Would you do that? Yeah, because I love that. I've done schools, wrestling schools, and I love when I do seminars, with the kids. I love that. I love to see the kids look on their face when that aha moment, like, oh, okay, I get it now. That's why you do the backflip right here and not right there. Okay. That kind of thing. I might not can do it. I might can, but I might not can do it. But to teach somebody and is just as good. It's the same thrill. It's the same thrill, man. And they asked me. Sean asked me. Well, he said, "Would you be interested in that?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And I was told they're going to do it. It was down in Tampa. Steve Kearns, you helped me with this. When Steve Kearns at the school.
When it was FCW or something.
Yeah, down there.
Development, yeah.
Yeah, and it was his thing or something. Me and Steve, I love Steve. That's my boy. And I hope I'm his.
I think that was around 2007 to 2009 or.
Yeah, around the 70s.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing though, and I don't want to say her name. I don't want to get her in trouble. But and I'm just going to tell y'all what I was told. So don't put it on me. I'm telling you what I was told. But one of my friends told me that Crime Time. Y'all remember Crime Time? Remember the wrestlers? Yeah, and I love them. They're my boys, man. I love them. But evidently Michael Hayes messed up and said the M-word. I get treated more like a nigger than y'all do. And wrong. Do not nah. And so a whole firestorm happened with that.
Oh, he said that to them?
Yeah, I guess they felt mistreated on something. I'm just telling you what I was told. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there, but this is what I was told by a reliable source. He's and he didn't mean I get treated more like a nigger than y'all do. He was only saying, like, yeah, they treat me like shit too, but you can't do that. You can't do that, bro. You can't say that. And so lawsuits were flying everywhere, and I think they said Teddy Long was already trying to sue him because he was saying there was nobody in positions of power. It's just, there's just Crime Time's wrestlers. It's just, Virgil, hey, Virgil, wrestlers, you ain't putting nobody in positions. Which, Nick, you know this, they did it in the NFL. Where's the black coaches? There's no black coaches. But they, and I love him too. And my girl, I will not say her name, she called me one day. She goes, "I'm so sorry, Marty." And I was lined up to go be the trainer down there at that school. Happy as hell. My girl called me up and she goes, "I'm so sorry, man." I'm like, "About what?" And she said, "Well, because of the race thing, that they have to put a black figure in a position." She goes, "Norman Smiley got your job." and I love Norman. I love him. But I got pushed away because of my color. Ain't that the very thing y'all fighting about? All right, we better run. But y'all feel me on that?
Yeah, and the other thing is like, how's he going to teach people really how to get over in WWE when I don't even think he wrestles for WWE?
I always, yeah, right. I always tell this too. You can't teach where you don't know. You know what I mean?
And what about the Ultimate Warrior? What were your interactions like with him?
One time I tried to tell him to the club to come to. I told you, you know this, Nick. He was always miserable. He was the most miserable. I love him. Most miserable person on earth. And we was in Detroit, and he was like, "Man, Marty, where the hell we going tonight?" Yeah. It's like, oh man, all right, easy. It's a club right up here on the left, right up the street from Marriott, right here, right by the airport. If you end up drinking too much, ain't got far to go, we stay right here. And in the club, in that Detroit club, we was sitting there, and they had a banana eating contest. And what that is, when the girls come up on stage, and I hate to do this, it makes me look like I'm doing something sexual, and I'm a guy, and you shouldn't do this. They take a banana, man. And anyway, but you couldn't break it. You had to.
That's going to be the screenshot of this.
You better not. You better not, man.
Anyways, what? Sorry.
Oh damn!
It looks like you may have done that before.
No, man.
No. So it's a competition.
No, you liked it too much, is what it was. but okay, so you couldn't break it. Damn, I can't tell it now. You couldn't break it. You had to bring it back out of your mouth. Because if it broke, disqualified. And this girl, they were in the finals. The Warrior finally walks in the front door. I'm sitting right here, and as he's walking in, the place, the Detroit club, and he's like, "What's going on?" And the girl had just did 7 inches. They measured, because they measure 7 inches banana. And you know what the insinuation is. You already know. And Warrior, he was like, "What the fuck was everybody screaming for? What the fuck? What the fuck?" Like, look, she just put, look up there. Look at, she just did 7 inches. And he looks, and he goes, "Look how fucking thin the banana is, though." You can't make some people happy.
That's hilarious. And
true.
Sean talks in his book about the Andre the Giant didn't get along with you guys originally, and I guess, I don't know if this is true or not, but he kept trying to shake his hand for like a year. And
Oh, Andre?
Yeah.
It was longer than that. Shit. Yeah.
What was the issue there?
When we first came in, it was the Jimmy Jack thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when we first came in, and we got fired, whatever happened, released, fired, whatever it was, we weren't there no more. When we came back the next year, like a year later, we were scared to death. And we were like this. We're walking the dressing. It's common courtesy, or it's a commonplace. Everybody, you go and shake the boys' hands. Like, hey, you do that. Which Warrior hated that too. Damn, I'm gonna get this shit over with. But we were scared to death. We didn't do it. When we got back, we were like, keep to yourself, be quiet, keep to yourself. And Andre saw it as us being dickheads. You're like, what the fuck they think they're better than us? That's how he saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we had known, but we were scared. We were scared. We're gonna get fired no matter what we do. Be quiet. Just do this. And as it went along, I didn't know that was the reason at first with Andre. But I kind of I thought it was New Jack's thing that not New Jack. No, shit, sorry, New Jack. I mean, New Jack will slice me up. The other Jack, Jimmy Jack Funk. I thought it had something to do with that, which it did, because we were scared to talk, to anybody. And so he wouldn't, and he did that with a lot of people, but I didn't care about that. Us, like you talk to me, I walked by him every day on the airplane, every day in the dressing room, every day wherever I saw him. Hey, Andre, and I stuck my hand. It's embarrassing to stick your hand out for a shake, and they ignore you, and then you do it again because and already knowing you ain't gonna shake my hand, but you're gonna stick it out there. It's embarrassing. But that says a lot if you know that you're about to get embarrassed because they're not gonna shake your hand. And I always did. Sean finally told me, he goes, why the fuck, excuse my language, why the fuck you do that? Fuck him. That's you though, that ain't me. And we finally won him. When I say we won him, we was in England, we was in London, and we're going to the ring, 6-man tag. And he would not talk to us before the match. He was like, hey, what do you want to do? He just keeps playing cards with Artie's calling. He ain't talk to us at all. We're like, fuck, we got to make this work somehow. But when we went out to the ring, his knees were so bad in his later days. And he had to, there was like 3 steps. And he got right to it. And he looked at me, he goes, I don't think I can make it. And I was like, put your hand on top of my head, like a crutch, using me a crutch. And he looked at me, and he looked for Sean, like, where's your partner? And he did. He grabbed Sean, and he grabbed me on top of the head. This is his own TV. It was actually a TV match. But he does that, and gets up the stairs. That's the only way he could get up to the ring. And then in the match, we covered him. We took, because he couldn't move good. At that time, at the end of, in the back room after that match, me in particular, I can't speak for Sean, I don't know what he said, but he told me, he goes, I apologize, you're a pretty good guy. And this is what he told me, I'm not sure about your partner.
And what about Randy Savage? Do you have any stories about
my
him?
brother, man. Yes, I got one. I got 2. I might have 3. My favorite one was when Sean and I accidentally got in a real fight, and Sean can't fight.
Apparently not, according to all the stories.
But we're leaving the hotel. It was Denver, our town. And hey, Sean, I love you, but stop telling this story wrong. Which you finally did stop doing it, because I'm telling the truth. But we went. I got arrested, because they didn't know me and Sean were wrestlers. And they didn't know. They just knew the guys in the hallway got in a fight at this hotel. We come and got me. I'm going downstairs, and as I'm going out cleaned up, Randy Savage is coming in. They didn't have no idea who I was, right? But Randy's coming around, Macho Man, oh my God, Randy said, oh my God. They're going crazy about Randy. And he's like, yeah, what's going on though with this, what's happening here? And they're like, well, big fight. He goes, oh no, brothers, that's what we did. And he didn't know yet. I had blood, it looked like on top of a deer, like gutting a deer. I had blood on my thighs right here, you know what I mean, from on top, right here. Covered, and they're pointing. He's like, oh, that's his partner. No, we work storylines. No, next time we're here, they're gonna. And they were pointing. That's what they were pointing, and they were like, all that blood. He goes, blood capsules, brothers. Have you heard? And they were just so they were so in love with him, and then they said. They asked for autographs, right? He goes, if you let my friend go, I'll sign your autographs. And that's what happened. They let me go to Randy. They let me go to rent, and they said if we have to come back, we got to take him to jail. And he goes, no, don't worry, I got him. Don't worry about that. And so it was over. You know, he signed a few. Now me and him were walking the elevators because he goes, brother, what the hell is going on?
So you're
and then I woke up the next morning, and we had to be in Seattle, Washington. We had to be there for a show. I woke up and I look over because I used to party a lot, and I'm single, still single. And I looked over and I was like, oh man, I beat myself up. That's the ugliest girl ever. You know how we always talk about what do they call it where you chew your arm off, the wolf arm or something? I was pretty much like, God, that's ugly. Had pits in the face. I was like, ah, damn, come on, man. Marty, what'd you do? Scooting away. And then they yawned, and I looked, and it was Roddy Piper. Roddy just took me out. Roddy,
oh yeah,
yeah, he took me to the room like to get me away from, so we could stay away from each other. Randy.
That reminds me. Now that I remember from his book, he said that fight had started because apparently Piper had said
He stirred it.
Yeah. How did you get along with Piper?
I love him.
Obviously enough.
He's my brother. I love him, man. I got mad at him over that shit because he let me keep, you ain't supposed to hit your friends. Sometimes you might have to once. Like, okay, stop being a dick. But if another friend's there and it's just, you hear that, you need to make that stop. And he actually took the girls that were in the room with us. I say took them. They were trying hard, and he was to break it up. And he was pushing them back. They need to settle this. They got to settle like men.
Meanwhile, you almost got arrested. And your team was Sean Waltman when you finally became tag team champions. What are your memories of that?
He was one time. Can I tell it? We told it today.
Yeah.
We good. Me and him. I love him. I love all my boys. I'm a little upset with Paul Lee, Dangerously, wherever the fuck he calls himself now. But other than him, I love all my boys, man. I love all and my girls. I love them all. I love everybody. And I hope they love me too. And I hope I ain't disappointing y'all right now. But with Sean, 1, 2, 3 kid. Man, we were good. We partied. I used to party a lot back in the day. Me and him went out one night somewhere in Nebraska, some cornfield somewhere, and came back with a couple girls. And my girl was okay. I mean, I thought she was pretty. He had a beautiful girl. So this is horrible. Oh shit, there's no good way to say it. I kept sneaking peeks because we're rooming together, right? So I'm like, man, my girl's all right, but damn, look at that one. And I'm leaning back. I was just gonna do it. Y'all don't get mad at me. While I'm doing this, I'm looking over there, so I'm putting her face on my girl. We're going to jail. I'm going to hell right now. So here's what happened though. He gets up, he gets out of bed and goes to the bathroom. And I go to the bathroom, and I hear her. She goes, well, "Why they call you the 1, 2, 3 kid? It should be 2 pumps and a squirt." Oh my God, good looking girl like that. And there was another time. This is how my book's gonna have to go. I can't go chronological order. Let me just tell stories. When Sean got, when I don't want to be disrespectful because I love him, not like that, but I love him. He's my boy.
We're gonna call that the theme of this shoot interview. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah. Syracuse, where he got to fight with all those Marines, and it was actually just one guy that did what they did to him. Davey Boy Smith, British Bulldog, remember him?
Yeah.
Kid, 1, 2, 3, Kid, that's what people always said. Kid, Sean, it was them three in the parking lot. And Sean has a tendency, you can't get mad at me, this is true. Maybe I don't need to tell it, but I'm going to right now. You told some bullshit about me, I'm telling the truth. So he has a tendency to be a little mouthy when he's around somebody like Kevin Nash or Scott Hall. Now they gonna get mad at me. Scott Hall or anybody he thinks can, like, okay, I'm covered. Now that I got them, what you gonna do? That kind of thing. Well, that night, Davey Boy Smith, Davey, and he, I guess he was wising off a little bit, and that, he got beat. They got into it with a bunch of guys. When we say a bunch of guys, everybody still swears Sean only got beat up by the one dude, but Davey Boy got out, and Davey being a big old boy, and Davey can could do stuff. So a bunch of them got on him. They were grabbing, hooking. They call it hooking, or going behind the eyes and doing all that. And then Davey says, and they had his legs. They were like pow. And he said it was him, Sean. They were timbered down. He's like, "Where's the kid?" And he looks and he goes, "The fucking kid was under the car checking the muffler. He was underneath the car. It's a rent-a-car, but he was checking the muffler." The kid was like, "No, I would got under the roll tape." Shut up, man. Roll tape around your fist. This is what he told. That's how he told it. I was putting tape around my fist so when it wouldn't hurt my knuckles when I hit him. Shut up, man. Davey Boy, he's under there checking the muffler.
We've interviewed Al Snow a couple times, and he's told us about some of the ribs you played on him, and I guess there were these pills that you used to take that gave you gas. The
vitamin, they were expired about 13 years. Icapro. WWE used to give us Icapro.
You only took them because they gave you gas?
I did it on purpose, yeah. Then I'd go right in Vince's room, like, "Hey, can I talk to you?" "Well, yes, you can. Come on in."
Any good memories about that tag team? I understand that you both weren't really into it.
You know what happened was, and not like the other one, like what happened was, on real, they didn't want us, they just wanted a filler. That basically is what they wanted out of us. I've said this before, I'm saying it again. Sean, I think, had a lot to do with it because he told me he did. And Sean was trying to separate this, in my opinion. Let me throw that in there. Now you can't do shit. I said, in my opinion, one was separating from the Rockers to himself, and needed to, because he's springboarding on up. But so, and he had a little bit of power at the time, and he was like, Al Snow, they told us what we're doing, like, y'all be stuck in the 80s and be silly and just be goofy kid, you'll be dumb, stupid, goofy. And I'm like, man. And Sean, right after we told the character that they want, just the character we want y'all to be, Sean comes like, "What do you think of your new character, your new idea thing?" And I'm looking at him thinking he'd be like, "Look, it's off Rockers because it calls New Rockers." That was me and him. I was thinking they would mar our history. Let the Rockers be what the Rockers were. Don't fuck it up, with this shit. Just like Steve Perry did with Journey. Remember when they separated? It was the same kind of thing. And I was like, "Oh, man." Before I could say anything, he goes, "That was my idea. I thought y'all'd have fun with it." That's when I realized, you fucker. He was just trying to bury. He wasn't trying to do anything more than bury me. It wasn't gonna hurt Al. Al was getting a break. Al, because Al, great guy, great worker, great. But it was giving him a break. If the Rocker thing, he's in, because he'd come in as not Avatar, but a couple of mask guys and a couple other things, and it just didn't work out. But here this thing is, and boom, he's in, and which I was happy because I love him to death. But Sean's shit, I still love you, bro.
And could you sum up your experience in WCW?
Yeah, it was minimal, but I don't even know how to spell it.
Who brought you in? Was it Eric Bischoff?
You know what happened? What had happened was Pat Tanaka called me and said, Kevin Sullivan, Marty, Kevin Sullivan wants you to come in and do it. Well, and it was the end of the I say the end. I was so not wanting to do that new Rockers. Here's what we did, man. They told us we were going to be silly, and we were, and it was working. I couldn't stand it, but it was working. So let's go with it. Because you remember Al Snow was like, he was doing the silliest, and I would play the part like, oh shit. It was working. People were loving it. So then as we was getting over, they came and said, no, that's not what we want. Can y'all be a little more vicious? So we did that. We got a little more vicious, and it was working. They were like, damn, these guys are good. Don't want that. Somewhere in between. So we went somewhere in between. In Vince, it was actually Worcester, which is the worst place. Worcester, Mass. It shows up, and he watched the match, and it was in between. We were vicious, but we were cutting up. And he goes, that's not what we want. I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck do you want? But he didn't say that. But when Vince left, Al says, Marty, they don't want us to get over. We're not supposed to get over. And that's when I was ready to quit. I was like, I'm done. And that led into WCW. Because Pat Tanaka said, Kevin Sullivan wants you here, man. You got to talk to him and negotiate with him and do all that with him. I'm like, okay. And that's when I went to Vince and said, Vince, I'm going to go ahead and finish up. And thanked him. Bruce Pritchard, I love Bruce. Bruce is the one that told me, be nice to tell Vince, thank you, for giving me the opportunity. And I did, off Bruce's, thing. I said, thank you so much, thank you. And he was good about it. But then Kevin Sullivan got fired. Fuck. I just can't fucking win, can I? Damn it. And so it took a year, and then finally went there, and then it was all the cliques. It was Eric Bischoff had his little crew. Hogan had his crew.
Contract that whole time, or
there at WCW? Yeah, it was,
you just weren't used.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you were still being paid at least.
Yeah, I was still getting a check.
Okay. So yeah, you were off. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted.
But you know what? In those times, we didn't really care about the money. We wanted to do good. You know what I mean by that. We wanted. Fuck. Okay, thank you for the money, but I want to do good.
Lanny apparently wanted to do something too, but they never used him. Lanny Poffo, he was under contract.
Well, he wanted to suck his own dick one time, and what he did.
That reminds me. Sid Vicious told me a story that
it is true.
That Virgil actually got fired in Memphis for sucking his own dick. I know you're friends.
Who did?
Virgil. Like Sid told me that Virgil could also do that, and I know you're friends with Virgil, so I'm wondering if you ever saw that from Virgil.
What I did see from Virgil, and I was tired of my Milwaukee girl at the time.
Yeah.
And so me and Virgil were rooming. I love Virgil. He's crazy, but I love him. And yeah, he's got a thing-a-ling, bro.
Yeah.
We wouldn't even shower near him because if he turns too fast, it's liable to hit us. But my Milwaukee girl at the time, I told her, like, hey, we'll stay together another month or two, but you got to go get, be in bed with him. This is horrible. Sorry, I'm going to, y'all know I'm going to hell, right? But it took some Virgil, and I've told this before. Virgil's thingling, it hangs down by his knee. This is the X-rated, the number one triple X-rated show in Long Island. It hung by his knee. But the weirdest thing, I don't know if all black guys are like this, because I don't try to get with black guys, but I don't know why, but when it got hard though, this is limp, his hang here. When it get hard, it would smaller up, but it get thicker, but it would, like, okay. And the reason I knew that is because when he got with the girl, my Milwaukee girl, I'm not trying to watch, I'm just like glad she's not in the bed with me, she's over there. And I'm laying back and I see Virgil over there. And he's I hate, how do you say this, guys? He's
trying to get the feeling.
It's up here by his neck. And he's doing that.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
I get it now.
I already knew.
Quite reaching.
Yeah. I knew I would never be with that girl again.
Do you have any funny stories about Lanny? He's an interesting character.
Lanny?
Yeah.
I love Lanny, not like that, of course. I love him to death. But he did that, the whole thing in the mouth.
Yeah.
We was in Houston, Texas, and I think I told you that. And somebody asked him, like, hey, I heard you could suck your own dick. Hey, I'm sorry, y'all, sorry. But it's...
He's admitted it.
Well, he has no choice. But somebody threw it up on him. Can you still suck your own dick? And he goes, oh no, I ain't done it in a while. so we're in his dressing room, a bunch of us, and he goes, I'll give it a try. And he starts cracking his back, twisting, stretching. Like, what the fuck? It's going to be a whole routine. And then he finally goes, and it was quick like that. Shawn got mad at me. She goes, you only got the tip in. Hogan, and when he said that, we were all laughing. Hogan walks in, and he goes, what's going on, guys? And we're like, Lanny just sucked his dick. And he goes, and I'm trying to help him get a push.
So what was he doing to get himself hard with the dressing room full of guys? And the barbershop window, you said you wanted to say something about that earlier, but we didn't get to it.
Well, there was 20, it just happened, or the anniversary thing, yeah. 27 years, bro. Yeah. 27 years last week or the week before. And I keep saying this. I was saying it at 20 years, 21 years, 22. It's 27. It's still going because they showed it on Monday Night Raw, a couple times this last few weeks. It's amazing because it's like what happened. What you pick somebody today, or some storyline, or anything today. And then add 27 years to what? So that'd be 2046. And see if they'll still be talking about something that happened today. That's puts it in perspective. Like, damn, right? They ain't gonna be talking about John Cena and Roman Reigns and not putting nobody down. Don't mean nothing, like that. They ain't gonna be talking about that in 2046. we hope we have a country.
And was that your idea to go through the window, or was it Sean's, or was this agent's idea to actually?
No, it was kind of me and Sean. We talked it over. He actually, his was limited. I actually had more to add to it, and everybody would say overkill. Oh, no, too much. That leave it right there through the window. But it was. I mean, we had to talk about a way to split up. And came up with that together. And I was like, let's do it this way, do it that way, and he liked it. And then he went and talked about, oh shit, I'm still on camera. Then he talked about Oh, I came up with that idea. It was going to be something. Me and the Nasty Boys. You were the Nasty Boys. Wait a minute. You mean and you at least got to say the Rockers? Tag team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but.
So you were just finishing up on Sean.
Where you been wearing this?
That was for the. Yeah. You were just finishing up on the plate glass window.
Oh yeah. Okay. We ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then what had happened was we came up with, we actually pitched it together. We added to it and stuff. But the day the window happened, not only did Sean catch me real good, and I know it was a little extra oomph on that super kick, because just a few weeks earlier was Denver, so that was his way of getting back. But well, we did the one, through the window. We thought it went well. I thought it went well. I remember hanging out the window, but I had a couple little cuts on me because there was some blood coming down my face.
Was that the glass or was that later?
Well, so when we left, I say we left, we went off set and went to the back. Production dude came up and he goes, "Man, you okay? You okay? You okay?" I'm like, yeah. He was like, "Yeah, why y'all?" "Yeah, I'm all right. Why?" He goes, "Oh my God." He goes, I'm so sorry." What, man? And he's like, "We had 3 windows. Because if you did a scene, and it's considered a scene, if you did it and they didn't like it, you go back out and do it again in front of that same crowd. That's so embarrassing, But I mean, especially something like that, a stage, and you just did this scene, then you come out and do it again. They're looking like, oh, they screwed up. It was kind of in that sense embarrassing, but they were prepared for it. They had 3 windows. And they're supposed to be, 2 of them was sugar glass. Which you use in Hollywood, makes sense, right? They didn't mark them, and the guys' production crew was scared that they would get in trouble because somebody forgot, and they were like panicked. They thought like we got 2 out. Just what he told me, we have 2 out of 3 chance getting it right. Let's just put one in there. We'll probably get it. We hope we get it right.
Wow.
They got it wrong. He was a real one. That's why I didn't understand it either. When I was bleeding and stuff, it's like sugar glass. Why am I bleeding? And I didn't know sugar glass can actually cut you and stuff. But yeah.
Well, you've been very kind with us with your time, so we appreciate that.
Thank you,
I think we may have to have a part 2 at some point, but is there any closing remarks you want to make to finish this off?
Y'all come see me. Well, I do personal training now. It's 24/7 fitness. Workout anytime. It's all over the country. That and come see me on Facebook. I actually have Twitter, but I don't know how to work it that well. I get embarrassed. Like, I don't know what to do.
What is your Twitter, just so we know?
At one Marty Jannetty.
That's awesome. And anything final if Sean is watching this? Anything to say to Sean?
Well, don't you feel bad now for lying on him? No, man. I love him. I love y'all.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com with the legendary former AWA, WCW, WWE superstar who has allegedly, well, actually, you said you had sex with over 5,000 women. Al Snow confirmed that.
No, 1,000. I'm not going to exaggerate like Ric Flair did. No, it's been right around 1,000.
All right.
Mean, give or take 10. It might be over 1,000.
Marty Jannetty, for anyone that doesn't recognize him, he looks very similar. He's growing his hair back.
But it sucks.
Better than mine. At least you have hair. I'm younger than you, and mine's gone.
Hey, you ain't gonna believe this, man. I do so much charity work. I go with the kids. They call it Make a Wish Foundation. I do that. You meet. We yeah, I fixed it. We you go see a kid. His last wish is to meet you. And I'm about to cry now. Yeah, I am about to cry. Where's my glasses? Fuck. You meet a kid, man, and his wish is to meet you, and you meet him, and you love him, and you fall in love. Must have lost it, man.
Well, I've never had a kid that's dying wishes to meet me, so that's pretty cool.
Well, but what's gonna say out of that is little Joey, you get a letter from the family, and they say, "Thank you so much. We've not seen little Joey smile for weeks." And then you showed up and he smiled the whole day because we did. We played. Then we had little action figures. We played, and then they were like, "But little Joey died."
I guess this is recent, unfortunately.
It happened all the time. Sean stopped doing it with me. WWE back then, WWF. Yeah, okay. All right. WWE. Fuck. Damn, I went dark. WWE was setting it up. Back then, it was WWF. Just set it up. Make a wish foundation. Me and him got requested a lot. But wait, it's one of my hookers. Oh, it's my brother. Hold on, man.
By the way, I'm a Dodgers fan, so I'm not a big. I don't really like.
So I shouldn't. Hey, man, you on the air? Well, you're on the air.
Marty's brother is on the.
Okay, you're on the air. What you gonna say? That's tonight. Auburn. You know what? They're gonna beat Auburn. Okay. I. Bye. That's my brother. That's my hero right there.
All
And
the.
if I don't put this piece of paper in here, look.
Well,
You better not.
didn't you
Y'all
get
better
laid
not
last
do
night?
straight down and show shit.
Didn't you get laid last night?
Do what?
Me.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I said, did you get laid last night, or were you
The
working?
girl across there's. Oh man, she looked like Missy Hyatt when Missy still looked good. So this sometimes when you make these paper teeth, she man, she was, Missy back in her young days. Damn, that was one of the hottest girls. I was gonna say bitches, one of the hottest girls ever. But then she became a hoe.
Speaking of divas, I know you've had your fair share. You won't name any names though on camera of the ones that have been added to your belts, will you?
Hey, let me ask you something. When you trained, when you spar, do you go all out? I mean, you lay it in, or do you hold back?
It really depends who you're going up against. Like
Yep.
if it's someone your size or someone smaller that has better technique, that
Look, man, and you know better. You might be smaller, but you might be able to get underneath them kicks and bam.
oh yeah. The 185-pound guys are the most dangerous, I think. The 185 to 205 because they have the speed.
Right, they got both. They got a little bit of power. They got some speed. I heard you're pretty badass.
I hope so. By the way, I'm not as badass.
Why are you letting it go though?
Pardon me.
Why are you letting it go? Or are you still trying?
I still do stuff here and there, but this is easier. This is a lot easier.
Of course. And I agree with that. But for me, I still want to do it.
Hey, there's a fan on here. There's actually a lot of people watching this right now. Someone's asking how your relationship is with Sean right now, Joshua Long.
The first time I caught him sucking a dick was wait a minute, let me start over. No, I love Sean, man. We went through a little something, and it didn't have nothing to do with sucking dick. I mean, if he does that, in fact, I'm gonna bet he don't. Does he take a blowjob? I ain't betting on that one. But no, I love the brother. I love him, man. That's my boy.
Did you ever hear that story that Shane Douglas tells that supposedly Patterson called up Jim Powers and made a proposition, and then
I was remember my tooth. Hold on, let me get.
You always hear about these Jim Powers rumors.
Jimmy's so good, man. Jimmy's such a good brother. Or what you were saying is, and he told me, he said one time Pat Patterson bought him a hotel room, and he was like, well, that's pretty cool. But then Pat come in there. But lay back, I will take care of the rest. And Jimmy was like, yeah. And let me, I colored. Man, that looks like I'm a hockey player.
Yeah, you'd fit in well up here in Canada, but Tampa Bay just won the.
Yeah, they won the whole thing, the cup. They got the Stanley.
So what happened with this murder thing? Everybody's asking about it. Was that just an angle? What was going on?
Once the police got involved, and when I say the police, I mean the GBI, which is Georgia Bureau of Investigation, it got serious. And I was just joking. I was trying to set up a storyline. I have to say that right now. Put it there. I have to say that right now, because they're trying to. It was 40 years ago, and you know what gives me Hannibal? They don't care about that 13-year-old getting raped. It's like, oh, you killed somebody. What do you think he was going to do to me after he raped me? Because so many rape victims get murdered afterwards. I was 13 years old, man. 13. As a grown up, or even if any kids listening to this, you say what you think, but when it actually happens, that ain't what I expected. I didn't expect that reaction. I hit him in the head with a brick. It was laying right there. I say a brick, it was a piece of concrete thing. And then, if you hit somebody in the temple, you know that from martial arts. Temple is very vulnerable. And evidently I hit him too hard. And he died right there. And now I'm left, I'm 13 years old. Dude just tried to rape me. And here's a body on me. What do I do? In hindsight, call the police, tell them what happened. But in the moment, oh shit, I gotta get rid of the body. I mean, it took a minute to stop being upset he was trying to rape me. And then it was like, damn, what is that body? What did I do? I told, I guess I'm gonna tell it again now. I'm gonna get myself, I don't give a fuck. I wish y'all would fucking think about the 13-year-old that was getting raped. Call me a murderer. Man, the 13-year-old was getting raped. Do y'all care? No, you're a murderer. How about if I was on top of your daughter? Would you murder me? Anyway, I'm sorry, did I just lose it? I'm sorry. I just went out there, didn't I?
So you're basically saying it wasn't a storyline, but you're saying it's a storyline.
I have to say it's a storyline for the police part, which now they're gonna go. But you ain't gonna find him because I lied. I lied. I hate to tell you all this, but I lied. I did not drag him and put him into the river. Me and my nephew poured gas on him and burnt the body up. We burnt the body up. And I don't know what y'all know about cremation. The bones, man, they don't all burn up like that. There was so many bone things that we dug a big hole and put the bones in. Burning the body don't get rid of the bones.
Now, the real question is, how were you at bowling back in those days?
Very good. I was national champion. I had a 176 average at 13 years old. Now today they got that grip, they call it resin grip. It grabs and it runs right into the fence. But back in my day, we had the hard rubber. It's like, you better be real accurate.
When did
But I was good. I was national champion. I had the national high average.
You mentioned earlier, like it could be anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 ladies.
Women.
Were you a ladies' man before you even got into wrestling? Like back in the days, working at the bowling alley, did you start picking up like back in those days too?
Well, it was an accident, because here's the way I looked at it. I like this girl. It wasn't like, let me add to my belt. It wasn't that. It was like, man, I like this girl. And then, you wait, man, I'm trying to fix that tooth.
Don't swallow the paper.
But you if you're an idiot like me, I'm single. So I mean, everybody can get mad at me all they want. I'm single. Hey, come here and say hello. One of my brothers.
Bring the girl from across the hall.
What's up, Hannibal?
But give my hair. What we gonna do about this? Is that shoe? Well, hey, have y'all ever drank nail polish? You can get high as hell.
Yeah,
He brought some here. It's pink though. What up with the pink?
Hey, since you're being so open, and you already explained the murder situation.
It wasn't murder, an accidental death. There's a big difference.
Death, yeah. What happened with that post you made a few years ago about your alleged daughter? What the hell was all that about?
Yeah, that was a hack job. Me and Nick was talking about that earlier. We was talking about that earlier. I got a call in the middle of the night, and somebody said, "Take that down, Marty. Take that down." Because I post some stupid shit, and they were like, "Take it down, take it down." Wait.
You look wonderful.
And so, I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about? And I went and looked on my Facebook, and there wasn't nothing there. So I thought, y'all fucking with me. All right. Look, the Braves won. Now I'm gonna do it this way.
Take that stupid hat off.
But anyway,
aren't you in New York now? Anyways, they can't be too happy about you wearing that hat in Albany.
The Yankees, they advanced. Where are you in Canada? Where you at?
I'm near, not too far from Montreal, which no longer has a team, as you know.
You know what, man? Don't get mad at me, but I hate French Canadians.
Yeah, well, the French females are very attractive. Montreal has the best girls, but I understand if the French Canadian males. Sorry about this, Jacques Rougeau. You might be an exception, but overall they're assholes. They're arrogant.
I love Jacques. he used to get mad at me for saying his name that way. Like, yeah. Yeah. He's like, that's not how you say my name. You know, Raymond's cool as shit. I like Raymond. I'm trying to fix that tooth.
Hey, Carlos just tipped me $20. He's finding you very entertaining.
Who, Carlos?
You don't know I'm a fan watching this. Tip me $20 because he's so entertained by this. But I interrupted you. You were explaining what the deal was with the post about your daughter.
Well, that was a hack. I mean, I'll take credit, like, you know, this thing that just happened, the murder. It's a storyline that even WWE can't keep up with. I'm sorry, let me get that too. How's that?
It looks great.
I got the bling bling paper.
WWE needs to hire you as a writer. You can come up with better stories than they run these days. But what
hey, you know what would happen? To put me in the writing room, and they would be running. They were like, God damn, this shit made it worldwide, man. You know, it was a storyline. You know, a disgruntled cop was going to come get me and you know, rename himself. And it didn't get that. I mean, Entertainment Tonight or the Inside Edition, TMZ, which they get everything. All these major People magazine, and all my friends from different countries like Germany, Japan, Australia. My people were calling saying like, "Marty, you murdered somebody." And here's the thing. Here's still what sticks in me. A 13-year-old boy who's getting raped. And you're mad at him. You know what it comes down to? People just want to make themselves feel better about themselves. Okay, did I murder the guy, or was it a storyline? Problem is, on both sides, you on the murder side. You don't care about the little kid, 13 years old. Man was trying to rape him, might have killed him afterwards, because a lot of rape victims get murdered afterwards. You know, nobody seemed to care about that. All they want to do is put MJ down. You're a murderer. You're a murderer. Murderer. Murder. 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 You could just come try to put your dick in my ass. You'll be next.
Well, you don't have to worry about me trying that. Now, as far as the girl, the daughter, what the hell was the story?
Oh, that was a whole hack job. And I guess that's what we was going to say. You know, that I didn't understand. I got a call in the middle of the night, man. Take that down. You know, because I post some things that, you know, not everybody will post that. But one of my friends called and said, take that down. And yeah, I just woke up. I barely just got to sleep. I probably just had sex with 3 girls. Because one time, I'll tell you later, but it's triplets. And they all, they look good. I mean, one looks good, they all look good. But the triplets. I don't think it was that night, but it could have been. I get a phone call, like, take that down, take it down. I'm like, take what down? You know, I didn't know what the hell they talking about. And they said, the thing about your daughter. I'm like, what are you talking about? And, you know, so I'm getting on, it was on Facebook. I'm getting on Facebook, checking it out. And as how's that look?
You look stunning.
Stop it. I'm gonna be a dentist. Only thing, when it looks like this, I have to drink coffee so it browns it down to my damn ugly ass teeth color.
I'm sure all of our gay fans are jerking off to you right now. By the way, Crypto Spasm gave me a tip. He actually tipped me $50. He's enjoying this, and he says, Rockers for the Hall of Fame 2021.
You know, I can actually go now. I can go because I was involved in a lawsuit. All right, hold on. Look, this is without the tooth. somebody's gonna still frame that. Don't do it. Somebody's gonna still frame it and like, look at him. He plays hockey.
You could actually give blowjobs without opening your mouth with that.
You know what Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, he would say you could eat corn through a picket fence.
Someone, Crypto Spasm on here says you
There
should.
it is. Is that good?
By the way, you should be in the YouTube Hall of Fame for the quality content you provide. So the lawsuit's over now. You're saying basically you can get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they couldn't. We couldn't even talk to each other, because of the lawsuit. And it's on CTE. You got that too, because you've been martial arting for how long?
Yeah, I've had my number of concussions, but
Right.
I'm not over the limit yet. I don't think. Thank God.
But you know what? When it hits you hard, because I got 30 years of getting my head pounded. And when I first started, they didn't have ring mats. Around the ring, it was concrete floor. So when you land, bam, it was like, God damn, I don't think I want to do it again. Then you tell the guy, give me one more. Right? You know this. Do it again. Like an idiot. Goddamn, you just got knocked out. And then you're telling the brother, one more, give me another one.
Hey, were you on that European tour when Coco Beware beat up the agent or the?
He didn't mean to. The guy was being a dick. He was a badass hockey player. You know what? A lot of people want to talk about wrestling like, yeah, man, it's entertainment. Yes, it is. But yeah, you guys, y'all fake it. We act it. I mean, do you call what's that? Days of Our Lives, soap opera? Do you call that fake? It's the same thing. And then you have to go ahead and let them know what it feels like. You go ahead and put them to the floor. And it's so funny, man. They look like a fish when you hold them. You slam them to the floor. You probably know this. You hold them to the floor after slamming them there. You hold them down, and they're squirming like a fish trying to get back into the water. And it's like fake, right? Fake. Why are you squirming? Why do you want some air? Because sometimes you put your hand on them, and you ought to see how they scramble to get that air. That's a little bit crude, but but true.
There's a weird question on here from a fan. Is banned.
Let me ask you something, man. Are you going to try to get back into wrestling?
I'm happy being a reporter. I don't have to take any bumps.
You know what Bret Hart? Yeah, I hear. You know what Bret Hart? He goes, I don't make the news. I just report it.
There you go. So there's a fan on here asking. I've never heard this before. Were you playing the part of the Undertaker at Royal Rumble '94?
That wasn't me. That was a Brooklyn Brawler. As far as I know, Stephen Barty, who I love him, man. He's a good brother.
What was up with Steve and Pat Patterson? Since you seem to have all the inside info on Patterson.
Next question. Next.
Nick hanging out with him a few weeks ago.
Do what?
I think Nick was hanging out with Steve a few weeks ago. Maybe.
Hey, did you ever have sex with Stacey Carter?
I wish I could say yes. Did you?
You don't have to wish. You can say it. It might not be true, but you can say it.
I could say it, but I try and be honest.
Are you married?
No comment.
Okay, that's tricky. If she's watching, you're in trouble.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't think she could sit through 2 minutes of this.
Is that bad?
Well, for a non-wrestling fan, I don't know. Wrestling fans are loving this, but if you're not a wrestling fan, it might be a little tough.
You wouldn't even be seeing it.
There's some fans on here, by the way, that want to know your Harley Race and Iron Sheik impressions. Could you give us those?
Well, my favorite Harley story, because I love him, man. I mean, he took me under his wing, and he didn't use deodorant, so I had to smell it. but he took me under his wing. But one time we left St. Louis, it's called the Kiel Auditorium, heading back to Kansas City, which is like 3 hour drive. And you sometimes you drive fast, and we're speeding, get pulled over. Cop comes up. It's at nighttime, and he's got sunglasses on, right? So he's playing the whole role. Like, okay, I can play with this one. I can get him. He'll walk up on me on nighttime with sunglasses. All right, watch. And he was like, why you speeding? I was like, oh man, we got to get we wrestlers. We just left the kill auditorium. He goes, you know who Harley Race is? I'm like, and then I started thinking, yes, got away, because Harley got away with everything. And I'm like, yeah, that's my brother, man. I'll see him in a little bit. He goes, good. Y'all have something to talk about, because I just gave him a ticket too. Yeah. I thought I was gonna get away with some shit, man. He gave, and he actually really did. The next day at TV taping, Harley shows up with his ticket. Fuck that guy! I will beat his ass if he's ever out of uniform. Yeah, and I'm just like, I am right there with you, Har. I'm right there.
Why didn't he wear?
Did I tell you about my friend Nick?
No, why didn't Harley wear deodorant? You gave us a scoop there. Like, did he ever explain?
One time, and this is where I fell in love with him. He had a strap match. You wrist to wrist, and you got the strap. You do what you beat each other. And when I went back to the dressing room after my match, you go take a shower, but I hear this coming from the shower, and you hear the shower on, but I'm like, what the fuck's going on right there? And I look around the corner, and Harley has a strap. He's doing, he's smacking his own. I'm like, Harley, what the fuck's up? Because he's my mentor, right? I'm trying to learn from him. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What the hell? And he goes, well, I just had a strap match. I have to explain to my family when I get home why there's no marks on me. He put marks on himself so it would look real to his family. Yeah, I fell in love with him, man. Right there. He's in the damn shower because he wanted marks.
That's insane. Now, what about the Iron Sheik? Could we get his impression? You told me the story about his clothesline to the girl last time, but they keep him kind of quiet now, don't they? His handlers don't really let the Iron Sheik come out anymore, do they?
I saw him at WrestleCon, right the day of, or that weekend of WrestleMania, and he's in a wheelchair now. It's sad because I love the brother. And I think he loves me back. Yeah, man, it was kind of hard. We took pictures together. We laughed, and he always says, we say MJ, like, MJ. He goes, we Kentucky thoroughbreds. See them fuckers, jackasses. Yeah, I love him. I miss him a lot.
There's a fan on here, the Dave Kruger, wants to know your opinion on Trump versus Biden.
Well, Joe, I thought was going to fall asleep during the debate the other day. I don't know Joe. I know Trump. Me and DT are friends. We got some background. we got some stories together. But I don't know Joe. So I can't get mad at him. He's doing what he does. It's the political football. Right? Some of my friends, I can't get them to understand because they're like, "Oh, you like Trump? How you like Trump? Why do you not like Trump?" Because he's racist. As soon as you say that, it's like, man, if I got to go through all this, here's me, Mike Tyson, Trump, good friends. Do you think Mike Tyson would put up with a racist? All right, and pretty up there, Charles Barkley, and he's outspoken as fuck. Friends, do you think Charles, because Charles will speak, you think he would deal with a racist? All these people that athletes. That's I don't know so much about the Cardi B's and all that, but I know the boys.
And
You know what? The Rock.
WWE Hall of Fame too. Trump got in the WWE Hall of Fame before you somehow.
Yeah, and that's when they asked me about how do you feel not being in the Hall of Fame. I'm like, Donald Trump's in it. Do I need to say anything else? Well, he ain't never had one match, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
At least he promoted to WrestleMania.
Yeah, it hurts my feelings. I would actually like to be there because it does for the average wrestling fan. It shows recognition. It's like, oh man, you must have been good, type of thing. For that reason, because I fuck up a lot. I do a lot of things probably shouldn't do, and a lot of them are because I'm a single dude and I like women. Um, Hannibal, I feel like if you're a single guy and you ain't messing with 3 or 4 or 5 women at a time, it's un-American. I mean, what? Something's wrong.
Do you remember when after Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas?
Let me throw this out there, right? Because me and Mike are good friends.
Right.
We're good friends. We talk. He'll come in, Mikey, what the fuck you do now? And that's when I know I fucked up. When Mike tells me, what the fuck you do now? Because I made the newspapers here recently, with that damn murder thing.
Yeah. But when they brought in Buster Douglas for that,
so we was in New York. We doing our show. They have the New York Athletic Commission, and hopefully I'm not gonna get off the telling this, but the Athletic Commission, because it was Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson, and who the fuck? Who's Buster? And Mike Tyson and Buster. But they said don't bet on the fight, and we're like laughing, like what? What? Mike Tyson has made a black mark on boxing. Street fights. Man, he was fucking what's her name, Robin Gibbons at the time. That was and he was doing that, and she was claiming wife beating and all that shit. He was going through all that shit. So they were saying he's made a black spot on boxing. Don't bet on that fight. And we're all like, shut up. And then Buster. And if you watch the fight, you see, myself, I box and martial arts. Mike was holding back. He wouldn't. When the round before he got knocked out, he went ahead and fucking put Buster on his ass. I mean, it was almost like he had get up, goddamn it, get up. It was so fixed.
There's a fan on here, Isban, that wants to know who came up with the barbershop window idea. Was there any other ideas presented? It was you?
Yeah, and Sean likes to say, he said, well, I came up with that for me, and he said me. His own video. I ain't making it up. I came up with me. Is that a girl? That's not Missy Hyatt's friend? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still single. Man, there's a girl across the hallway. Damn. But Yeah, man. Mike didn't lose that fight. I ain't got nothing against Buster. I don't know him. I know Mike, um, but he didn't lose that fight. He had to.
And
Man, I'm like I said. I hope they don't come shoot me. Like right now, I'm not supposed to tell y'all that James Comey infected what's his name, Trump, with the disease. Comey was about to go to fucking. He still is go to prison the rest of his life. So who would the Democratic people use to get Trump? All you gotta do is like, look, man, in this day and time, and now you're infected. now you're gone. That's how they do it in China. They walk by and like just like that, a little tap.
I can't picture you in China.
You're going to die in a few minutes.
China. You wouldn't last in China. You'd end up in prison there.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Except with there's one correction officer girl. She's had sex with more of the guys than the rest of them. What? You shouldn't be. You know, I accidentally did jail time in Tallahassee, Florida, and our CO, correction officer, she was pretty, young black lady, and you say, what? Well, why'd you say her color? I'm being descriptive. I don't see where that's racist. Everything you do now, if you spit on the ground, that was racist. Why'd you spit on the ground? That's where we live. You can't do shit no more without it being racist. But anyway,
Very true.
right? But me and her went late night. We went to the laundry room. It's where you clean. A laundry room. But in jail, you line up. You put your clothes inside your pillowcase, and you put it in line. And as each person cleans, you move up. You're next in line. But overnight, and one time in particular, me and her were having sex, and the damn sergeant just happened to be making rounds. He just happened to come around, and she had to, I had to jump up off of her, hide behind the damn. It's a thing where you throw the dirty towels. I don't know what's. I'm hiding behind that. I'm hiding behind that while she's explaining to the sergeant why she was in that room. All he had to do is walk in there, and I'm fucked, busted. But he didn't. He's wherever she. Where you going? My brother's leaving me. But yeah, man, sex in jail, it ain't that bad.
The brother man wants to know who is your favorite wrestler today, and what do you think about wrestling's future? I already know that I'm your favorite wrestler.
Of course, yep. I don't know why you won't get back in there. What happened? You had AIDS or something? What happened that you couldn't?
Actually, no. Abdullah the Butcher infected me with hepatitis.
Oh, okay.
I'm cured now. It's different than AIDS.
Okay, Pamela Anderson, you don't get cured from hepatitis.
You do. Welcome to 2020. You do get cured.
Yeah, I'm behind. You're right about that. Then get back in the ring, brother. I saw one of your matches. You're pretty good, man.
Well, what about the future of wrestling? To get back to that guy's question, what do you think about the future? I don't give it much hope.
We said that back in 1990. I think I don't know what year it is right now. I think it's 2020 or something. But back in 1990, we said where it go from here, because psychology wise, crowd psychology, you do so much. And you keep upping it, because the next guy wants to do better, and then the next guy better, and then the next guy better, which is good. But then we always used to say, where does it end? You take a gun and shoot somebody, and it came down to that. Oh, New Jack stabbed up her brother. New Jack's my boy, man. I love New Jack. He stabbed a boy up in Jacksonville. Stabbed him up during the match. I mean, and we're sitting there going like, okay, now how do we do better than that?
You were not on
You
that
know?
show, were you? You were not on that show, were you?
No, I wasn't. No, I was watching.
Yeah.
New Jack and I are boys. I love, we love. I love him. Not the Pat Patterson style love, and I love Pat. I heard he's not doing good.
I think he has dementia or something because I was told at Rocky Johnson's funeral he gave a very bizarre speech where it didn't seem like he was all there.
Makes sense, man. Because because he's up there. And here's what people don't understand, and I hate this. I got brain damage. I got CTE actually. And you know what that is. And when I hear my friends say, "Oh yeah, that's part of getting old," I'm like, "Bitch, when did you take a 10-foot backdrop on a concrete floor? Once." Me and Sean did it 3 times a night, 300 nights a year, for year after year after year after year after. Don't put us in your boat. It's not like trying to be ugly. Like fuck y'all. Your pain don't hurt. Everybody's pain hurts, but don't put us in that goddamn boat, man. And you'll know this. The average person, give them a 10-foot, like throw them up in the air, let them, if they even know how to flip, let them flip, land on the floor, 10 feet up. Do you think they're going to get up? And we had to get up and take some more. We get up and take more. Sometimes, man.
I agree. Joshua has a good question. Do you have any stories about the Dynamite Kid? I just interviewed Outback Jack, who was bullied pretty bad.
Where the hell's he at these days? Man, I miss him.
He's blind and he lives in Fort Lauderdale, Florida with his wife.
Did you say blind?
Yeah, he's lost his sight.
Oh, that sucks, man. So he can't see how ugly he is.
Good God. but
I didn't mean it like that. Hey, I love you, Outback. Outback, one time when I first went to WWE, he was across it. We was in a hotel bar, right there. So that was the best when they had a nice bar, and all the bitches, all the women would show up. And you hang out there and you get drunk. All you do is take the elevator. What floor you on? 3, 4, okay. That was the best. And we was at one of those. And we look out the window because there was a commotion going on. And what's his name? Outback. He was naked at the donut shop, like Dunkin' Donuts or whatever. I think it was Dunkin'. It might have been Krispy Kreme, but whatever the hell it was, he's over there naked ordering donuts. And you can see the people doing this. What they supposed to do? This is a man naked wanting a damn Krispy Kreme.
that was when they halcyoned him, right?
Back then, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? In Seattle, even though it's a fucked up place right now, but Seattle was, man, they got good seafood. I love food. Some people are like, oh, you like seafood? Oh, you like meat? Oh, you like. I love food, man. I can never figure out how to be a vegetarian. What the fuck? You're eating plants? You might as well be a rabbit. But
could I get an impression of you as Outback Jack ordering a donut naked?
give me 2 Krispy Kremes, extra crispy.
Klein wants to know if you have any party stories from either ECW or WCW.
One time, me and Sandman, I forgot his name, Sandman. We were. This is back when we used to do drugs. Man, we were looking for some cocaine, and he's like, "I'll find it anywhere." I'm like, do your thing, bro. All right, just get some. Here's my money. Let's get some. I put in, and he was right in the middle of the street, stopping cars. He's like, how much you got on you? They're like, what? Oh, Sam, man. I love him, man. Crazy ass motherfucker.
Yeah, it seems like you guys would have got along well. There's a fan on here that wants you to speak more about the barbershop. You said you got distracted when Nick opened the door in there.
I didn't hear the last part, but I'm gonna go with the story. Is this when we did that? I actually suggested Sean pour gasoline, pour gas on me and grab a lighter. Then all the boys, jump him like, no, you're not gonna burn him up like that. Sean even said, he goes, I think that's a little too much.
There's some fans on here that want to see you have sex with Nick.
No way. Hey, Cam Newton tested positive for COVID.
Wow. Luckily, most people survive from that, well over 99%. So I'm sure.
Yeah, but the game this weekend, I was betting on them New England. And I don't even like them. I got so many friends up in the Northeast. Right now, I'm sitting here in Long Island. Where we at?
So for the record, you do not like people from New England.
No, I do.
They
I
have
don't like the teams
okay.
because they're always so good.
So you
No,
and
I love my people up here. I love my people.
Kevin Sullivan don't get along then.
Why are you trying to start stuff that ain't there?
There's a fan on here that wants to know your favorite Ric Flair ring rat story. Do you have any stories about Ric Flair and ring rats?
Well, one time he had sex with my girlfriend, and the way it happened was I left her. I was so mad at her. I forgot. We were young and dumb, full of cum, as they say. And she did something that pissed me off. So I was like, "Fuck you, bitch!" And it was in St. Louis, and we were living in Kansas City. It's like 3.5 hours up the street, according to how you drive. Some people it took 4 hours, some took 3. We were usually right in the middle, 3.5. And so I drove that motherfucking drive home without her. I went with her, but I went back home without her. And then once I got home, I'm like, this ain't right. And this was before cell phones, so I had to call the damn Marriott hotel and say, did you see a blonde-haired girl just walking around aimlessly? They're like, yes, she's with Ric Flair right now. I was like, God damn it, Rick. But according to him, he said he didn't put it up in her. And even if he did, that's okay. I mean, because I did. I put it up in her, so, and I wasn't trying to marry her, so. But I'm trying to get her back to Kansas City.
What do you think about the wrestlers today? They just play video games. They don't fucking party. They don't fuck.
And I don't know nothing about that, but I know I was told this. Shelton Benjamin, who I think is probably the best athlete they got. Shelton was big into the games, and then he'd be back there playing like tournaments. So they're in tournaments and shit. And they're like, "Hey, your match is up." He'd be like, "1 minute." he's telling them, "Okay, wait." But they got mad at him over that.
Wow. I'm guessing you're not a big
Sheldon's like an athlete from hell, man. There's nobody like him. They Sean was telling me, he said they would come up with some scenarios and they come up like somebody got to run the ladder, we just run. And they say, and it would say Shelton. Shelton could do it. And Shelton, not only would he do it, he would do it better than they thought he could. I want to be that athlete. But the only thing I do worth a damn is sex with my girlfriends.
Well, that's all that really counts. What was it like working with Giant Gonzalez? Someone wants to know. That's a
Oh,
good.
I never messed with him. But you know what? One time he liked me and I liked him. I didn't know him. You know, we didn't know each other well at all. But one time he wanted, well, do you like to shake hands? So I stood up, and when I stood up, his dick was right here, face level. And I'm like, hurry, shake his hand so I can sit down because his dick was right here. That's our big brother. That's a big old boy, man. Did he die?
He's dead. Yeah. Whose dick was bigger, Giant Gonzalez or Andre?
I didn't never measure. So I don't even know how to answer that one because I didn't take tape measure. You know what I did one time though? One of my girls said, "God, gosh damn, your dick is big." I mean, and she had a tight one. I feel like this is an adult show now. Her coochie down there, it was tight, it was small, and I'm not huge, but I'm not, evidently. Um, but so this one time she was saying how it hurt, but it hurt so good, don't stop, and so I kept plowing, and this is getting horrible. This is going to X-rated.
We like it. It's all good.
But so I measured, and it was 8. I mean, if you push the tip down, it was 7.5. But if you leave the tip out, it was 8. And which I don't know if that's good, bad, average. To me, average, because I've been with
Six
so
and
many.
a half is average. I heard like 6.5 is average erect.
That's what I heard too. Yeah. So I'm thinking a little bit, and I was kind of proud, like, hey, a little bit above average, not way above. But the brothers got thingalings that, sometimes when I'm bored with my girl, I will set them up with a brother, and say, let me watch it, fuck them, excuse my language, and they got these footlongs. Subway ain't got shit on them, and then you watch your girl like taking it, and sometimes they put their hands up to the hips, like oh stop, not too hard, not too. For some reason, that's a turn on too. But to watch the brothers plow.
Yeah. Well, anyways, you were telling us about the girl was.
Yeah, how did we get there?
Yeah, your mind is wandering onto men's dicks again. But you were telling us a story about the girl. It was hurting her, but she didn't want you to stop.
Which one?
Oh, which one? Well, that I don't know. Like you were gonna finish that story. Something like that happened with me once. Actually, the girl started crying, and I'm like, "Are you? Do you want me to stop?" And like she's just hysterically in tears, and she's like, "No, just keep."
Yeah, that's the thing. There's like, oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. So you stop. No, don't stop, don't stop. Okay. I guess you got it's the way. From what I've learned, it's the way you throw it, side to side, up and down, side to side. Put the slide.
Have you heard about this? Jim Cornette supposedly likes to watch men have sex with his big fat wife.
I've heard. Well, I didn't hear that part, but I've heard things. Yeah, and Jimmy, I love Jimmy. Hopefully, he loves me too, and I don't mean like that. Um, but I've heard things. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there.
Who is your favorite all-time opponent?
Well, my favorite match was Kurt Angle. Man, Kurt is good. That brother is good. I always, because I'm a collegiate wrestler, um, I did pretty good. I finished third in the nation. That's the second year, sophomore year. Um, they, this from your own stuff. We love people who do good You know, because you working if you're going to do good in what we do, you're working your ass off. And I got nothing but respect for somebody that works their own ass off. But so to answer your question, sometimes you just want to see. I don't think this was a question. You just want to see your girl having sex with somebody else because when you're having sex with them, right there, right there. So you're looking down, you know, you're seeing the titties bounce. Excuse, you're seeing the titties bounce. You're seeing down there. But when you're on the sidelines, you get to see the whole thing. It's fucked up. It's messed up. I apologize. I never. It was a song. I never promised you a rose garden.
I'm surprised you made it this far in the interview without swallowing that paper yet.
You saw that. I just had to throw some of it.
All right. Well, last question. Do you have any good stories about the Undertaker?
Underwear taker. One time, me and him and Paul, you know, rest in peace, Paul, Percy. Um, it was after we'd been to the strip club. The boys love strip clubs. I do too. You know, I like to see naked bitches, but they at the house all day long. You know, so it's like if we're going out, let's find somebody. You know, it's not here. I am naked. Just throw me $1. You know, but one night we left strip club because the boys love strip clubs, and I'm okay with it. I'd rather go to a regular club, but you know we're gonna hang with the boys, and so you know they always love strip clubs. And Jake Roberts told me, he goes, "You're gonna fuck one of them. It's just a matter of which one." And he was right. But
Was Undertaker?
yeah, we you know, one night in particular that stands out. No, I can't tell that story.
Yes, you can. Come on.
All right, now you goat me.
Yeah. I'll just keep saying come on until you tell it.
Well, what happened was, and I'm not going to say her name because she died, and I love her to death. We all love her. You remember the one with the shaved heads on the side?
Luna Vachon.
I don't. Damn, you had to say. Now I can't tell the story.
No,
But
that's critical.
one night we were at my house. This is back when we did cocaine. We don't do cocaine no more, as far as I know. Um, but back then we did. I mean, shit, we didn't even hide it. We poured it on the table. All you do is get a straw out of the mountain. It'd be like $5,000 worth of cocaine right there. But that was a good party because you knew people were going to be fucking all weekend. You either be part of it or you can watch it. Hopefully you were a part of it. But the cocaine always helped. You know, that's back then. We don't do that much anymore. Um, but back to the story. I forgot what it was.
You were talking about the Undertaker and Luna.
Oh, Luna. Oh shit, I said her name.
She
Now I can't tell it.
she's dead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but her family's alive.
Mad Dog's passed.
So what happened was we went home after a 10 day tour, and we were friends. And I like to think we were friends when the accident, when she left the world. But we were friends. But we actually, because what's his name with the fangs? What's his name?
Gangrel.
Gangrel. No, I love him, man. Me and him are so good friends, and they were dating at the time. And I don't mess with married people or somebody even dating because to me, I ain't got many standards. I ain't got many morals, but that one, because that's like under God's eyes. Y'all love each other, and I'm gonna step in the middle of that. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm. No, why? Look at all these free bitches. Well, I'm gonna step in one locked up. You know, so not. But we did so much cocaine that weekend, and drank a lot. You know, I don't drink that much. Where's that bottle at, brother? Huh? Oh, okay. But anyway, here's the thing, and my girl Tara, she's gonna get upset if she ever sees this, but it was one of the girls I was seeing there in Orlando at the time. Um, I straddled her. We were all partying. We were all drunk. We were all cocaine. We were all, and I got over top, like my knees over her shoulders, and I'm over top, and she's blowing, and the girl snuck up from behind, and I'm reaching back like it's me, like doing the finger thing into her, right? But it wasn't me. It was the friend. And then, so I got it covered because I'm back here like it's me doing it. My arm, back here, and she's blowing me, and this is horrible. But she's, I'm getting it, and then all of a sudden her eyes get wide ass open. I'm like, what? Luna, whoever it was back there, started licking her. Well, I'm right here. It couldn't be me licking her, right? And she's trying to look around the corner, like get around, look. And I'm like, shit. And then she saw the shaved head, and she went crazy. She had a fit, man. She broke everything in the house, which yeah, I felt bad about because we should have told her, look, Luna, I mean, a friend's going to sneak in and lick your foot here down there while you're blowing me. I think if we would just told her, she would have said, "No, okay."
So the friend was the Undertaker. Is that what the Undertaker had to do with this?
Oh, the underwear taker. We went to a strip club because Tara, her name was Tara. She worked at a strip club. What are you doing?
We gotta wrap up, brother.
They won't let me have a shot. But underwear taker was at the strip club that she worked at. Oh man, one of her friends. Damn, I wanted to tear it up, but never got to. Mike can now, but she's like 300 pounds. Like some cows look at her and go, mm.
All right. Well, thanks, Justin and Klein here for your questions, but you're a little late because we unfortunately have to wrap this up with Marty because he's got an autograph session or something to do.
Yeah, a flight. I got to fly down to Atlanta and do a show there.
Right.
And there's two girls that I know might be more, but I know two of them. They're going to want certification. Is that a word? How you say that? Satisfaction is the easy way. Satisfaction. I don't know if that's a word, bro. We can Webster that one.
So do you have Twitter, Marty? Do you have a real Twitter?
Yes, I do. I'm never on it because I don't know how to navigate. I get frustrated. Like I'm trying to say something to DT and I are friends. Donald Trump, sorry. We're friends. And that's how me and him usually communicate. Now you got to go through a security system. You got answered like your mother's maiden name and all this shit. And I'm like, nah, look, man, I don't care to talk that much. he contacted me, and I got to answer all this shit.
So what is
By
your?
the way, I don't think he's got COVID. I think it's a work.
I actually suspect that could be a work too. Is there anything you want to plug before we go here? Because I know you got to catch your flight.
Facebook and bitches.
They can contact you through your Facebook.
Yeah, it's one Marty Jannetty. There's so many fake ones out there. It's the one in front of the barbershop window.
All right. I did notice.
But I need those to keep up with Hannibal because Hannibal's got the only one that keeps popping up on my screen. It's professional. I mean, you know, everybody got a little camera phone and like, hey, how you doing? Hey, I already talk. Now this brother puts shit into it. He got like 3, 4, 5 cameras, microphones, everything. Yeah, Hannibal is the man.
Exactly.
Y'all keep up with him, man. Keep up with him.
Hopefully,
I don't endorse nothing. Not that it matters about me because I'm a murderer. But Hannibal is the man.
Well, I really appreciate that, Marty. I hope to run into you again. There's lots of fan questions we'll ask next time.
If you hold on one second, we got to go.
All right, Hannibal, we got to take off, brother.
I want to ask. Let me ask you 2 more. Give me 2 more fan questions.
Are you serious? Is Nick going to allow that?
Oh, we can go. Hurry! No, wait! Hurry! Two more.
Did you have sex with Sensational Sherry? This guy wants to know.
No, Sean did. I didn't.
What's the house party story with Pat Tanaka?
No, we're going. See you, Hannibal.
The captain's kicking us off. The captain's kicking us off. Thanks everyone for all your questions. Nick was the party pooper there. This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com. We have 2-time WWE Tag Team Champion, former AWA Champion, former Intercontinental Champion, Marty Jannetty. How are you doing today, sir?
Well, last time Al Snow was on your show, you got the information wrong to him.
Okay.
You remember you had asked him, you think Marty says he slept with 5? Do you think that's really true? 5,000 women? I didn't say 5,000. I said 1.
1,000. Okay.
Yeah, but you told Al 5, and he still said, "Well, I've seen boxes and boxes of pictures, but it was 1,000." I don't want anybody to think I'm lying. The 5 is just. I tell people 5,000. I mean, 1,000 was work. I mean, you had to get several. Is there people in the background?
Are you being robbed?
What's that?
Are you being robbed?
Oh yeah, I mean we are in Thugville. So we got mean mugged on the walking.
I don't know what happened there. What happened?
I'm gonna say it's Eric's phone.
All right, well, let's hope not. So as far as Al Snow, what else he was telling us?
Y'all can't. I can't hear it all if y'all do that. What were you saying? Okay, who's interviewing me right now?
Hannibal.
I know that part, but somebody else. Was that you? Okay, I think we're ready.
All right. So for Al Snow, are you still climbing?
Hey, can you hold on? Can you hold on? Let me get sunglasses.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No, are you finished at 1,000 women, or is it still climbing?
Oh, it's almost going downwards now. Yeah, it's I'm not on the road that much because of my ankle. Yeah, so there's only so many women in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah, I heard a rumor.
It only takes 3 nights and you've done there.
Yeah, I heard a rumor. I won't mention her name about you and a more recent WWE diva from the 2000s. Would that have been a possible rumor? Like a diva that would have been in the WWE in the early 2000s.
A diva.
Yeah.
I can't think of them. Give me the initials.
I don't want to get in shit with her.
I don't either. I'll just say, even if it's true, I'll say no.
Okay.
But I'll do like this on top of my head, and that means yes. Like she can't hear that, right? Or see that. Yeah, we better leave that alone. We don't want to get in no heat with nobody. There's too many more out there.
Yeah, there is. And as
But
far as Al Snow, you were mentioning that you saw him talk about you in the interview. He was saying about all the ribs you pulled on him. Do you have a favorite rib that you pulled on Al Snow?
I think my favorite one was, we always used to do the one where the guys, how they are to wait till you're done with your shower. And as soon as you open the curtain, the cold water bucket, the ice water challenge shit. And that too, sometimes you dump it over. They're not expecting it, ice cold water. But I get bored easily. That's just ADD, HDDH. And so a lot of times I would, that was my go-to. Like, wait, as soon as you hear the water go off, because he'd always forget to lock the door. Until after a while, he'd lock it. He made sure he locked it. But then I knew how to pick the thing, and so he wasn't expecting it. And wham, every time. So one time he left to go down to the lobby, and I'm in the shower. If I only see me, does that mean it disconnected? Hello?
I'm there. I just took it out so you didn't have to see me shaking my head up and down.
Why were you shaking your head up and down anyway?
All right, I'll stare blankly.
You've changed, brother. Yeah. So this one time Al goes down to the lobby for something other, and I forgot why, and so that was my perfect opportunity. I got the sink was out by the thing. I got a bucket of ice. But anyway, he came back in. I left out in the bathroom. I left the door cracked an inch. And I was like, oh, no, oh, shit. And he goes, what? I can hear him right out there. And I'm like, man, don't do it, bro. I'm sorry, man. Damn. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, I didn't lock the door. And he looks and he sees this cracked a little bit. He goes, oh, okay. Oh, and then I hear him filling the cups of water, right? And like, he's going to get me. I'm like, please, no, Al, I won't get you no more. No, he goes, too late now. And he pushes the door open. And I had a bucket of the ice water over the door ledge. When he opens the door, pow, is all over him, and it's perfect. It's just streaming down. He's standing there with 2 cups of water, and the disappointment, the look on his face. He goes, why do I even try? And he took the water he had for me and dumped him over his own head. And that was one of my favorite, because you got conned into getting got.
What about the one?
It's silly, but sometimes it's what we have to do, like to break the monotony on the road, especially like 300 days a year. It was just 300 days a year, but sometimes it was 325, 330 shows because of the double shots. Did you have to do that when you were there?
No, I was not in there. I'm only a reporter.
Okay.
Got in there. I wasn't good enough.
No, you were good enough. It wasn't your time yet.
Yeah. There's a fan on here that says he saw a lot of matches of you guys and the Powers of Pain. Did you guys call that in the ring, or did you talk about it in advance?
No, you just go with it because they're so big. They're going to do what they want to, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. But we kind of got like a routine, not necessarily a routine that we strictly did that, because every crowd's going to be different, and if you just stick to one routine, what works in Philadelphia may not work in Chicago, and what worked in Chicago may not work in LA. So you gotta. That's the problem with pre-calling this shit, and having the whole match set up. Is if they're not buying it, you're fucked. Oh yeah, can I cuss? That was an accidental cuss.
I don't mind if you cuss.
Well, let me hear you say cuss. Fuck.
I'll say cuss.
Yeah, all right. I'm not gonna cuss no more. I'm sorry about that one.
No,
sorry, y'all, right. Fan Bill.
No, it's all right. As far as when you wrestled with the Quebecers, Carl Willette was telling me you used to make fun of Jacques a lot.
He used to play, and one thing, I love him to death. I love both of them, Raymond too. One thing that Jacques hated the most, I mean, he hated when I would say, hey, Jacques. And he was like, oh man, that's not my name. I said, I know it's not. And he goes, I said, why does it bother you? I'm just exaggerating your name. He goes, it sounds like you're hocking up and you're going to spit. I said, yeah, I guess you're right. And so I said, oh, I won't do it that much anymore. He goes, no, don't do it at all. So whenever I would, like we'd be in the ring, you know, only ringside people can hear you, but I'd say from across the ring, I'm like, hey, yah, I'm going to come over and arm drag me. Oh, no, I'll arm drag you. Yah. Or you hear me, and he would just put his head down and shake and be so disgusted. But that's about the only ribs because, you know, I didn't want him to dynamite kid me.
Yeah. You were there for that, weren't you?
I was in the ring when it happened. When I say in the ring, not for a match. Sean and I was out there doing what we always would do, thinking about Shawn Michaels. I don't know if y'all know that guy. He's goes by HBK and the Showstopper. We used to tag, so as the Rockers, just giving them a background, you know, the backstory because they may not know who he is, but they know me, of course. But
Hey,
so we were in the ring.
You gotta love that you still have your hair and he's lost his.
Oh man, that's horrible for you to say. I bet you won't take that skull cap off.
No, I'm in the same category as him.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry I said that now.
Yeah.
I was just kidding. But ain't nothing wrong with being bald. A lot of girls say this bald is beautiful because I think it reminds them of the tip of a dick. But I'm not sure about that either.
I thought it was the mushroom cut. The mushroom
what's
cut.
that?
Remember the mushroom cut that people had in the 90s?
Yeah, I was there. I remember, but I kind of. Yeah. Was that like the picnic table top, like the black guys were wearing it flat, and then it kind of dropped?
Yeah.
Bad News Brown called it a picnic table.
Okay.
Because
it
was flat.
Yeah.
Oh, Billy Jack.
Yeah,
How's he doing?
He's doing great. Other than his wife's ill, sadly. He's got a wife.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry to hear that. Wow. Yeah. Wow. I should have called. I didn't know what I called him and said, sorry.
Did you know him? Were you friends with him?
Yeah. We were involved with that CTE lawsuit. He's the one that got me in. I didn't want to be a part of it, but I think I might have talked about that on your show before.
I don't think you did.
Well, it had to do with the ankles, you know, and I called up. You remember they have the wellness program? Yeah. Where the guys that are, you know, need to go through rehab for drugs, recreational or whatever drugs. But my brother's the one that actually told me, he goes, would you please call them and tell them your ankles are what needs fixing? To go there for, you know, for pain pills, because I was taking a lot of them. He said, I'm worried you're going to be the next victim that I have to hear about my brother OD'd. And he said, why don't you call them and ask them, they'll fix your ankles. Going to rehab is not going to fix the source. And that's what rehab's all about, is finding out what's the source of your problem that, you know, you want to do these things or so much or whatever. And so I thought, you know what, yeah, I guess you're right, because nothing against these are my guys. I love Jake the Snake, and I love, you know, Scott Hall, rest in peace. I love Sonny, rest in jail. You know, I love everybody. They you know, they were getting put through rehab 10 to 12 times. I mean, so I figured, okay, I'll ask them if they can just fix my ankles rather than send me to rehab, because that's not going to fix, you know, the source of the problems.
Right.
I said rest in jail. I think she's actually in prison, so it'd still be RIP. But so, I'm sorry, Tammy. Love you. Loves you. Did you see that Dark Side of the Ring with her and Chris a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I did. But you want to finish? I'll ask you about that, but finish your story. Why wouldn't they give you the ankle?
Oh, so on that, yeah, I skip a lot. Where'd my co-hosts go? For my show, for my podcast. Party with Marty's going to be a podcast soon.
Oh, cool.
My goal is to be almost as good as yours. When I don't think I got the money for that, but I'm, you know, that's a goal to set, because if I come close, then it's going to be decent. When I did the first,
that's the mushroom cut, by the way.
Yeah, How did when you do that, like a cutaway like that, do you already have to have it set?
No.
Well, we'll talk about.
I looked it up to show you what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're right there. You can type away and pull some. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. But yeah, you got to teach me some tricks. I was mostly impressed by your 48 cameras on that one little reel, the straight across reel, or whatever you would call it. Man, I love that. But that's got to be some money. And then when I saw my interview with you, it's like you could cut from the side view while I'm talking, and 2 views at one time. It's like, wow, man, this is better. I ain't seen nobody else with that setup. I mean, it had to be some money, but it's got to be worth it, right?
I think that one got well over 100,000 views, so that one was pretty good.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about your production end of it. Like on the railing thing with 3 cameras. That's freaking great. I've not seen anybody else with that.
So why didn't they give you?
Oh yeah, so sorry. Now I don't want to say Ann Russo's name, but the person that was in charge of the wellness system program, I knew her well. We were friends, and I told her, I said, look, I mean, can you fix my ankles? My doctor, ankle surgeon, is one of the best. Lee McCluskey, he's one of the best in the world. He studied under Dr. Andrews, and everybody knows him. And Lee had told me, and we played football together in high school and college. So, I call him Lee, and I feel bad when I'm in the doctor's office. And I'm like, Lee, and I'm like, oh, shoot, Dr. McCluskey.
Yeah.
Wanting to be respectful around all the other people that he's doctor to. He's doctor to me. But what was I saying about Ann? Oh yeah, he told me he had seen him, and he goes, God, you got the ankles of an 80-year-old. And he goes, you need to get them. We need to get them soon. I said, well, I got to get the right insurance. He goes, you don't need to pay me. He said, but the hospital, that's a separate charge. And he goes, and I'll make sure they'll make a payment plan for you. So I had told them that. And I said, it won't be that much. I mean, I won't have to. I mean, y'all spend more on rehab for Scott Hall going every other month than that. And, she is, and I said, also, you can take it out of my royalty checks because what y'all made on me last quarter would pay for it. What they make because it shows the breakdown, itemized, like what they sold, how much they got, how much they gave you, which is minimal. And I don't want to burn no bridges with them like I got one. But she has said the final thing was she said, and I don't mean she because I didn't say Ann Russo's name, right?
No,
I don't want to say a name who was in charge, but
I think you got concussion issues anyway, so it's hard to remember.
Who does? Yeah.
We both do actually.
But you got CTE?
I got memory problems due to too many concussions.
Well, that's almost the same thing, I guess. RVD, Rod Van Dam, he was telling me one time, he goes, I don't think he got CTE. Him and I are pretty good friends. And he'll shoot straight usually. I say usually because I don't know when he doesn't. But he told me, he goes, I don't think you got CTE because usually CTE, they can't put a sentence together or they're very cognitive. And I mean, he could be right. There's 13 known symptoms as of now. It might be more. As of last time, the attorney that I went with, I had 10 of the 12, and I was telling my attorney, I said, I don't have the one where mood swings. And my girlfriend pops up right away. She goes, yes, you do. So I said, okay, I got 12 of the 13. The only one I don't have is suicidal thoughts. And that one, a few weeks later, that one started changing. But so anyway, she is whoever it was had said that, Marty, you got a very valid point. But if we were to do that for you, it would open the floodgates to help everybody else. And I just thought that's a shitty damn thing to say. All these people that made y'all money and gave their life, and I mean, you don't want to open the floodgates for fixing them. If they're making the money like y'all made last quarter of me, damn sure should fix them, according to what they're,
Yeah.
But that was when I said, the hell with it. I'm joining that CTE lawsuit. I never wanted to, but it was just because I had, like, she even agreed if it was a she, and these days you can't tell, but but if it was a situation of it would open the floodgates. I even said, look, I'll sign a no disclosure or whatever it's called, confidentiality, where I ain't got to tell nobody, but as my brother said, my brother don't want to read me into obituaries tomorrow over something that could have been avoided. So,
It's
but
like
that was the whole
doing
CTE reason. I didn't like it because I don't know. It just seems weird. You're in pro wrestling. You don't think you're going to, that's like boxing. You don't think you're going to get a couple good shots.
But yeah, it's true. Billy Graham had to beg fans to pay for his medical bills, and he never used the rehab either, but they wouldn't pay for his hip surgery. So it's the same.
Billy Graham, wasn't that the preacher?
The wrestler. The wrestler.
There was a Billy Graham wrestler? You talking about Mike Graham?
No, well, he was related. He was related in wrestling to Eddie Graham.
Oh, okay. That Graham family.
Yeah, they had the same problem. Anyways, about Sonny, Dark Side of the Ring. What did you think about it?
I thought it was. I mean, I found out a couple of things. Generally, it's your friends. You know everything. Of the ones I've seen, I've only seen like 5 or 6 episodes. I don't know how many they've had. We're season 4. So, I mean, and there's 10 episodes. So they must have a few. But I've seen 6. And, man, most of them I learned a lot that, like, wow, I didn't know that. Wow. Like, with the Sonny and Chris one, I knew pretty much all of it. And some people complained, how they made her look bad. No, if they wanted to, they could have really made her look bad because they held back. I know it was bad enough, but it could have been way, way, way worse, and that's just the shit I know.
Tell us something that you know about her.
About Sonny?
Yeah.
Let me think. I don't want to do that. I don't want to rat out or talk shit, but I just thought the time in Australia that she came out of the bathroom in the bus all, gooped out, and the syringe was hanging in her arm still. But I think it was Nubane back then that the boys were all into. Everybody was doing it in the, intramuscular. And some would bang it, run it in the vein. And, I guess it hits you probably because it hits you so fast, because it's direct main thing. But not for myself, that was no, man. I'll just do without the, for me and a couple others, it would be like to go work out because you can work out. There's no lactic acid. There's still lactic acid buildup, but it doesn't, that burn, you don't get it. So you could just keep going, extra reps. But and then also for pain. I mean, I don't know any wrestler that's not in pain after his match, except for when Nikolai Volkov was alive. Nikolai, rest in peace, is another good friend. But I mean, you can't really be in that much pain if you don't. He used to take what we call the kickstand bump, where he'd throw one leg under, go down to his hip, roll down to his shoulder, and then take the bump, like throw his arms down. It's like, gosh, damn, can you do that in any more slow motion? Couldn't make it slower.
I got to ask you if Sonny was one of the 1,000.
I don't mind telling you, no. And it's not that it couldn't have been, and it's not that it wasn't offered. I hate to say it that way. But I mean, to me, and it's not that I don't think she's a pretty girl. And it ain't like I didn't hear her next door quite a bit, when I say next door, the room next door, I would hear her. And I even thought that, excuse my language, but I even thought it would be improper to jack off listening to her because, because it was Chris's girl, so right. I mean, and I liked Chris so much that that was just something that would never happen. Not just with them. I mean, that's just. I mean, I ain't got many morals, but you know, one of the boys' girl. No, I can't do that. And married women. That's I can't. Those are I can't do. Those I don't have many morals, like I said, but those are no nos to me, and always will be.
There's a fan on here that wants to know if you have a story about the Ultimate Warrior getting lost on his way to the gym. Have you ever heard?
Yeah,
of
in Detroit. Yeah. We were, you know, we all the guys know where the gyms are. If you don't, you ask one of the boys. And you know, Warrior. We was just going to the gym. It was right up the street from the hotel that we all, you know, when I say we all, most of us stayed at. And for my Detroit people there, it's I can't remember Moon Road. No, that's Pittsburgh. Man, just the roads. You don't even know the name of it. But we're heading to the gym. It was like a mile down the street from us, and here comes Warrior. How you turned around and got in front of us, turned around and going down the street, that he gets pulled over. The police pulled him over, and he jumped out of his car and went that that wild look he has, like when you go to the ring, running down to the police car, right? And he goes, "What the fuck are you doing? I'm late for the gym." And the policeman's so scared, he's like crouched in his car and he cracks the window a little bit. He goes, you were going the wrong way on a one way. And then Warrior didn't figure he was doing anything wrong. So he was attacking a police car. He was just so high strung on everything. I love him to death, but he was a bit crazy.
As far as your dark side of the ring, I know you're not allowed to talk about it.
It's not I'm not allowed to. It's just why talk about it, and then there's no reason to watch it.
But did they follow you around for like 3 or 4 days? Could you just tell us a bit about like what's so special about it?
Yeah, we actually it was the we were going to interview for a couple hours and do on locations around town, like some of the stories I had told, like go take shots of it. And the interview, just talking itself, like what me and you are doing right now, it was like that lasted like the first day that lasted like 4 or 5 hours. And I mean, it goes by fast. Like with me and you, it seems to go by fast. I guess when you're enjoying it or you're getting into it, and you look up and it's like, damn, and we wasn't even finished. They were like, yeah, we still got a whole lot of material here that we was going to ask you. So we did a day 2. We figured we would wrap it up, get the other half, and then go back on the locations like they wanted to. Well, day 2 was a repeat of day 1, and we went like so long, and they're like, okay, we got to stop now. And we looked up at the time like, holy shit. So, I mean, we had like maybe 8 hours of talking, interviewing, stuff. And they said, would you do one more day? Would you do a third day and go around town? And so they said, no more interviewing. So we'll just go around town and get shots, locations. And for some reason, one of the places we went was a bowling alley.
Yeah.
and we went by my high school, I think. And the one girl in town that used to be a he was a she way before anybody else had started doing that, at least in Columbus, Georgia. And that really was all they had. There was one area I had told them a story about, some things that went wrong. And it was in a neighborhood that, might not be the best, because the last time American Journal went through there, I think I talked about that on your show, but went through there. The van got stopped, and I was able to get away from them. And I come back later, like, to thank the guys for all I needed is a block them because they're following me, and I'm trying to get to the gym. I talk about the gym a lot for no built, for no built, but shit, man, I've lost so much since this sickness I got, this sepsis shit. But yeah, and so when we went back, when I went back, this was another time, to say, hey, thanks for blocking them off. They come running up the side of the car with cameras and all kinds of microphones and the whole equipment from the van. I'm like, oh my God, what did y'all do? And they're like, hey, Marty, we got some stuff out of there. Oh man, did you hurt anybody? They're like, no, we ain't hurt nobody. But yeah, so I told them about that Dark Side crew. And by the way, I love them to death, every one of them. Tara, I work with closest, sweetheart, and very good at what they're all very good at what they do. I enjoyed, and the feedback was they enjoyed working with me too, so that was cool. But
I worked with them too.
What I was going to say though,
episodes this year too, the July 25th episode. So
say again.
I worked with them too this year. I'm in the Abdullah the Butcher episode.
Oh yeah. That's July 25th.
Yeah, I don't know. I could look up when yours is.
I think it's August 8th.
August 8th. There you go. You're the main event. You're the last match.
I feel good about that. It's been so long since I've been main event at anything except, at parties with a lot of girls and guys and what do they call it? Orgies. I don't do that shit anymore because I'm kind of getting old.
You guys closed the show though, because didn't most of the time Macho Man or Hogan want to go before the main event?
Yeah, all the time because they want to get out because they'll get mobbed at the end. Whereas, like I think I told you, Madison Square Garden, we would park at the Ramada Inn, which was up the street, and get in the ambulance to go there, just so that they didn't see you because they knew they could see in you if you didn't have tinted windows in New York. I don't know if you're allowed to have tinted windows, but whatever the case, they would notice you because you got to come through them and go down a ramp or whatever. You got to go through them. If they notice you, you're stuck there for a while. And if you don't, like if you keep edging up, they'll start beating on the car and rocking the car. So they would take us in the ambulance to get in and to get out, like at the end of the night. But finally, the fans caught on to that. Like, okay, that ambulance is the guys. They just didn't know which ones were in there, but it would be so late. They knew, well, it had to be the guys in the last match, So even the ambulance would start getting rocked sometime. But yeah, so Hogan and Macho and Warrior and them, sometimes they didn't want to get bothered with that, so they would flip them down to the match right before intermission. Because the match after intermission, that's the real popcorn match because people are not even back yet from concessions or bathroom or whatever. So anyway, yeah, we got flipped and we were main event by proxy. I don't know if proxy is the right word, but we were the main event because they didn't want to go on last and be caught and all that shit. They would go out early. When you go out before the show was over, you didn't have to worry about nothing because they're still at the show. But when you would, last one, you're gonna have problems. I mean, you still got to the Ramada in one piece and get in your ride and get the hell everywhere you're gonna go. But so we got to be main event by default. That's probably a better way. By default, we got to be the main event.
When you guys were at your peak, what's the most women you were with in one day? When you guys,
a lot of the guys say whatever number they want. For me, I think it was 3. I know the guy. I think after 3 it's disrespectful.
Yeah. And what's this story about you stealing the WWE bus in Europe that got you fired? One of the times you got fired.
Well, there was I had good reasoning because the driver was, I don't know I think that at first it was just the air brakes were tight or whatever because when he would slow down, it was like all of us would be jerking, and we're like, hey man, easy on the brakes. And I think because we said that, he went a little harder, like wham wham hitting the air brakes. And Roddy Piper, got rest his soul, he said he asked the guy nicely. He goes, "Sir, could you please stop hitting the brakes so hard?" And I think the guy actually think he started doing it on purpose from that point on, which now it pissed us off because he's disrespecting Roddy directly. And Pat Tanaka, one of my best friends, he was sitting right next to me, and I was like, I'm gonna get him. And Pat's like, nah, just let it go. No, I'm gonna get him. And I didn't know, have no idea how. And we're in Europe. I think it was England actually, and I guess that's Europe. But so we had to stop, like in the middle of nowhere. One of the M, like over here, it's interstate. There's an M, which I think stands for motorway, M63 or wherever the hell it was. I knew where the hotel was from there, but we all got out to pee on the side of the road. Coming back from the show, like 2 or 3 in the morning, if that late, but it was late, and so everybody got back on, and because I was telling them, hurry, 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 and one of them, I'm not gonna mention his name. He takes 30 minutes to pee. He stands there and pees forever. And I was like, no, man, just wait. We'll be back at the hotel in a minute. He goes, not with this guy. I said, don't worry about that. I got behind the wheel. He was still out. The driver was still pissing. I got behind the wheel. I put it because I know how to drive. I drove a tractor trailer truck before I got into wrestling. So, and left his ass on the side of the road and got us to the hotel. But I think he deserved that. Don't you agree? He was fucking with the boys.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't happen nowadays because people would film it and there'd be evidence.
Oh yeah, there's so much we go as like double-edged sword, or double loss or whatever you call it, catch 22. You can't win because there's a lot of things that would have been nice if we had the cameras, and there's a lot of things. Thank God you didn't have camera phones.
Is it true Pat Patterson personally fired you over that bus thing?
No, I didn't get fired for that at all. I got fired for other things, but not that.
So that's a fault. We're clearing something up here. You did not get fired over that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many false rumors are out there.
Is it true you hold now that the Sheik is dead, you definitely
he can never come back and beat me now.
No,
and I hate saying it that way, because I love him to death, and he's gone. Man, that was sad for like a week. I mean, it still holds a place in my heart. So I say you're sad for a week, but that was just devastating, because that's my boy, man. And that was devastating for a while. There's a few of them that were like Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect. That one really hurt bad because, for one thing, he was like our teacher, and I don't want to put that on him. He's got family, never mind. But he just knew how to mix the stuff. And in fact, he had a cocktail he called, because they had different colors in it. And it was something bring you down, something to bring you up, something to keep you right in the middle. But it was different colors. He goes, rainbow stew. Have you had your rainbow stew? But he knew what all the right combinations were, including way back when we used to do cocaine. I mean, we don't do it that much anymore, but so back then he was our teacher. And so that was another shocker to hear that that was involved, or it could have been, man, that was just like, that's a rough one. That's like your teacher that taught you how to do this stuff so good that died from it. Plus, we just loved Kurt to death. Kurt was our boy, man. When he got on the booking staff, I don't know if you call it staff, but in the booking room or booking agent in WCW, he was he was for the boys. He stood up for the boys. Where a lot of them become company people, he stood up for the boys, and we loved him even more for that.
Yeah, I've heard Bret Hart say a story that like George Steele was literally doing coke with the boys one week, and then the next week he's an agent ratting everyone out. Did you notice that with some of these guys as well, or is Bret exaggerating there?
I never knew George did coke, but I mean I don't doubt it. And rest in peace, George. I love him. Yeah, I never knew him. That don't mean it didn't happen. I never knew him too.
He doesn't
I know this. What's that?
He doesn't seem like the type that would, and I'm not anyone that does, but he just doesn't seem like the type.
Yeah, he I mean, now to see him drink a beer was fun. Like, now George is having a beer, but I can't imagine him smoking weed or Philly blunt or a line of coke. I mean, I'm not saying no, it didn't happen because I don't know. I just never saw it.
As far as the rumors about Sean and Pat Patterson, do you think there's anything to those rumors?
I mean, I never saw it.
Yeah. But he just liked you guys, right? He was a fan of your work, and he was
Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. And I mean, Pat knew his shit. I liked Pat a lot. I didn't go that far. I got nothing against that. That's just not my thing. But he knew his shit. That's why he was able to keep going. He was able to adjust with the times. The wrestling changes. It wasn't like Bruno and San Martino days where you just get a headlock and maybe a slam, and make a match of that. Shit evolves, and Pat was able to be one of those people that evolved with it, and then even taught you in the new style. He was that good. So I really like Pat. As far as like what you said with Sean, I get asked that a lot, and a couple guys don't believe me when I tell them. It's like, I'll just say one, like Ricky Morton. He goes, "Man, he does." Like, I don't, Ricky. He goes, "You're his best friend, it." And I never seen him put a dick in his mouth. I've never heard him talk about it.
What about Jim?
That's
Powers?
not to say he didn't, but I actually don't think so. But because that's my buddy, that's my partner, that's my brother, But I mean, if he did, he did. He didn't do it in front of me, so I didn't have to be embarrassed.
What was the rumor with Pat and Jim Powers? Did you ever hear about that?
Yeah, it was funny. I forgot how it all went, but basically, Jimmy was propositioned, and it was just to lay there on his back, not to do anything, just. Basically, I'm not going to say this, but basically, all he had to do was get a blowjob, and of course, he turned it down, and then Jimmy and I are great friends, and we used to travel the road together then, and he was like, because Jimmy was good, a good worker, very good, and built good looking guy. He had everything going, and I asked him one time, I said, "I wonder why they're not using you better. I mean, you got the looks, you got the charisma, you got everything." And he goes, "I think it's about that time I didn't do that." And he goes, "Man, if I just had it to do over." Second guess not laying there and taking one. Not taking one, backside. I mean, just getting blown.
What's this Wolf character that people are asking about? The wolf.
The wolf passed away, but that was my cat, and he was a wisdom guru. He used to come tell me, let me know stuff that I thought I knew. I was kind of smart. Shit, I learned so much from the wolf. He was wise beyond his 9 cats' lives, but he finally wasn't. He didn't beat Father Time though. That one got him.
Yeah, I got my dog that's like that.
Hey, what's his name?
Piper.
Piper?
Yes.
Like Roddy?
Yes.
Does he wear a skirt?
Yes.
I always say because if he wears the skirt, he can still poo poo. Sometimes they put diapers on them. They can't poo poo if they got a diaper on.
You told us the story about Piper breaking up your fight with Sean, that time. Do you have any other stories about Piper you could tell us?
Let me think. It was something in Ireland, but I can't remember what it was. It had to do with him taking up for one of the boys, and he punched somebody out in like 1 second. But I can't remember the whole story, so no sense in telling half of it.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're partying with.
When you couple that and then getting older, like I'm starting to get old. Gosh, the memory cells. That's why I'm finishing my book up. I'm hoping for my book to come out right around the same time. I got 2 new action figures coming. Two different companies, not with the same company. I got lucky on that. two action figures, the what do you call it, Dark Side of the Ring. I'm kicking off my own podcast, Party with Marty, and but so I'm wanting to book everything coming at least close. You know, you're not going to get the release date on everything on the same day, but if it's in the same time frame, you know, one helps the other.
Did you hear they might be bringing 1-2-3 Kid into AEW? Maybe there's a chance AEW is going to fix up your ankle and bring you back for one last run.
No, I didn't hear about the kid, but I saw him the other day. You know, he was a good-looking kid when he was, and I ain't saying he's, you know, I was looking at him like that, like, hey, good-looking kid over there. But you know, he was getting as many women, or more, actually more than I was at our little run through. And I saw him on some show. It wasn't wrestling. It was, you know, some kind of show. And damn, he looks different now. Have you seen him lately?
Not really. Not for about 4 or 5 years.
And that's about how long ago I saw him in person.
Yeah.
And in that, a lot happened in that 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I hope he gets the job or whatever. Apparently, Billy Gunn.
Yeah, me too. He's a great guy, super guy, man. Yeah. And he's very knowledgeable in the business.
Luke Bushwhacker Luke, whose partner just passed away recently. He was telling me a story that you had somebody die in your house about 7 or 8 years ago. Is that true?
No, it was way longer than 7 or 8 years ago. But that was an accidental OD.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way different than the bowling alley.
Yeah, no. He said you had nothing to do with it, but he said that was something that probably you've had a lot of stuff in your life to deal with over the years.
Yeah, more than my share. I mean, sometimes I brought shit on myself, and you know that's part of having ADHD. You get bored so easily, you know that you got to make your own fun. And sometimes it's mischief. It's just mischief. It was never anything serious, you know. Never robbed nobody. Never shot nobody. Never whatever, you know, serious things. It's all just cutting up fun kind of shit. Got drunk a couple times, and you know, even that you're having fun, you know. So it was never mean shit, you know, malicious. It was always mischief.
Yeah, you're actually one of the nicest guys in wrestling, and I've been in the business for 20 years, and I can honestly say you're one of the nicest people in wrestling.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Coming from you, you know, a man of integrity, I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Now, when I interviewed Tracy Smothers, another guy that sadly passed away, he was saying he thought Sean held a grudge against him from when you guys.
He might have done what?
That Sean might have held a grudge against him in WWE for the heat that him and Bob Armstrong's kid had with you guys back when you were working for the Fuller territory. Do you remember any heat from those days?
Not with Bob Armstrong's kid. I mean, Sean was kind of rude to Bob. I mean, not badly. I mean, I guess this is what you're talking about. Hey, real quick. Hey, can somebody get me a glass of water, like a half a glass or something? Sorry about that. We were working for Birmingham, whatever it was called, Continental Wrestling, I think it was. And that was only because we just got fired at WWF for that one day. You know, the whole story was one day. But so we were down, and some new owners bought out the Fullers, I think, you know, owned it. Robert Fuller and you know, Ron. Thank you, sir. And I promise this is not vodka. No, I shouldn't promise, but
that's all right.
But so yeah, I don't really want to say anything ugly about anybody, but you know, Sean just made a mistake. It was kind of a bad one, but so that day, I think, or what was it day? Because there was TV taping, and the new owners came in and like, who did this, or who was Shawn Michaels, and Shawn said me, and they said some things, and Shawn's like, fuck you, what do you know about wrestling? You just bought the place, you don't even know shit about it. You don't tell me what I'm supposed to do. That night, Bob Armstrong pulled us aside and he goes, hey man, the guys want you to finish up in 2 weeks. And Shawn said, fuck it, we quit now then. And so that was that, you know. Yeah, that stuck by Shawn's side. I mean, I knew it was I say his fault, but people don't understand, like when you're a team, if one does something, they both did. It's like, did the Rockers win or the Rockers lose? Or, you know, it's not, did Marty lose or did Shawn lose? So, and I told Shawn that in clubs. When we went to clubs, he would be kind of cocky and arrogant. And, you know, I told him, please stop doing that. You know, when you do that shit, I get blamed too. And that did happen quite a lot. In fact, I was the first one to ever win the Money in the Bank. and I had to steal it. It was after the banks were closed. But it was the Rockers, who still robbed the bank. So it's always teamwork. It's always a team effort. And I mean, when they don't say, well, Marty won the match. It's the Rockers won.
Right.
I forgot what we were talking about. I forgot the question.
Well, you answered the question about what the situation was in Continental.
Oh yeah, that was it. I didn't know that. I don't know what it was about the Suns, because we got along with all of them, even Shawn.
Because Tracy Smothers said that when he was in WWE as Freddie Joe Floyd, that he felt that Shawn treated him like crap, and he said he thought it may have been heat stemming from
that, and that could have been, because Shawn admits back then. He was a handful to everybody, to anybody, even Vince, even his boy toy owner. But he's got a better sense, a lot better. I mean, the Shawn of today is not the Shawn of yesterday. Well, none of us are, of course. But I mean, what a difference! What a pleasant difference,
When was the last time you ran into him?
In the car, or I mean,
yeah, no, when was the last time you saw him?
Shit, I think about it's probably. Well, I haven't done much, because of these ankles and trying to battle the sepsis lately. I've not been on the road hardly at all much in over about a year. 2 years. So I think it's been 2.5, 3 years since I've seen him in person. And it's always the same when we see each other's, hug and how you been and all that, and we talk, and that's about it. We might text once in a great while, but we don't really ever. Well, he stays, that he stays so busy. I don't know. I don't think he's got. I don't know.
I think he's in charge of NXT now or something.
Yeah, that's, imagine how time consuming that is.
Yeah.
At one time he was doing the hunting show, the religious show, and his wrestling stuff, and man, it's hard enough just doing any one of those. So he stays super busy, and would, like you said, working kind of, from what I understand, pretty much running NXT. Gosh, that's time for you. When you got time to breathe,
Would you have imagined that when you guys started together, that suddenly he gets all this? Now, like in 2023, he's one of the most powerful people in the WWE.
I wouldn't have thought that part, but I know that, I would have known that he would be in the position of running a company, a big company, not an independent one, a big one. Because I mean, he was talented. I mean, I taught him pretty much all he knows. So how is he not going to go to the top? But the power part, which that he does have the power, and I don't think he abuses it from the feedback I get, because everybody always, comes back and tells me everything about Shawn, and it's like, I don't know why they're telling me, like, what you want me to do?
Well, maybe,
but it's all good shit, most of it, and so but I'm happy for him. He deserves it because he listened to me when I would teach him stuff. He listened to me.
Yeah, he's done a great job. You got to get.
Lost the volume.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Just keep talking. What about now?
Hello?
What about now?
Hey, Eric.
You know? Can you hear
Hold
me?
up. Oh, there you are. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Lost you for a second.
So
Sorry
you
about
said
that.
you have sepsis now. What is that? Is this serious?
It's a blood infection. I'd gotten joint replacement in one ankle, in the right ankle, and reconstructive surgery on the left ankle. And it took for Lee, my doctor. He didn't want to do them both together. He says it's just he doesn't do that because it's too much strain on the body. And me being almost 175 years old, he thought it might even be harder for that reason. And so he said, what I'll do is stagger them, and I'll do one. And he said, generally, I want 6 to 8 months for my patients before I'll do a second one. He goes, I know how hard, like I said, we played football together, high school, college. He goes, I know how hard you'll work to rehab it. He goes, I'll do yours in 4 months. The first one, after I got and I had it ready in 3 months. And because he do it the follow-ups, and he was like amazed at it. He goes, I don't think I've ever seen one heal that fast from the reconstructive. He said, I'm actually going to ask around because they have meetings with doctors all around the country, and he goes, I think you set the record for that. And so then he said, okay, I'll go ahead and do the other one. And now that he was convinced it was ready to go, and we got the other one, that was joint replacement. That was probably even faster, but right at 3 months. So after 6 months, both ankles were good to go. And of course, I mean, they wasn't as good as they're going to get. Still had to work the way back into shape, and then strengthen them and tighten them and making them, where I could do anything but jump off top ropes. My doctor said, he goes, look, I'm gonna fix you where you can walk with no pain. But he said, but please do me a favor and stop jumping. No jumping off top ropes. So I mean, I promised him that, and I haven't since. But so we were rolling along. Everything was good. I moved to Jacksonville, where my intent was to open a wrestling school there. And once it got going, moved down to Clearwater, Tampa Bay area, and open one there, and make it, not trying to mess with WWE school or nothing, but not everybody can afford their prices, so I was going to make it a little more affordable. I'm not going to have the whole complex, compound like they have, but I mean, I know the things to get somebody where they need to be, and they may just not have the money. So, I'm going to be, that was my intent. And something went wrong on the way to that place. I'm an insomniac, and basically what happened one night, I had our sponsor, our big sponsor, I'm not going to say who it was, major corporation. Something happened, it fell through, so there wasn't a school in Jacksonville, Florida. So I went ahead and all right, let's go, set the one up in Clearwater, St. Pete area, and moved down there. And one of those insomniac night, I went for like 4 days with no sleep, and there was no drugs involved. It was just straight, I'm an insomniac, which a lot of us wrestlers know too. When you travel the world in different time zones all the time, it's just hard for your body to know, oh, okay, this is when I go to bed. But so, yeah, I was on day 4, and I was staying in an apartment temporarily, and it was more like a resort hotel type thing. I mean, it had a kitchenette. It was definitely just it was a very nice hotel room. And waiting into the place the house I was going to move into for it to open. And I remember it was time to start moving. It was time to go. It was available. And a couple friends I was waiting on that was going to help me. I mean, I didn't need a whole lot of, help, but I needed some. And like I said, man, and I was working out good. You know the sled, the push where you sit and push the flat plate. I forgot the press, the lunges, not lunges, press. You know what I'm talking
You
about.
put plates on it and you push it, and it's on.
Yeah, it's a big old flat, thing.
Yeah.
Man, I was banging them out in the gym. I was banging them out, and I used that because I got to be careful if I were to get under the squat rack and one of the ankles gave.
Yeah.
But man, I was banging them out. I was working out good. I mean, I even sent Lee, my doctor. I said, "Look what I'm doing," and he's like, "As long as it don't hurt," he goes, just but don't go crazy. But that's impressive. And but so the point of all that was I was good and healthy, and I had gone, but right before this moving thing, I don't know what caused it. Sometimes you get triggered into your insomnia and you can't sleep. I was on day 4. For me, that's dangerous because I start hallucinating. I actually sat with the Grim Reaper one time in my house, in my front room. He sat on the other chair, like the little love seat, and I'm sitting there and I see him, and I'm like, at that time, I didn't realize I was hallucinating when I would go without sleep a long time. I mean, I learned that, like, when you see something that weird, you're hallucinating, and so, but still, like with the Grim Reaper, I was sat there and talking with him and cutting up, and he was a cool guy, he had that sickle thing, which is thing. He had the whole get up with him, and he was sitting there, and I thought, well, why does everybody think bad of this guy? He's a good guy. So I got up to go make a sandwich, and I asked him, "Do you want one? I'm gonna make a sandwich for anything." And he had like shook his head, or he didn't say anything. But when I came back, he was gone, and I was like, "Where'd he go?" And I'm thinking, like, man, that just hallucinate that whole thing, So I mean, that's when I first learned that. And now when I hallucinate, I can catch it. Like if there's a puppy walking upside down on the ceiling, like your little buddy there. I'm sorry, what's his name?
Piper.
Yeah, if I were to see, if I was to see him Piper walking upside down on the ceiling, I'm like, okay, I'm hallucinating. But you still see it. It seems it's hard to know. If there's something more realistic, like you see a few people in the house, that's realistic. I mean, you might not know that you're hallucinating, but weird shit now, like a dog on the ceiling walking, you're like, oh, okay, I'm going through it, But so all that was said to say, I had caught like, a little nap, a little bit of, I could tell I was tired, and my friends were coming to help me move. So I was like, well, do I take a little nap, a power nap? It would be the first any kind of nap in like 4 days. So I thought, well, let me just get as much as I can in. And and I fell right asleep. The next thing I know, I'm waking up and there's paramedics, like 2 or 3, and a couple cops in my apartment, in the hotel. And I'm like looking around, and then I see my friends, and I'm like, what is going on? And, they said, well, you wasn't answering the door. I'm like, okay, is that against the law? And I guess my friends had told the apartment or the hotel owner or what manager, whatever. He came and opened the door and let everybody, as far as the police and the paramedics. And I mean, I woke up out of who knows, like deep sleep. I ain't slept in 4 days. So I'm still like not incoherent trying to put it together, like what's going on here. And they had said, well, we're going to take you in and evaluate you. I said, take me in where? Because there's police and there's paramedics. I'm like, well, take me in where? And the only thing on my mind is I want to get moved. I got to hurry up and get moved, get out of here. Because, it was like they were giving me one more day to get everything out. And so they had said, well, no, we're going to take you down and evaluate you. And I'm like, no, you're not. I'm not going. And they said, well, you ain't got no choice. I'm like, yes, I do. I'm not going. And they were like, one of the officers said, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And I looked around, seeing, there was like four guys there, and kind of sizable. And I'm thinking, shit, there's too many. I said, all right, well, how long is this going to take? Because I got to get back. They said, well, if you act right, it wouldn't take long at all. 7 weeks later, I'm out of the hospitals because something happened. When I got there, we've actually got video, and the reason I'm saying all this is because everybody keeps telling me I should sue them. And I felt weird about suing, doctors when I'm going to my friends, the doctor is fixing me up and stuff, So, and actually, when I told him about it, he goes, "I'd rather you would, so that kind of mistreatment don't go on." I walked in. They didn't even want me doing that. They made me go, which I find out later in Florida laws that they can't make you go. Well, they did. And so one of my friends videoed me walking in the hospital, which they wanted me to stay on the gurney. They took me in the, the ambulance truck and got in there. Once they started putting needles, IVs and whatever pills they bring you every few hours, I was so groggy and just like out of it. Evidently, they would give me something that made me feel good, so I didn't mind. No concept of time, and plus, I mean, I feel good when whatever y'all give me more. And so it turned out to be 7 weeks later before they had to let me go because of the insurance purposes or whatever. But the thing was, one of the IVs, and I got the pictures of it. Obviously can't show now, but they couldn't, because they kept sticking me so much to draw blood that your veins start what they call collapsing, and they finally had hit one. I think it was on this arm, and they wrapped it up, taped it all up because it wouldn't stay in or something like that. And there's blood just running down out of where they got it bandaged with like clear tape, so you can see the blood in there trapped, but it was also leaking out. And on my side, my right side, hip and all that side of the bed, there's just blood all over there. And I'm laid in that for like a couple of days. I don't know how long. There was finally a male nurse came in and he looked at it. He goes, "Oh my God." He goes, I got to take that off. In good conscience, I cannot leave that on. And I'm like, I'm fine. With you doing that, go ahead. But that's just filthy hospital practice. And they say that's where sepsis usually comes from, is dirty hospitals, and you get any kind of, I had no open wounds except for where they were sticking me with the needles. And so we assumed, because I got that on still shots and video of that, and the blood just all over it, and then they leave me laying that. And now that was 2.5 years, that was a year and a half ago, and I'm still struggling to be 100. Now I'm actually thinking, hell with it, I will sue him. And plus, my doctor said, Marty, because I showed him the pictures and told him, it upset him. He goes, I would much rather you sue them and stop that kind of malpractice from happening. So I forgot what the question was.
Well, now we've used up the time, but that's basically the story on what your health situation is at right now.
Oh yeah, I mean it's weird. It gets better, So I'm getting booked now that I'm getting better. I was starting to get bookings anyway. Now the dark side of the ring is talking and hyping that. Oh my God, there's so many bookings, and that's what I say when the action figures both come out, and whether or not they'll come out at the same time or not, that's for them to decide. Do they want to battle each other, or is that good for them, marketing wise? But whatever the case, and anybody who wants to keep up, remember, check me out on MySpace. That's all I got. The other ones, but I never have time to go to them, but not MySpace. Yeah, I said MySpace. I'm sorry, Facebook. And I do have a MySpace still open, but I forgot the damn password. Facebook. You can check me on Facebook to update, all the projects coming up, and I think we're going to do real good, brother.
Very good. Well, we'll have you back on anytime. Someone doesn't even remember what MySpace was.
Yeah, and I say that a lot too. I'm glad you laughed because I thought, what's funny about? Oh shit, I said MySpace, but yeah, and
Awesome.
the
Well,
Facebook, and let me say just the last thing. Sorry, um,
you
there's
have
it'll
Twitter
be the
too. You're
one
on
in
Twitter,
front.
right? You
What's
have
that?
Twitter. I know you have a Twitter too, right?
Yes, I have Twitter and Instagram. But like I say, I just right now, especially, just limited it on time. So I usually do my Facebook, and I do get to Twitter and IG, Insta. I do get to them, but not as much. And so the one also, I have I guess you call it a fan site on Facebook too that I
OnlyFans.
don't go to as
OnlyFans. Is
much.
this you and all your women on OnlyFans?
Yeah, yeah. I ain't been on that. I was gonna go on there just to see what Sasha Banks was about, but then I found out you got to pay. I'm like, well, I don't want to see it. What she's like. I just want to see
You
what it
should
was all
do that.
about.
You should honestly do that. Open an OnlyFans of you and your sexual escapades. You'd make a fortune.
Well, I mean, see, if you'll back me on it, I'll do it. And by the way, you got to come on my podcast one of these days. Like once I
Oh
get
yeah,
it up and going.
for sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
I definitely would appreciate that.
Well, I'll let you close this off before we make the agent too pissed off. So we'll give you the last word to the fans here. Good luck with Dark Side of the Ring and everything.
Thank you, man. And last word is just remember, is always going to be partying with Marty, and on the podcast. But we also are saying party with Marty Light because I'm trying not to do too much partying these days. One, I want to heal, and two, I just need to. I'd like that part of my life to change a little bit. So when you come on to partying with Marty, party Marty with light beer, light whatever.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com. Today we have somebody that should be in the WWE Hall of Fame, one of the all-time greats in wrestling, former rocker with Marty Jannetty or with Shawn Michaels, former new rocker with Al Snow, none other than the legend himself from the Party with Marty podcast, Marty Jannetty, who's looking great.
Hey, what's up, bro? It's good to see you. Yeah, and now there's the newest rockers with me, Al Snow and Cal Hero. They're tagging together in OVW, doing real good, and then when they bring me in, we do the newest rockers. So you got the rockers with me, the newest rockers with Al, or new rockers with Al, newest rockers with Cal. So we got 3 generations of rockers, and it goes pretty good. Now that I can walk again, my ankle's gotten good enough that I can walk and talk and do all that at the same time. Yeah, it's going to work out good for us.
You need to get one of those AEW contracts that you get paid for wrestling like 5 matches a year now that you can walk again.
I'll take one of those.
Did you know, by the way, that the minimum pay for WWE now is $350,000 for the main roster?
Damn. Oh, excuse my language. Sorry. Yeah, that's crazy. It's just like other sports too, the guys like Dick Buckus and them way back that were the badasses making $100,000 a year. The guys now start at 1 million. So yeah, 300,000 to be signed on it up with flat fees, flat rate. That's pretty damn good.
I know you like Jake the Snake Roberts, and I like him too. I've interviewed him. But, what do you think? He re-signed, back in March with AEW, and they haven't even used him once on TV. Would you love one of those contracts?
I would, but it just would feel weird because WWE will always be my home. So it's like cheating on your wife, which I wouldn't know nothing about. But, yeah, it's AEW, money talks, bull stuff walks. We all know that. But I, at this point, would hold out because if I can straighten my act like I've done lately, I do believe WWE will come back around. And you was talking about the Hall of Fame. That's just a matter of time. I would try to keep my ass on the right track so it happens this next coming Hall of Fame next year. That's a long time for me to walk a straight line, but I can do it. I've been doing it here lately, and feels good to do it. I just
there'll be times, there'll be temptations. I already expect that. I mean, in fact, I've done this before. You know, I've quit drinking before, and I felt like a quitter. But no, I did good before. This time I got to do good all the way, not little ways. I'll get there.
And I hate the people that say like they feel sorry for you when you've like partied all your life. I don't know how old you are now, but you're still alive. And I
Yeah.
don't know how many girls you've been with, but like you've had a dream life in some ways.
That's why I laugh at people putting me down, like on my Facebook or even people commenting on the show. The Party with Marty show. They generally are all good. There'll be one ass wipe, come through and say some stupid shit. Like, oh, he blew it. Blew it. Some 3 WrestleManias. I got 7 different action figures you can see back here. I mean, all the pay-per-views there were back then. Champion, Intercontinental champion. We were tag team champions twice, actually. They took the one with Sean and I away. But I mean, those kind of accomplishments, and like you said, the ladies on the side, they're partying on the side. I mean, I lived a dream life. What are they talking about? What have they done? I did more in high school, accomplished more my junior year in high school than they accomplished their entire life, So, and they're telling me how to be, so it's just like a joke sometimes. I don't want to be ugly to anyone, even to ugly people. Not meaning look wise, meaning ugly, personalities. But sometimes they make it hard. I'm sure you know that. You probably don't get a whole lot of negative flack, do you?
Oh yeah. But I get death threats and stuff like that too sometimes. But it's mellowed out now.
Why do you go?
You've never been a heel, so you don't have to worry about the fans
okay.
that actually believe that you're like the character. I
Yeah.
get that, and I have more haters than you because you're more of a friendly, lovable personality than I am.
Oh, I love your personality and friendly and cuddly. I don't know about what are you wearing right now?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, right? I wear it every time.
I do, yeah. Because people don't have to smell me. I can just wear the same thing all the time.
I should just wear. Look, there's a podcast. Oh, by the way, Party with Marty. Let me show a couple of things. One of our sponsors is my best friend. She runs this company right here. Okay, there, at the bottom of the screen there, and she can make anything in the world that you want. She see the earrings. She makes that. She can make any kind of earring you want. License plates. Let's see what else got here. She mouse pads. I mean the tumblers, T-shirts. Even though she didn't make this one, but she can. The like book bags, anything that trinkets like these, anything you want. Like just as far as that, I don't think she can make a car, but she can make it and put whatever you want on it. She has some people requested funny ass ones I can't say on here, but she'll make whatever you want. You just go to that site. She's got a list of things that you make and you put on whatever you want on. One other thing, are you in pain sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
You might know about this then.
Is that CBD cream? Is that
Yeah,
RVD CBD?
RVD.
Yeah.
For my ankles, he said just give it a try, and I did, and my ankles are so shot out, even though I'm doing good right now. But Miss Radical Addie, as we call her on the show, I mean, she's our adorator.
Yeah, where's my ankle? My ankle's all messed up. It's all like
You might need to go see my doctor.
the medical system here in Canada sucks.
Oh, I forgot you're in Canada. That's right. Well, I heard the good part is free healthcare. Is that true?
It's free, but it's slow. People will die before getting like treatments.
That's what they hope, actually.
Yeah.
That's the way it was when I was in England one time wrestling PM News. Paul New. He wrestled it, with WCW as PM News.
He's most famous for stealing from the boys in the locker room, I think.
Oh boy, that I heard that. That just don't sound like him, because I've known him since AWA days, and I mean he was a bit different. I mean, when he passed it out on the stairs, and he's pretty big, he's like 350, 400 pounds. Um, it's hard to walk over him, and it's real hard to pick him up. Uh, yeah, but otherwise, I thought he was pretty good guy. So what I was going to say though, I was over, and I just see behind me here the British flag. One of the Party with Marty podcasts a week ago was about the UK experience, and I talked about him in particular. One match we had, how it is to be in a match, everything's clicking. You don't even got to say anything to each other. It's clicking, it's going, it's going. You've become a oneness in there. That's what him and I were hitting on every cylinder. Bam, 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 bam. And so he threw me out of the ring. And by the way, let me just explain, this is not cocaine. I got some kind of sinus infection. They gave me medicine for it, and it made me worse. But he come over to the rope, the springboard over the top to the floor. I see him. I'm like, no, he's not, because you got to help break this 400-pound fall. And I'm looking at him. I was like, I tried to give the look like, not what, but we were feeling it. And he came on over, and I caught him. Popped the shit out of his bicep, tore the bicep, and later another one. So it was just, there was some of my best memories from the UK. I have a lot of good ones, women included, but we don't need to talk about that.
Is it true? Now, I really don't care if girls shave or not. Is it true more girls keep themselves unshaven in the UK? You'd be an expert in this.
Why, I don't lick armpits.
No, I don't mean there. I don't mean armpits.
Well, the ones 25 years ago when I was there would have racing stripes or landing strips, whatever you want to call it. But the last time, they've caught up and shaved. But armpits, if you go to Germany and a couple other places, they only shave the armpits. And that's why I said I don't lick armpits.
Yeah, I heard PCO tell me, that Quebecer Pierre, that some of the wrestlers, when you guys did UK tours that didn't like hair down there, would actually give them a razor and tell them, hey, go to the bathroom first.
I tell you what, though, I don't know if I should, but I will. No, I won't. I won't tell you that I was in Australia one time, and this girl came up to me in the club, and she put some necklace beads on me. And I was like, okay, thank you. And one of the guys from Australia said, that's not good. She's a New Zealander. They believe in voodoo. If you take that off, it's going to be bad luck. So I was like, I ain't into that, but I ain't going to chance it. I asked her to take it off. She goes, I'll take it off if you go home with me. I said, well, can you come with me to my room? I ain't going somewhere I don't know in Australia. And I love Australia, by the way. I love the people there. Shit, I thought of moving there if Donald Trump don't get elected. But I shouldn't have said that. I just lost 1,000 fans. Yeah, they only have 500. But she came back to the room, and we got into it, and I'm trying to think of the nicest way to say it. When the panties dropped, a shrubbery popped out of there. And I looked at it and I'm like, now what do I do? Because I ain't going there. I don't even know if I can penetrate that much hair. And so I just had to talk her out, talk and rub her and do all that shit till it was right near bus. Get on the bus to go. And I said, sorry, I got to hurry up and go. Got the hell out of there. But you're talking about a rainforest of hair. Man, springboard. I mean, push your hand back. Okay, that was horrible. Sorry about that.
Well, speaking of Virgil, someone's asking about Virgil. He could have just pounded right through that with what he had. Any thoughts on his passing away or memories of him?
Yeah, I love Virgil to death. I mean, he was difficult to be around but it was beyond not having a filter.
He just said the most stupid things. Um, he would like. I'll give you an example. We was on the plane one time, and one of the stewardess, pushing that little trolley cart, giving out the Cokes and popcorn or whatever they give out. And she was sniffling and crying just like I am, sniffling, not crying. But she was had her head down. She was disappointed, and when she got by Virgil, which I'm on, we're both in aisle seats. I'm across from him. He goes, "What's the matter? What's the matter, honey?" And she said, "I'm my boyfriend." And she goes, "He ain't got a big dick, does he?" God damn it! I mean, he said it out loud. Everybody in the vicinity, near vicinity, heard that. I can't I can't holler across the car. Virgil, please. Oh, you ain't got a big dick like me. You need me. Oh, gosh. And he he would embarrass you. One time I was talking to a girl. I don't know if I should say Jasmine St. Clair's name, so I probably won't. Um, but she came to do a taping of XWF in Tampa.
Oh,
Jimmy
XP.
Hart.
Was that the Brian Knobs and Hulk Hogan company?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. And she came there, and I saw her, and I had got offered a big amount of money to do a 3-set porno, and they wanted the theme to be what wrestlers do after the show, or make it like that. And I thought about it because it was a good chunk of change, a lot, because guys don't get that much, in that business, because they all do it for free if they want. Yeah, if I can fuck her, yeah. Sorry about the language, but yeah. So she came up. I saw her. I knew that she was the girl that had done 300 guys in one. I don't know how they go in a 24-hour period, but she had broke the record, getting 300 guys at one day. I guess they would. And so I knew that. And when she walked up, I told her, I said, I had an opportunity myself to go into the industry. My brother talked me out of it. Gino said, "That's there forever. Don't do it." And I needed money at the time. I was like, just they're gonna pay me this much. I think it was 150,000 for 3, which they don't pay that. But this was gonna have the wrestling crossover crowd for them. And they expected to be big. So when my brother told me that, I'm like, nah, all right, never mind. But so with her, when I saw her, I told her about it. I said they was going to do a wrestling thing, and it was going to be themed after. She said, "Yeah, I know. It was going to be with me," and I was like, because she looked great to me. Um, and I was like, but here comes Virgil. He sees me talking to her. Here he comes. Um, and he starts with, "What you doing, man? She needs some help. Yeah, that's big old dick right here." And she looks at him. She goes, "You're not going to scare me with a dick." He said, "Okay, this girl did 301 night, and he's talking about big dick here." But Virgil, I loved him to death, man. Another thing he would do when we're in the shower afterwards. You know how we showering up and cleaning up and get ready to go home or go wherever we're going. When Virgil would walk in, we'd all kind of like get away from him because them showers that got like 3 or 4 on one pole. If you was on the same pole with him, he would turn real fast, and his thing was about this long. He would turn real fast, and it would smack you in the thighs. You'd be like, "Damn, Virgil, stop!" Or didn't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, hell, you didn't know. But yeah. But one thing though, in Virgil's case, not every brother, his would start this long, but when it got hard, it would shrink down. And the reason I know that, we roomed together in Milwaukee, and I'm not going to say Melissa's name because I can't remember it. But she, was with me, and I told her, "Hey, go." Virgil was in the bed over the next bed. I said, "Go make Virgil happy." And she, no problem, popped right in there. And I watched what proceeded after that. And there's K-pop again. Yay. And like I said, it hangs this long, and it gets hard. So it was a little bit weird. Okay, let's get off this subject.
Last question though: how is Virgil compared to Bad News Brown?
Downtown who?
Bad News Brown.
Oh boy, that was a and they were in the same shower. If they were in the same shower together, they already knew get to opposite ends of the shower, or they've been having a lip sword fight. Yeah. How'd you know about the bad news?
Because I was friends with him, and I know a lot of people that know him.
Yeah, he was a nice guy, man. I loved him to death. So sad to hear that he died at 53. He died. Like younger people would say 53 is old. When you're more than 53, it's young. He died kind of young and felt bad. He's such a good guy. I mean, he didn't put up with no shit. A story I heard, but it's only that I heard. I mean, it may be true, it may not. So therefore, I probably shouldn't tell it. But Owen used to rip people because he could talk like his dad. You bastard! He could do his dad real well, and he would call people and say, "This is Stu. Could use you up here in Calgary. Yeah, get up here as soon as you can." And then they would show up, and Stu was like, "I don't know who the hell you are," and he did it. The bad news. We need a black champion here. How soon could you be here? Bad news. I'll be there tomorrow. Wherever he was. Bad news showed up. And Stu was looking at him like, what are you doing in the dressing room? He said, well, you called me here to be your black champion. Like hell I did. And bad news said, well, I'm here and I ain't leaving. He ended up staying. From what I heard, he started seeing, or maybe even married, but started seeing one of the Hart sisters. But yeah, that's some of Owen shit, man. Owen, when he'd play ribs, they were serious. It was fun-hearted, man.
One crazy guy, I don't know if you ever met him, but a fan's asking if you ever met Mad Dog Vachon in AWA or have any stories about him.
There were several Vachons. Of course, I knew Luna real well. We became good friends. There was a Butcher. One of them came through AWA. So I probably met them both, but I love them to death. There's not too many people. In fact, there's no one that I've met that I don't like. There's one that kind of rubbed me wrong, and I'm not going to say Paul Lee's Dangerously name, but everybody I've met have been good. They were good to me, and so yeah. Why did you have a story on them?
Oh yeah, of course.
Do you have a story?
Oh no, I've only heard like the airplane stories and all the crazy bar fights he's been in and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've heard them too. But I mean, never witnessed. The only thing I did with the Vachons, but other than Luna, was at wrestling interviews and shows. When they were heels. Me and Sean were babies. It was when we were Midnight Rockers in AWA, so we were kept apart. So I really didn't get to know them, that much. Luna and I became very good friends. We'd room together and keep to ourselves. She was seeing. I'm not going to say his name because this one I legitimately won't say his name. But Gangrel was seeing her. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say the name. So we kept it because I love him to death. It's great for him. But we'd roomed together, on bed. Some of the guys would like, what was it like? Like, no, we don't go there. And just one night in particular, we didn't have cell phones yet. It tells you how old. I called home from the phone in the room, with the calling card back then. And to my house, I had just moved her in. The girl that I won't say Leslie's name, but I moved her in, and I mean just happened. And I'm calling and checking on her, and I'm going home the next day. So I called to let her know, a reminder to pick me up at the airport. I called her at the house, and no answer. This was like 95. So she did have a cell phone, but it was like a brick, one of the big ass phones. And so I thought, well, I got to call her on her cell phone. She ain't answering the home phone. She'll answer her cell phone. Told Luna, I'll be back. I'm going to call my girl, just living with me. And I'll go across to a payphone. Remember when they used to have those? Yeah. So I go and call, and she answers, and I'm like, "Where you at?" I called the home phone. You ain't home. Where you at? She goes, "Oh, I'm leaving the movie place that we go to. I got some movies." And it was like 11:05, and I'm like, "Well, you know, again, I won't say her name was Leslie, but so Leslie said, um, oh, no, I said to her, Leslie, you know, it closes at 11 o'clock. It's 11:05. It might have been 11:10." And she goes, "Oh, I'm walking out right now." Well, the first thing I knew is she didn't know how to get to the movie place that we went to one time. They didn't have GPS yet. So I was like, something ain't right. So as she's walking out, I said, "You're in the parking lot right now?" She goes, "Yeah, they're closing the door, locking up right now." I said, "All right, do me a favor." Says, "What?" I said, "Turn around, face the movie place." She goes, "Okay." I said, "Tell me the name of the store to the right of it." Dead silence. I said, "Tell me the name of the one left to it." Dead silence. I said, "Tell me the name of the big ass gas station right there on the corner." Dead silence. She goes, "Why are you doing this?" And that's when I knew she was, you know, bullshitting. And I said, "Oh, fuck you," and hung up. I went back to the room so upset, so mad. I mean, I was fuming. And I come in and start throwing shit around, had a bottle of Bacardi. I started drinking it straight. And Luna's like, "What's going on? Calm down." And she, I was so mad. I told her what's up. She goes, "We'll give her a chance to explain tomorrow." And she gave me some medicine to make me calm down. Like Xanax will do that, Valiums will do that. She gave me some kind of medicine to calm down, which I did, and was able to go home without the raging shit. I actually got a little bit of a nap before I went home, and then it was shit started all over. but Luna and I were very close. She looked out for me like a sister, and I looked out for her like a brother. So that's the Vashon experience.
Someone says you against the evil doink Matt Bourne was a great match. He was an interesting guy. Do you have any stories about him?
I have the final story about him, and I'm sorry I should have sent you pictures for slides for the show. But they on our last weekend together, him and I, he was living in Fremont, New Jersey, with a girlfriend. Um, I won't say Jill's name, and I was living on Tom's River, right, New Jersey, about 30, 45 minutes away. Freehold, I'm sorry, it's Freehold, New Jersey. So we would see each other on off days. Well, at that time, we were just doing weekends. And living up in the New York, New Jersey, what they call it, the tri-state area, Connecticut, um, you if you stay busy on the weekend, you can get double shots each day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Certainly on Saturdays and Sundays. Fridays could be tricky for the day show, but I mean, you work 4 or 5 times. It's not as good of money as with a major company, but you work so much, you still make good money. So Matt and I were doing that, and we see each other and hang out a lot. This one last weekend, we went to somewhere up in Massachusetts. I think it might have been the Boston area, and he was. I put pictures up on my Facebook. By the way, check me out at Facebook if you want to communicate with me. I mean, I'm at my friend's level, or what do you call it, 5,000 limit, because I don't have that little certification.
There's some fake ones. Yours is the one with the barbershop.
Well, I'm in front of the barbershop, and another one right now. I'll leave it for a while since we're doing this. I've got a blue shirt on. That's my fan page. I don't check it as much. What the hell's my hair doing? I don't check it as much.
You still have a full head of hair.
Yeah,
man, I'm jealous.
I might want to shave this shit off and then go that way, because then I ain't got a moose and whatever else attracts flies and moths. I found a bed of moths in here this morning. But yeah, back to Matt. Him and I did a convention, a 3-day convention together. And we really partied it up. We did all the things that you do when you're younger and partying. I say younger, it's like 10 years ago, 12, 10, something like that. 8, 12, 10, all the same. It's an area of time. So for the first 2 days, obvious reasons, we didn't sleep. And we partied, and women were around. So you know the rest of the story. But so on day 3, Sunday, after the morning show, the session of that convention, you were free to do whatever you wanted to do. And he had a late night flight. We drove up with one of the, what was her name? The Indian wrestling lady. Shit, whatever. I'll think of it later. Um, but so he didn't want her to go to sleep. We were all in a room together. He didn't. I actually, I don't know if you can see it right there. I better put my arm down, but there's a
Yeah, you
burn
can
mark
see the
right there.
indent.
Well, no, it's a burn. I was started nodding out, and I feel this, and I can hear my skin. I look, and he's got a cigarette on, burning my arm there. And I'm like, "What do you think I do?" And he goes, "You can't go to sleep. This is my last day around." I'm like, "All right," So I'm, trying to stay awake. And then he gives me something to keep me awake. And I didn't think nothing of it at the time. Why is he, wanting to party so hard? Well, we always party hard, but this time extra. And then when it was time for him to catch his flight, he called me over the corner of the room, and he handed me, the bank bags, well, zipper thing where you put money in and deposit. He handed me one of those. He goes, "I want you to have this." And I didn't want to look in front of him. I'm thinking, is he giving me money? Because I didn't never know anything else goes in those bags. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, thank you." And then he said, "Take care of Jill for me." And I'm not going to say her name. Take care of her for me. And it was all weird. It was like, it makes sense, don't add up, right? He left, went and got his flight. Then I opened the bag and I pulled out a picture, a little 5x7 in a wooden frame. It's him and Jill, the girl that I won't say her name, together. And I'm thinking, the hell is this all about? Because he was going home to another girl in Texas. I won't say Connie's name either. But yeah, Dark Side of the Ring fucked that one up. They let her tell some bullshit without fact checking. Anyway, so
Yeah,
he
they
was
don't
weird.
fact check. I can tell you that from my episode.
Oh, really? I ain't seen your episode. I've got to see it. What
It's
season?
bullshit. They try anyway. I won't break your story. Finish your story.
I'll remember it. But we're gonna get back to your Dark Side. Because I'll tell you about it when we get there. To finish this one, because I always got 20 open stories going at once. I went home. I was with my roommate Jimmy, the Brooklyn boy, um, and I showed him the picture, and he knew Matt pretty good too, because we'd all partied together up in Freehold. And he looked at it, he goes, "That's not like Matt," which is exactly what I was thinking. He wasn't a sentimental kind of guy or mushy like that, so it was also weird. And I don't want to cry on TV here, but I'm gonna put some glasses on. Later,
Those
I
your
got a
girlfriend's
call.
glasses?
Huh?
Are those your girlfriend's glasses?
Yeah, yes. Why they look like girls badly? Well, they hide my eyes now. I got dark windshields on. Yeah, thanks. You had to point that out, huh? Yeah. But and she can make these too. But I got the call, and Matt passed away. And then, of course, I talked to Connie, and she told me, what all happened, the way it happened, how it went down. So, bottom line, he knew. He didn't kill himself. He did what I've always, when I got to so dark that I thought, I'm done here. I've served my purpose. Um, he knew he was gonna die, and I didn't even know. But somebody said, yeah, on his Facebook, a month earlier, he had said, "I can't wait to see my dad again." His dad was his hero. Um, so yeah, that was hard to get through. And then again, Dark Side, which we'll get back to. There's and mine. I got so mad at them. We'd already filmed mine, so there was nothing I could do. Like say, "Fuck y'all, I ain't doing this." They were really good to me, and I love them to death. And Tara Hughes, I won't say her name, but she is a great producer and a sweetheart of a person. They all were. They were all good to me. I don't know which ones you met, but they were all. We all had a good time. We all laughed and cut up and had fun. Kept it professional. No cocaine, no drunk walking or nothing. But the only thing about mine, like you were saying that they didn't fact check. They fact checked the shit out of me because all my friends that were in it, they'd ask them that like, did this really happen with you? And they say, yeah. They would confirm the story. So they were fact checking me. But then this girl named Karen, who was somebody I met when my first year in wrestling, and we stayed friends forever until this aired. She was sitting there telling shit that was like, she talked about the Sean fight. Me and Sean had a fight in Denver, and Sean, didn't do well. To say, just to put it, I don't know, in perspective is the right way to say it. But she talked about, and Sean pissed him off. Sean pushed him and he fell through the window. So what she was doing was confusing the barbershop window with real life. Because no window was involved with me and Sean, and she wasn't there. It was in Denver, and she lives in St. Louis. Damn sure wasn't going to fly her anywhere, and she damn sure didn't have the money to fly anywhere. So for her, I'm sitting there watching like she wasn't even there. She's telling it like she's recalling it. Then they went in the hallway, and Marty got him down and was just beating him up until we pulled him off of him. You wasn't even there. How are you coming up with this shit? And then I got upset about. Y'all fact checked me, but didn't fact check that bitch. That bitch, and she had the nerve to say 99% of what comes out of his mouth is not true. He's just doing it to entertain you. 99% of her shit. In fact, I only know she's got 1% true. But no, it was horrible as far as fact checking. They fact checked me, but then checked with my friends to make sure the stories are real, but not her. They didn't even ask me, did she see y'all go out a window? First of all, we was on the 4th floor where the fight happened. If we'd have fell through the window, she's saying he climbed back in the window and got in Sean's face and it started. If I would have fell through the window on the 4th floor, I wouldn't have been climbing back in the window. I mean, how did they, well, they didn't know, Darkside didn't know that was on the 4th floor. She wasn't there. But why didn't she? And there was another one. The boys knew it was bullshit because Snuka, was a great friend of mine, Jimmy Snuka, didn't like Sean. He did at first, but then he got to know him and he didn't. So we'd never hang out with him. And she talks about, Marty got so, and they do the, the redoing of the scene, but they call it whatever you call whatever it's called, where they do the scene,
reenactment, I think.
Reenact, yeah, thanks, bro. They reenacted that scene she talked about, he had so many pills, he passed out on the floor. I couldn't get him up to get him in the shower. And it showed a pill bottle of pills all spilled everywhere. Never happened. Never happened. You just showed I can do bad all by myself. I do not need any help. They were helping me. I mean, they didn't ask us if that was true. The boys knew it wasn't because they knew that Jimmy didn't like Sean. Sean liked Jimmy. Everybody did. But so yeah, man, they showed that the boys were. She said Jimmy and who else was it? One other person came to get me. Oh, Sean. Jimmy and Sean came to get me up off the floor and wake me up and shit. Never happened. Never fucking happened. So I'm sitting there like, why didn't they fact check that shit? Any of it? Everything she said wasn't true, pretty much. She said that when we met at first, she knew it was going to be forever. Maybe in her mind, I just figured for one night. She ended up being always the St. Louis go-to, the one on the back burner. If you fail, all the front burners burn out, you got the back burner. That's horrible, but that's the way they used to play the game. But, and don't hate the player, hate the game. But, yeah, that was, what they do with you that wasn't factual? Besides not fact check.
Well, no, I just because it was the whole Abdul the Butch thing. They spent like a long time trying to convince people that he couldn't read or write, and I had actually shown them handwritten letters that he had written me,
And they just went with the whole narrative that he's this stupid guy that can't read or write. But it's like, I showed you proof that he can. But it just makes for a better story, I guess.
What they need, like in mine, it wasn't most of the people they do, and you can say most of the people they do or died they can't tell their side. But like you and I, we're alive. A few others, I've seen a couple others are still alive. Marcus Bagwell's, I love him. I just talked to him a couple of days ago. Buff Bagwell.
Yeah, I like Scorpio's line at Buff Bagwell about making fun of him being kind of the opposite of Virgil. Marcus was not happy about that.
Which, I was all into it watching until I forgot who it was, said he walked in the bathroom. His mom had his balls yanked up and was shaping his balls. I looked at Radical Attical and we looked at each other and we're like, turn it off. We can't watch no more of this.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Your mom is shaving.
He hasn't denied that, by the way. I haven't seen anywhere he's denied Scorpio saying he was small, but he has not denied the mum story.
I had a girlfriend that actually said that about him because she got with him too. And I love you, Buff. I mean, we're boys, and you're helping me through this. He's actually helping me right now stay sober, stay clean. And I appreciate
By the way,
that.
he looks like he's aged. Whenever he stopped doing stuff, he looks like he aged like 10 years. He was aging pretty well while he was on stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, his hair's bleached, right? Bleached blonde now.
He looks like Mr. Rogers now.
Yeah. I love him to death, though, man. I got a couple stories with him, but I'll leave him alone. Well, let me tell one. When we were taping, when I went to WCW for some stupid reason, thinking things would be better there. What was I wrong? Knocking shit everywhere. Oh, by the way, also, these things, luggage tags. And the number there, that's to K-pop. So if you want to call and I'll flirt with her. She's kind of cool. No, actually, she's real cool. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, it was WCW days. Boy, there was some, I was only there 1 year. I actually I don't want to say giving me the chance. He had, me and Al we were like, man, they wanted us to be silly baby faces, but goofy, stuck in the 80s kind of guys,
We lost your sound for some reason. We can't hear you for some reason. We can't hear you. Oh, damn it. Buff Bagwell somehow hijacked this. Try taking yourself in and out, maybe. The suspense is going to kill us. Hold on. Hold on. You muted yourself. Unmute your mic. It says here you muted yourself. Tell your girlfriend to unmute your mic. Yeah, you clicked on something that muted your mic.
All right, you hear me.
Oh, there you go. There you are. You're back.
Thank you. I don't know where it left off. I don't know how that happened because I didn't touch nothing. The mic's right here. I feel like it's a bit Virgil's in my face.
You were talking about WCW and Bagwell and also that.
Yeah. So I went to WCW for a year because I went to Vince. In fact, Brother Love, Bruce Pritchard, I'd already told him, I'm finishing up. I'm going. And it's just because they wanted us to be silly baby faces. Then they wanted us, the new rockers, which this was all Sean's idea, and I don't need to tell you why. I'm trying to distance his ass from the rockers.
I don't want to say what else, but so we were getting over with the silly shit. It was hard for me, but we rolled with it, with him being silly, shit. This whole happy to be alive kind of thing, and me like, that's not it. That's not rocker. That's not it. And it started getting over. They started, getting into it, and we were told when the agents came and said that's not what they want. So we're like, what do they want? Y'all the ones that told us to do this. And they said, well, they want you to be a little more vicious now. As baby faces, okay. So we got vicious and bam, doom, bang, punch and kick. Al's bigger than me, but we're not big guys. And that started getting over. Then they came again and said, somewhere in between. What the fuck? Because we couldn't figure it out. We would adapt to everything they said to do, but we couldn't figure it out. So we had a 1, 2, 3, 4 tag teams at once match. It was the Smoking Guns. Maybe it was 3. No, it was the Godwins. Remember them?
You did that around the loop. I remember seeing that match here in '96. You did that at house shows too, right?
Yeah. But this might have been a house show, but Vince was there because it was somewhere in Connecticut or South Massachusetts, and Vince made the drive, which he only goes to TV tapings at the time. And he's there, and it was one of our best entertaining matches because we had the Godwins. Remember Phineas and I forgot his name, but no, I didn't forget him like that. I'm sorry. I love those guys.
Mark Cansbury, I think, is his name.
Yeah, and Phineas was. Love you, brother. I'm sorry, it's just mine's fucking locking. We had them, we had the Smoking Guns, and then the one corner right closest to us, because they were on the wrong side of the apron. All of us supposed to be to the right of the the turnbuckle the post. And they're on our side. We're like, well, shit, man, you hit you from here. What the fuck? Was Sonny and Skip, and who was it with him? It was Pritchard. Not Bruce Pritchard, his brother, Tom Pritchard. Or it was one they called Shoulders, because he had, but who was a fill-in for Tom Pritchard. Whoever it was, we had went to what used to be a novelty store, Spencer's. I don't even know if they're still around. And we got props for each one of the teams. For the Smoking Guns, we got horses on a stick. For the Godwins, we bought little pigs, on a leash. And for Skip and Sonny, because everybody knew they were dating, and Chris never did anything, and Tammy did everything as far as after the show. So we got a ball and chain to represent them. And so we have the match. The first ones in are Smoking Guns. Al gets the little horsey bouncing around the ring. The place is giggling their ass off. Throw that out, Russell. Then the Goblins come in, and I got the pig on the thing, bouncing around, fooling the pig. We didn't tell them about it, so the reaction would be, real. And they're every one of them the whole time. They're covering up, laughing. And I think Al held it because I used to kick in high school, pretty good too. But Al held it like in the kicking, like you'd hold a football. And I kicked the pig, went up in the audience. Everybody's laughing, and they're wondering, like, what do they have? Because it was in the bag right behind us. You couldn't tell what was. When Skip finally came in the ring, Chris Candido, love him. Rest in peace, my brother. We pulled out the ball and chain. we didn't even have to say anything. They died laughing. The audience did. They died laughing with that ball and chain. They knew that was meant for Chris with Sonny, Tammy, Sonny. And even Chris turned around laughing his ass. Sonny was the only one who didn't think it was funny. But yeah, man.
About how much weight she's gained, by the way, in jail. She's one of the people that can actually pack it on in jail. Most lose it.
I thought, yeah, right, because they don't feed you worth of shit. I know that firsthand. But she's in prison. I was only in jail. The difference being in jail, it's less than a year. Anything over a year, because sometimes they'll say 365 plus one, that puts you in prison. Which is a little bit rougher, but the food is better. But nevertheless, you don't gain weight like that. I mean, all you do is work out. That's all you got to do, to make your day go by. When I first saw them pictures, I thought, Photoshop, that's not her. Turns out it is. But yeah, man, shit. Oh, so Vince, after that match, we come back. Now, the match was solid. I mean, we had good spots in it with everybody. Everybody mingled greatly, blended. But we go back. Vince says, guys, come here. Like, we were so in tune and used to him saying good match. It was a great match. At least I was. And Sean and I, and Al and I, that was the first time Vince himself critiqued us. It wasn't an agent. And he goes, I understand you've been flipping back and forth trying to get this. That ain't it. So we're like, we've been serious. We've been brutal, mean. And you said something in between, and that's what that was. He goes, I don't know what it is, but that ain't it. So when we walked off, I told Al, I said, I don't know what the fuck we can do now. He goes, Marty, they don't want us to get over. And then the ding, 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 the light came on like, motherfucker. That's because that was correct. They didn't want it getting over. It was supposed to, well, I'm not going to put Sean down. I love him to death. But anyway, yep.
What do you think of him running NXT now? And a lot of people are asking, do you think he'll ever bring you in as an agent there or anything? I don't know when the last time you talked to him was, but I think you're on good terms, right? You muted yourself again, damn it. Sorry. I don't know what the hell. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, I didn't touch anything. My hands right here. I'll keep them up in the air. Hands up.
Yeah, maybe it's something else. Are you packing like Virgil?
Yeah, it's not hard, or it would be. Wait, what? Did I tell you I got a tattoo on my down there?
That sounds like that would be incredibly painful.
Well, it was because it says okay, until it gets hard. Then it says Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So yeah, it did hurt a little bit.
You're talking about partying with Matt Bourne. I know you partied with Piper, Snuka. Who could do the most and not go crazy? Because we know that you can actually lose your mind partying like that. You muted yourself again. There must be something wrong with your computer.
I would unplug it, but then we get the video, the shit here. Sorry, yes.
It's all right.
Is it working? Okay, I'll watch for that light to come on. It says it like mute. It pops up on there. I ain't touching nothing. My hands are right here. Virgil's piece is right here.
Yeah. You just put his face on that. But yeah, anyways, between all those guys, I mean, I'm sure you've partied with the Berserker too. And guys, oh, you just muted yourself again. This is a joke.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back.
So make sure that's plugged in good because it's say hi to everybody, Miss Radical.
Miss Radical was asking about her. Oh, there's hey. See, she's gorgeous. Why is anyone feeling sorry for you? What the hell's wrong with people? You're muted again. You're muted again.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I see it. I ain't touching nothing. I'll lean back. What Fat Joe say? Lean back. Through the Rocco way. Lean back. Okay. Can you hear me?
Kurt Hennig, too, someone's mentioning. We'll throw him in those categories. Out of like all those guys, who could take the most? And
Kurt was, when we went to AWA, we all hit it off. Me, him, Scott Hall, and Sean. Kurt was like our teacher, though. He would tell us, we were all doing drugs already, but he would tell us what to take to come down, what to take safely. Safely do it this way, safely do it that way, safely. And he was like our mentor on drugs. To do it. He would have like 5 or 6 different colored pills in his hand. And we're like, what the fuck? He goes, Rainbow Stew. You just take them all. But that's why it was so shocking when we heard he OD'd. It's like he was our mentor. He taught us how not to OD. But yeah, man, Kurt was, he stood up for the boys. He got behind the scene with, as an office guy in WCW and WWF at the time. WWE, we'll just stick with that. He was always for the boys. Yeah, he got up into upper echelon of business, stayed for the boys. So everybody loved Kurt so much. Everybody. He looked out for the boys. One of my favorite ribs he did when we were in WCW, him and I were very close. He came over, he said, Marty, watch when they turn the lights out tonight. Because the NWO guys would go under the ring. You know how it works before the show, and had to sit under there. They tried to put the match that they would come out early, but had a match first. So you don't think about somebody's under the ring. And Kurt was under there, and when it came to the cue time, whatever it was, for them to come out from under the ring, but the lights would go out. And then when the lights came back on, they were surrounding the ring, the NWO guys. And Kurt says, he shit in a bucket. And he was asking anybody could shit away from the guys, the NWO guys, shit in the bucket. So it was a bunch of shit in the bucket. And he wanted to put it under the ring, right kind of close to him. Underneath that, you know how hot the ring is with all the lights blasting on you. Underneath is even hotter because it's closed in with the apron skirt thing. And when the lights went out, Kurt kicked the bucket over and the shit come out and went everywhere in the funk. Everybody come out from under the ring. They're supposed to be big ass bad, NWO will go kick your ass. They're all like this. Virgil threw up. And then Scott Norton was throwing up in his hand. It was hilarious to those of us that knew. They didn't even still know what happened. They said when the lights went out, oh my God, it brought a funky smell in the bottom of the ring. No, it was shit that Kurt took over for y'all. We didn't tell them that, but they finally found out, but it was hilarious. I mean, that's on TV. You can find it somehow. I don't know how you would look that one up. But yeah, man.
The funny thing is he would be fired for that nowadays. There's no sense of humor anymore.
Oh no, man, the guys are different. I appreciate their dedication to being professional. But at the same time, this is pro wrestling. I know it's changed, of course. If you don't change with it, you get left behind. And being how I still teach and do seminars and, run my wrestling schools, I'm about to start another one. They're very professional, so I try to keep up with the changes so I can teach that. But that's why so many guys just get burnt out, because you stay serious like that with the travel schedule. Of course, they don't have the schedule we had back in the day. Man, we were doing 300 shows, 300 days a year, 325 shows, because we would have double shots on Saturdays and Sundays at certain times of the year. So they don't got that now. I'm not saying anything negative.
They're eliminating house shows now. I don't know if you heard. There's only 2 house shows this summer.
Really?
And they just announced the fall schedule. Other than like international tours, there's no non-televised events.
Really? I didn't know that. So I'm glad you told me. I can keep up. And the thing about the house shows, they're probably not making the money to make it worth running them. But see, I know this from being there. When they go to a building and they set the cameras up and set your weight that it looks solid, it could be 10,000 people. And on the sign, the marquee outside, they'll put sold out. So it looks good for, next time they come here, we're going. They pull the curtains up. There's a rail with the curtains that block off the back half of any kind of event. They pull them up for all the people they got. There's a whole another half of arena behind the curtain, to make it look sold out on TV. And it looks good, but, knowing the deal, the curtains are pulled up way up on the little trolley thing, way up. If you look through them curtains, there's a whole damn back end of the arena. They could put another 10,000, 15,000 people. But, yeah. What else can we talk about?
Well, one guy I know is Rick Rude. There's a lot of mystery around his death. Do you have any insights on that? Honky Tonk Man said it was like some type of injectable Viagra gone wrong.
Yeah, I don't want to say nothing bad about Rick. His family might hear, and there's nothing bad. And I think it might be known that he had testicular cancer. So he was down to one ball. I don't know that. I never ball checked, but it was down to one ball, and we heard the story that most of us got. He died from cancer. Whether that's true or the injectable Viagra, I don't know. Only thing I know is what I just said. And it could have been something different.
Was Roddy Piper like partying right up until the end? Because I've heard lots of people saying like he never slowed down at all.
Yeah, I wasn't around him in his last couple of years. But when the years I was around him, he was the instigator for that fight with Sean and I, because he kept rubbing on Sean. And I think Roddy, again, his family and friends, including his friend Ronda Rousey, could be listening, so I want to be careful. But I think Roddy didn't have a problem with guys, if you know what I mean. Most of Hollywood, now I shouldn't say it that way. Somebody be at my house tonight. Some of Hollywood is the way some of WWE is. If you get what I'm saying, good. I'm not going to say no more.
I've heard some stories about Piper and Rick Martel.
Oh, well, the one we know, I don't know about Rick Martel and Piper, but I wouldn't doubt it because, like I said, Piper had no problem with guys. In fact, he put his tongue in Sean's mouth that night. I didn't see it because Roddy's head was, I saw his backside. Sean backing down. I will say about Sean backed up to the wall, and Roddy's rubbing his hair and leaned in and tell me, "You're so good." And Sean, I did hear Sean go, "I am a man, And the girl said, "No." He gave me a kiss. I said, "Oh, I thought I saw a pet kiss." They said the girls that were off to the side, it wasn't a pet kiss. His tongue went in Sean's mouth. Oh man, I'd rather not known that. But yeah, he partied the whole time that he was around. We were around, and at the end, he started. Boy, get yourself in trouble here. I'll try to clean it up. He was hanging out with young boys and actors. And then he started getting real thin real fast, and you know what that is. And then, he passed away. So at the end, the last probably 2 years of his life, I wasn't around, so I don't know what was going on then. But I loved Roddy. I loved him to death. I learned so much. We learned so much from him. He's the one that for the Royal Rumble '91 it was Rockers against Orient Express, and we were a little upset about being first match. We're like, gosh, damn, we've been here 2 years. We've made everybody look good, including ourselves. We're over, and you put us on the curtain jerker. Our music is the national anthem. Fuck. But Roddy pulled aside. He goes, "No, take it as a compliment." How? You going out first means they know you'll set the blaze, set the pace, set it on fire. They trust y'all to do that. Because if they put a shit match on, you lost the people already. They know y'all will have the people standing. We were like, never thought of that. And it ended up being correct. We went out and blazed it up, and the people were on their feet most of the match. And Roddy was announcing, he goes, "Oh my God, what a match. And we just started," in the commentary, which I heard afterwards. We didn't hear it during the match. But yeah, man, I learned so much. Little things like that. Another thing he had told us, we'd come back from a match. And we were asking, "How was it? How was it?" He pulled us aside. He might have been more for Sean than me, but he took interest in making us better. And Roddy, psychology-wise, you couldn't beat him. He told us, he goes, "Never come back and ask how it was. Act like you know it was good. You don't have to ask. It's just a small thing, but makes sense. Don't ask how it was. Know how it was. And when you ask, you're uncertain." And another thing, what he did, he would never get beat. On TV, at least, house show, you had to pay for it. And he had told Vince, "Man, what the hell's going on up here?" I've become a ram jam. Okay, so he had told Vince, he goes, I'm not big. Everybody here is big. Roddy was bigger than me, but he was like 6'2", maybe 240 pounds. Not tiny, but everybody at that time, they called it Atlanta Giants for a reason. 6'6", 300 pounds, and most of them muscled up. But Roddy said that the mystique is in me winning. The minute I lose, it's over. And you know what? That not only was that true, we saw it in Goldberg. Remember when he was 150-0, 152-0?
Yeah.
And then Kevin Nash took the book over, and the first thing he did was had him beat Goldberg. WCW was beating WWF in the ratings, WWE in the ratings until that. And then it was like, I mean, and I love Kevin. I hope you don't get
He
mad.
hadn't reached his peak. I'll tell you that right now. Goldberg was over like crazy at that time. It wasn't time yet.
Yeah. And they were already pushing for Goldberg versus Stone Cold as being the biggest thing ever. And they could have co-promoted that and crossover, it done shit. To me, it's easier to do shit together than to do shit apart, where you're battling each other, work together, and everything's better. I recently, a guy, friend of mine, right up the street from where I live now, about 30 minutes at the max, wanted to help out with the podcast I got, the Party with Marty podcast, and not take it over, but just help, with certain things. And the Nasty Boys had just done a deal where they're going to do a podcast with them. I don't know what the name of it is, or I tell you, I'll go watch that because that's my boys. I love the Nasties. And hopefully they love me, but I think they do because we talk a lot and we hug up when we see each other. But so Sags, the dark haired one, he told the guy, I won't say Eric's name, but he told him, no, that don't do his. Talk about mine. Don't mess with his. And they called Knobs because him and I talked a lot, and told him like, hey man, if y'all don't think that's a good move because of it'll put too much work on them, because you know better than anybody, this shit is work. It ain't just turn the camera on, sound on. There's so much preparation that goes in each show. And so, having 3 or 4 different ones, yeah, I could see where Sags was thinking that'd be a bit much on them. But I asked if they thought it was a competitive thing, that I would be in competition with them. No, we're our own entities. We're separate. We're not battling each other. To me, is the podcast thing, the podcast game is just like sports that I, did well in and trained so many people. I always say your opponent is you. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Do better than you did yesterday, and that's a win. And do better tomorrow than you'll do today. That's how you do it. And that's the way I think, is be the best you can be at your podcast and let the shit happen. Whatever happens, happens. But, so I don't know. The Knobs for the first time didn't call me back, didn't text me back. I think he probably was like thinking, oh man, I don't want to tell Marty, he wanted to just stay out of it. And SAG, of course, they've never said anything. So if you all happen to see this, I love y'all to death. I wasn't trying to step on y'all's game. And what you just heard right here, it's not a competition. I'm doing my thing and I'm going to do as good as I can. Y'all do y'all's thing and do as good as y'all can. It ain't MJ versus the Nasty Boys. But I respect your decision. I think, SAG, you were thinking that there's too much for him. And I agree that could be true, because it's a lot.
I blame it on Sags. In my experience, I know you probably are friends with him, but he's an asshole in my experience. Knobs is nice.
He can. What's funny? That's what everybody says until Knobs gets drunk.
Yeah, Knobs could be fun when he's drunk, but yeah.
He goes overboard. In fact, that's what happened the time Sags was trying to throw, what's his name that was a shoot fighter?
Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock, was going to throw him over the balcony after busting him up a little bit in the room. All because I guess Shamrock had punched Knobs, and that's a no-no with SAG around. Yeah, man. I love them to death. I hope they do well. I got to do my thing. I ain't focused on beating nobody's ratings or views or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't even hear that they had one, but yeah, it's better to build and collaborate
Yeah.
than not do it.
Especially at the
I didn't even
beginning.
heard you just gave them a plug. That's how little like you're actually helping them, so you don't hold any animosity.
Yeah. All
Someone
right,
was
bro.
asking, I'll wrap this up soon and we can do this again another time. This is going to air on Party with Marty as well. But someone was asking if Pat Patterson ever hit on you. Douglas was asking that.
Pat respected me enough that he never even tried. Now, he tried with all the people around me. I won't mention my tag team partner's name, one of them. The first one. What?
Oh, you mean Al Snow wasn't his taste?
I don't think he bothered Al Snow. I think Pat knew who he could and who he couldn't. And he was respectful of that, which, I love Pat to death. Rest in peace, Pat. I love you. Whatever his thing, that's your thing. As long as you don't push it on me, why would I care? I got my life. You got yours. And I think that's the way we should live. When the Beatles sing that song, live and let live.
I have to ask you, I know you're new Paul Roma. I met him recently and we had some interaction. He seems just like a total, you're nice about everyone, but he seems like a total asshole. Was he his own worst enemy? Could he have gone further if it wasn't for his personality?
Who?
Paul Roma.
Oh, Paul. I love him to death. He's just boisterous, very loud, comes off as cocky and arrogant. And he don't have time for the little man. I'll put that there. But I mean, him and we love each other.
Yeah, but I mean, like they put him in the Four Horsemen. After meeting him, I could understand why the Four Horsemen didn't like him. It's
it wasn't even that they didn't like him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It wasn't that they didn't like him. It was not a good fit. I mean, that Four Horsemen was iconic. And then you throw in a mid-card guy. What happened? I mean, you didn't make the Four Horsemen strong or even at the same level, kind of dropped. And I love you, Paul. I'm just saying what most everybody said, but what I saw.
Just as you brought up the Four Horsemen, I got to get your opinion. A couple months ago, to me, the best heel promo of the year was the Ric Flair pizza place video. Did you see that, and what did you think about it?
No, what would tell me about it?
Oh, you didn't see it?
I will after the show.
Oh my God, this is why apparently AEW released him, because a couple months ago he was in a pizza place and he was drunk at like 1 PM at a family pizza restaurant. Supposedly spilled drinks on a kid. Tried to look through the crack at someone apparently that was in the bathroom stall because they weren't going fast enough and there was only one bathroom. Then he challenged the bartender to a fight. There's a bunch of it. Part of it's on tape, and this was like massive news.
I'll go check it out. It should be on YouTube, right?
Yeah, but do you think guys like that they should have like almost chaperones if they're going to go out, because we know incidents like that can happen?
One thing I found out when my ankles got shot, pain makes you a different person. Pain makes you miserable, and the things you used to could tolerate, you're just like, no, hell no. I mean, I'm guilty of that. And then my friends all say it, like, you are the most easygoing guy, and this shit's making you, a pain to be around. And I thought it over, like, yeah, I do. I wake up in the morning cussing God. And I mean, it goes on all day cussing somebody. I ain't cussing me, but really I am. If I'm cussing God, I'm cussing myself. But yeah, I mean, the pain does change you, and you got to remember what Rick did and I've done it for 40 years, and you see what happened. My ankles said, hell, both my shoulders, hell, no. But Rick's done it longer than me. He's done it, 45, 47 years. So I can only imagine the pain he's in. Yeah,
the sad part about it is he got all that publicity and they didn't even put him on TV after. It's like today they're so afraid of offending people. They missed the chance of getting a good rating by like having him come out, cut a heel promo, then have the baby face do something. But like Ric Flair had like 5 appearances in AEW. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Supposed to be a 2-year contract, apparently.
Oh, is it really?
It was. They released him a couple weeks ago.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yeah.
I know WWE had a thing called Legends contract that you got money, and every once in a while they send you to do an appearance representing them. But for the most part, that money was free money. You only had to work 5, 6, 7, 8 times a year. You know, whenever they called you, you had to be ready. You had to be on call. Like they called you on a Friday, said be there on a Saturday. Tickets are at the airport. You better make it, because you were getting all that money for sitting home. But I don't know how AEW runs their game.
I don't know either, but I hope you can get one of those either Legends contracts or AEW uses you for something, because there's so many people that haven't even paid dues now getting signed to big contracts. Meanwhile, you're truly an icon, and like you have to work for every penny that you earn.
Well, and that's why I'm hoping. I mean, my ankles are doing so good right now. I mean, I can jog, but I'm not going to keep doing that because I don't want to wear them out again. And that was my doctor's thing. He said, I can fix you where you won't be walking around in pain. But if you get back in the wrestling ring and mess it up again, I don't know that I can fix it again to where you're not in pain. But he said, can you stay, if you get back in there, can you stay grounded? You know, we call that walk and talk. Right? I'm like, yeah, man, I would do that. But so since they've gotten better, I'm sitting there thinking of one more time, a retirement match on a pay-per-view, and let it be the last thing I ever do. Because I've never had a retirement match because I didn't retire, you know. But then, you know, we'll see what happens with that. We'll see how this goes.
Or a retirement series like a lot of people are doing now, where it's like, you know, it's going to be a certain number of matches. Like I think Cena's going to do that. Things
are so different now with the internet, or you know, whatever we want to call it. I mean, you know, with YouTube and all the stuff you can do with yourself, podcasts. I mean, it costs a little bit for a startup person, but you know, even a person with no name value can grab a podcast, and so it dilutes all the good ones. You know, that there's so many out there, and I'm not putting them down. They're trying, they're following their passion. You know, so I mean, okay to that, but it's just flooding, you know, oversaturating the market. And yeah, I don't know. You just got to work it. That's my hope, is that my podcast. And by the way, come see me on Facebook. You might have to follow, but you can still communicate with me. And also on the Party with Marty, please subscribe. It's free. We have the Premiere. I'm sure you have that too, with Premiere and what's the other one? VIP memberships that are a little different. You get perks involved, but subscribing, I guess, I've been told, that's where it's at. You know, we need some more subscribers. We need more subscribers.
And you do a podcast a week, or how often do you
every Thursday night at 10 p.m. And I always end it saying, you know, at 11 o'clock at the end, see you next week, same damn time, same damn place. And you know, every Thursday at 10 o'clock. So y'all come see us there. And my producer, Greek Savage, is pretty good, and he does a lot of stuff on his own. I think it's Wrestling with Savage, and you can check him out. But yeah, man, thank you so much for having me on. As usual, had a great time talking with you. Stick around and call, you know, stay on the phone and stay in touch, and let's see what we can work together with this.
Definitely, and this is going to also be on your channel, guys. So hopefully we'll do another one with Marty. Check in with them and ask some of these. There's a lot of fan questions that I didn't ask, so we'll have them back.
You want to do one or two real quick, or is it over the limit?
I'll do one good one here. Someone tipped $5. He wants to know if you ever teamed with Coco Beware. And by the way, did you see the Coco Beware versus Roma fight?
No. Was it worth watching?
I don't know. It was around the time you were there, so I don't know if it happened.
I didn't see that. Well, Coco and I had a special experience together. I mean, we bonded up right away. Back in the drug days in South Philadelphia, I'm just going to shortcut the story. We went to the hood to get some more shit, and Coco, being a street boy, when the guys were putting their hand in with what they had, You know, Coco reaches over, pops the hand up, and it all goes in our car, and he takes off. And we were in a rental car. Bam! Bullet hell goes right by us. Bam! Bam! And he missed with the rest. We got to turn the car, and we're going to explain the bullet holes. You know, but and then another time in Japan. That's a long story. I'll leave that one alone. But it was another crazy one. But yeah, I love Coco to death.
Well, now you got to tell the Japan one. You can't just leave us hanging like that. Finish. Last thing. Tell us the Japan one.
We're in Japan where they don't. It's called gaijins. Americans are called gaijins. Back at this time, at 15 years ago, gaijins weren't welcome in some of the late night clubs. You know, we had to wait till after the show in Tokyo. And we're walking around close to the hotel looking for places. And they actually would have signs up like, this one's K-pop crazy. Don't forget to go there and order whatever you want, custom made for you. But we would, they have signs like that on the door that instead of this, it says no gaijins. Can you imagine here in America, we said no black people, no Asian people, no, I mean, our country is different, and there's this. So we kept walking until we found one that didn't have no gaijins on the door. And we started to go in, and they were like, "Oh no, closed! It's closed! It's closed!" And we're like, "Fuck." And we turn around, and walk off, and the dude comes out and he says, "American wrestlers!" And we turn around like, "Yeah!" And we were like, "Yay!" And he said, "Come on!" And went in. We partied. We had 2 bottles. What here would be like 2 quarts or 2 40s in each hand. All of us, me, Jeff Jarrett, Sean, and Coco. We all go in and have a great time. They put our bottles on ice and, you know, would pour it when we needed in a cup. And at the end of the night, Japan, most countries are different than America as far as tipping. Most countries don't, tipping's like, it's included in the bill. But so we're leaving. We didn't tip anything. We were leaving. We didn't order any drinks. And the dude comes out. He goes, "Oh, hell, you know, pay money." We're like, "Huh?" And we didn't know what the hell. He goes, "Oh, you'll sit here all night for free. You will give money according to the amount of fun. You had good fun. You laughed the whole time." So we all got a 10,000 yen each, which is like $100 bill. 10,000 yen, all 4 of us, and gave it to him. And as we're sitting there talking about it, you know, because we were embarrassed. We didn't realize you do. And then as we're sitting there talking and about to go walk down to the hotel like 2 blocks away, the guy comes out and shakes the lady's hand and whatever. We're like, "Wait a minute, you're friends with her? You just hustled us up?" And Coco goes, "That's bullshit." And we start to walk off a little pissed off. We're all steam coming up. And Coco goes over and puts his arm around the guy and walking with him and talking nice. And I'm thinking, I didn't want to say nothing in front of the guy. I was like, "Coco, what are you doing?" The guy just ripped us off. Coco's being so nice. He's patting on the guy to become friends. We come to this one, like, it's like New York City. There's subways underneath. There's actually cities underneath Tokyo. But this one underneath, there was apartments down there. As soon as we got there, Coco kicked the guy in the ass. And I looked just in time to see that guy's heels go up over his head and down this like 13 steps to the bottom. They're like, "God damn, Coco, you gonna kill him." And I walked and looked down, and he was at the bottom, and he was, oh. So I ran down to like help him. I'm like, fuck. And you know, Coco came down, and the guy got up, and he was okay. He was like, "Oh, okay." And we said, Coco said, "Not we, give us money back. You take money from us." So he opens his jacket, pulls out about that thick. Can you see that? That thick. Of 10,000 yen, which is like $100 bills to America. And he pulls out the 4, and Coco's looking at that wad. He goes, "No, more." And I'm like, "Coco, now you're robbing him." And I'm right here with you. So we're robbing him. "Give us more." So the guy gave us another 10 each. And so we, you know, 2 $100 bill each. And we left and gave Sean and Jeff, and you know, we took our, the 10,000 we gave and the 10,000 we took. I didn't have, I was just there. But next morning we get a phone call, and it was Sato. You remember him at Orient Express? Sato, well, actually Coco came by the rooms first, said, "I need the money back. We got to give the money back." And I was like, "No, Coco, you ain't fucking hustling me." No. And all the guys thought the same thing. And so Sato called up and said, "You guys need to come down." Oh, okay. Now we're taking it serious. Thank God Haku was there, because he's very good with their culture and traditions and all that. It saved us really, because he said the guy took advantage of us not knowing customs. Sato says, Marty and Coco and Jeff and Sean, you guys need to get together, buy a present, and say sorry, because the guy doesn't want to get police involved. And we were like, look, man, the money back, forget the rest. And he said, Marty, the guy you pushed down, I didn't push him. The guy you pushed down the stairs was the vice president of Sony. You talk about GAT, God's amusement toy. I always say it. How can you be in a city with 13 million people and one person at 2 a.m. in the morning that you push downstairs and take money from is the vice president of Sony? We gave it back, bought a box of cookies, and everything was good.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to end up in the Japanese jail.
No, because the Japanese mafia, that was another thing. Coco was so funny when he was telling him as he's taking his money. He's got the bird watch on, of him. He goes, Japanese, and he's black, right? And I'm white as can be. We not American wrestlers. Why'd you say that? We Japanese mafia. Coco, neither one of us looks Japanese. Pull my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult nobody. But, hell, they're like that already. That's the way I look like when I'm drunk. I don't drink no more. But, yeah, man. No, Japanese mafia. And he's wearing the damn Birdman on his watch. It's like, if the guy didn't know before, he damn sure knows now. They were able to find what hotel we was in. But yeah, good times, bad times.
Yeah, you need to do a book.
Yeah, I know.
It would give you something to plug on your podcast to make extra money.
And can put in the background. See it on my studio here. You see in the back, I got some rocker stuff. I got the British flag. Loved on my time over there. I got the Australian girls that we played with that tour. A bunch of wrestling stuff, and it's actually all around the room. Next time we do something, I'll aim the camera different. But
awesome. I've collected a lot too, as you can see.
I don't want to say I love Scott Steiner to death, but that wall matches his interviews.
He does very well. Well.
I meant promos, like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, his promos when you got to do he finally caught on a bit at WCW. As Big Papa Pump, and he had catchphrases that save him. I'm your hookup, Big Papa Pump. And so are some other things he would say. But yeah. All right, Brad. We did 125 minutes. No,
yeah, I was only expecting an hour, but you went nuts. So
sorry.
Close this off with whatever you want to tell the fans.
Okay. Again, and Hannibal and I are going to work together, so nobody's stepping on anybody's toes. Can come see me on Facebook to communicate with me, or go to the Party with Marty podcast, which comes on Thursday nights on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, Party with Marty podcast. And same damn time, same damn place, every 10 o'clock on Thursday nights. Come see us. Let's do it.
This is Hannibal here from the Hannibal TV on YouTube, and today we have the legendary former WWE, WCW, AEW. He's wrestled everywhere. He's the host of the Party with Marty podcast on YouTube. He's going to be at the Blizzard Brawl, huge show in Milwaukee this weekend. Marty Jannetty, the original rocker. How are you doing today, sir?
Bro, I'm hanging in there, man. It's good to see you. Good to be back with you on here. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about this weekend because I've been struggling again with the health problems. And I'm not going to do anything but be a manager for the newest rockers, which would be Al Snow and Cal Hero, which is Dave Hero's son. He's the one putting on the show. Evidently, it's a pretty good show. They fill up the arena for an independent, that's pretty good. If you're filling up an arena, I don't know how much it holds, 3,000 to 5,000, something like that. But for independents, that's good. But I'm just going out to the ring as got the old rocker, the new rocker with me and Al, and then with Cal, and they're the newest rocker. So it's the team's called the newest rocker, and I'll be out on the outside cheering them on, or maybe reach in and trip a foot or something if I can. But yeah, that should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it, but a little bit nervous, like I said, because I've been just sitting around trying to heal again. Every time I'm just about healed up, something else happens. It's like, oh boy, here's another 2 weeks of sitting around. It's like being in jail, really, in the house, because I can't go anywhere when the ankles act up. Or most recently, I had an outbreak on me. It was real bad on my leg. It started like red dot. There was like red spots on my kneecaps, both kneecaps. It was just like 3 or 4, but it caught my attention. I'm like, what the hell is that? But I didn't think nothing more of it. The next day I woke up and it was covered down all down the legs and started coming up the thighs. And I thought, what the shit? I don't know what to do. I sent pictures to my doctor, but he's a foot and ankle specialist, he's not a dermatologist or whatever. But by the next day, it was started coming up my body and on my arms and up my thighs and on my back. And I'm like, man, we got to do something. I'm panicking. And then I started getting, I don't know if it was part of the CTE. I started like blanking out, didn't know where I was, didn't know who was in the house with me and why she was here.
Well, CTE doesn't exist according to Steve Austin.
It does or doesn't?
He says it doesn't exist.
Shit.
I just got to throw that in there. Sorry.
Well, he'll find out if he keeps going. Hell, he's probably already got it. He's been knocked out a few times, I think. It's from repetitive concussions, which, for us, like you and I have done shit in martial arts and football and wrestling, of course, and box for a while. I guess that'd be part of mixed martial arts. But there's been a handful of times boom, when your eyes cross. Yeah, you probably just got a concussion.
Or hit on the chair on the back of the head with a chair. I've had that happen a few times, which you'll feel that one pretty good.
Yeah. I remember in Japan, I think it's probably the first time that I caught a good one. I was wrestling their light heavyweight champion, and he tossed me outside the ring, the metal railings. I fell backwards in my head. Joing, you could hear it all through the arena. And how the Japanese people, whoa, like they thought it was really bad. And I looked up and it was like, I got to get back in the ring. There's like rings everywhere. I mean, my eyes were crossed. I'm looking in the ring and I see 3 guys in there. I didn't know. I was like, get the one in the middle, Marty, get the one in the middle. But yeah, that was definitely had to be a concussion for all that to happen. And then there'd been a handful of other times. Kevin Nash, when he first was getting going as Diesel, we were in England, and he went to do that thing, the power bomb, and he over rotated me and bounced my head off the thing on the floor. And I'm laying there, and I think it was Joey Morella, the referee, comes over. I'm looking at him like, what's going on, man? I didn't know what was going on. He goes, dude, you just got knocked out, bro. That's all shit. Well, get me out of here. And then what were those? Not the Bastions, cue ball and 8 ball, the twins, the Harris twins. I can't remember.
Yeah, I forget what they were called, but they were in a group, right? At one point.
Yeah, and Al Snow and I had to
Disciples of Apocalypse, maybe. I don't know.
Something like that. And Al Snow
It sucked. Those are good guys, but it sucked. There was
super guys,
Brian Lee was in it too.
Yeah, there was all that little factions.
And Crush, Brian Adams. I'm sure you knew him. He was also
yeah. Everybody. I mean, all of the different groups they had. The ones with Ron Simmons and Rock and Savio Vega, I think. I mean, all of them. Well, at least Ron Simmons in there was funny, in the dressing room smoking cigars and shit. And with the damn, I mean, at least that one was fun, but all that was a mess. Is I think they were battling in panic because WCW was taking over in the ratings.
Oh, you
so
mean Farouk, the Farouk gimmick
Yeah,
where he had
Farouk,
the stupid helmet?
yeah. I'm sure he loved that. Shit. I've been doing
He
it.
had really bad heat with Ahmed Johnson around that time, didn't he? What did you think of Ahmed? Because I don't know, it
Ahmed,
seemed like everyone was hating on him.
they kind of were. I don't know why. I mean, him and I were good friends. We'd ride together and cut up together. And I'm not sure. I think I don't know. I'm just throwing my thought out there, opinion. I don't know if it's an opinion or what, but I think people thought he was getting too big, getting a big head, and that he wasn't. They didn't feel like he was very good, and he was getting a push. So I think that's what a lot of the resentment came from. I guess I don't know because I didn't see it. I mean, he was nice.
And it was in the days where you had to pay your dues to get a push for the most part, and
Well, theoretically, yeah.
yeah. Well, now nobody pays dues, so
No, you just go to the school and look good and act good and shoot right through.
yeah. It's
Although I will say, they're tremendous athletes out there now. They don't pay to do. They don't do like what we used to have to do. You go through it before you get used well. But they are great athletes, man. I mean, it's like that in every sport. The athletes are getting bigger and better, and same with wrestling.
well, also, if you only had to wrestle one day a week, you could have gone a lot harder in your matches, like they do now. They almost cut out all house shows.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
They're just doing them Christmas week. They haven't done any in the U.S. since July.
Oh, really?
And they don't have any after Christmas week until a European tour. So it's just going to be TV tapings now. And AEW has no house shows. So, I mean, I'm sure if you weren't wrestling 7 days a week, you could have gone a little harder. But you guys were the best.
No, I went hard anyway. I mean,
yeah.
7, we'd go like 30. Back then, we'd go 30, 40 days in a row. 25 was a short tour. 20 days was a short tour. But no, every night you give it all you got. At least I did. I'm sure. Well, Sean and I both did. We gave it everything we had. We didn't. Okay, we're getting tired, or let's pace ourselves. Never did none of that.
Hey, I remember a show in Ottawa here. I got to ask you about this. You came out on a house show and just interfered in a Shawn Michaels match. It was around 93. Would you still get like your full wrestling pay when all you had to do was interfere?
As far as I remember, yeah, whatever match it was. Back then, we were still not doing like the contracts like now. I think everybody from the beginning to from the opening to the last, everybody's on contract now. Back then, it was that old school. According to what match you were on, you got paid a percentage from that of the house, whatever the house was. So there's a bunch of variables, but they. I think if you even did a run-in, you got paid for being that match. So they didn't cut you back some because all you did was run in. I'm surprised though. That's all. If I was there and I didn't have a match.
You didn't have a match. It was in like November of 93.
Yeah, that would have been during our split up. Yeah.
Yeah, you were just a complete surprise. So I remember the whole crowd was like, "Holy crap!" You came out in your jeans and stuff. And
Guns N' Roses shirt.
Yeah. Easy night for you. Speaking around that time, somebody sent me this picture and they wanted to know the story behind this picture where you're with this lady here that appears to be trying to put you in a rear naked choke. Ted DiBiase.
That's not even the one I was with that night. The one I was with is taking the picture. That's Hawk, World Warrior Hawk, and DiBiase and I. It's Pensacola, Florida. We had gone by the strip club, and I gotta be careful I don't want to get nobody in trouble. But that's so old. I mean, nobody can get in trouble now for that. And poor, Hawkman left us. Rest in peace. I miss him. But yeah, we went to the strip club and had some girls come back with us. Partied on, man. Partied on.
That's a
It's,
big smile on Ted DiBiase's face for a guy that was married at that time.
he got. I shouldn't tell this, but shit, he won't care because I think it was well known, had been said before anyway. But we were in
He's
San Antonio.
apologized. He's already said he's come out about it and he's cleared the air with her.
Yeah. So this was before he apologized and straightened up and all that. So, we were in San Antonio and there's a, what was it called? I can't remember, TA's or something, the strip club there at Tits and Ass, TA, I don't know. But anyway, we had grabbed a couple girls and the night before, and they were going to the show with us to spend the day and that night with us. And we pull up to the arena. I think it was back then, it was called the Freeman Coliseum. We pull up and Ted puts on brakes and he goes, get out. And he's yelling at the girl, get out. And I'm looking in the back seat with the girl I'm with. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you making her get? That's my wife up there. His wife had drove over from wherever they lived, Mississippi or wherever she was, she had a suspicion, I guess. And the thing was, she saw Ted it was like 100 feet away when he saw her, put on brakes and told her, get out. She saw it. And I was like, hey, bro, just pull over to the front and drop me off. Me and the other girl got out and he had to go deal with that. And I think maybe that's where he went ahead and straightened out and apologized because he got caught red-handed.
Well, apparently he was still doing it with Sid because when I interviewed Sid, Sid said they put DiBiase with him to try and keep him straight. But DiBiase was the one that was dragging him to the bars because he kept wanting to cheat on his wife.
Yeah.
And Sid is like, how is this supposed to help me? I just want to go back to the hotel.
The thing that got me, and it was in Philadelphia one night, and I think Sid was there too. But Sid and me, DiBiase, I don't know. It seemed like there was one other person and a few girls. And what got me about this was we had just, back then we did a lot of cocaine. And we had just got an 8-ball, and 3 guys can barrel right through an 8-ball, and we did. And I think Sid knew where to get some, and Ted gave him the money to go get some. And Ted was preaching at the time. Ted was doing his ministry, and I was thinking, wow, you got girls over here, and you're married, you're buying cocaine, and you're gonna go preach Sunday. Damn. Well, he apologized to me. He came up to me. He goes, Marty, I'm so sorry I did that. I shouldn't have done that. You're trying to straighten out, and there I was buying the stuff, and and my woman, I shouldn't have had no women. But I said, well, it's like you ain't got to apologize to me. I enjoyed myself. I was just surprised that you preach on Sundays, but you do all that during the week.
Well, apparently the whole preaching thing has been exposed at this point now anyways, and he's in a lot more trouble than just his wife, or at least his kids are. I don't know if Ted got off on it or not, but he seems like a nice guy in my dealings with him. Yeah, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, he's
I don't know
if he's
he's
super good guy
or anything. So
yeah, he's a super good guy. You can't help it.
And he wouldn't be the first fake religious wrestler.
Yeah, I don't know if he was fake. I mean, he believed it, but he still loved the other life. That's why he had come to me one time. Him and I hung out quite a bit. He came to me one time and he goes, I've got to get somebody to stay with me, or I can't be on the road because I'm not strong enough to fight the temptation. And I said, well, I'll help you. And yeah, but
yeah, he would have needed to be with Backlund for that.
Or I would say Vince, but Vince used to partake every so often. Back in the day, I don't. Yeah,
do you think Vince is going to start another league because he's apparently opened an entertainment company? And if you look at like everything else he's done in entertainment, it's failed. So why wouldn't he get back into wrestling? Well, that's the only thing that's done well.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. The boxing thing, the one time he did boxing with Sugar Ray Leonard and that Leilani guy way back.
Yeah,
I
and
think that was
WBF.
something like that. Yeah, I think that did all right. I know the Evil Knievel jumping the Grand Canyon didn't work out for him too well, and
It
I
seems
always
like they
figured,
stopped doing the movies too. You know, the WWE movies that were
oh, they're
around for
not
a
doing those
while.
no more. I was gonna say that's his love. I think that was his passion all the time. He wanted to, do movies. Well, not do them himself, but produce them, and it seemed like he was going that direction, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. He always surprises me with stuff like, this whole thing with Linda McMahon. I thought it was a work at first. I'm like, nah, because he keeps he's horrible about getting caught with the women, and sometimes the guys in the past. And then I had
Yeah,
heard, I don't know, but I had heard that she was, she was very, is the word secrete? She was very secretive about, being with the women. But so they had that. I don't know. I have to stay out of that because I don't want to say something that I don't know for sure. But I
Don
mean, it
Don
was,
Morocco. I just interviewed him in Hawaii. By the way,
oh
great
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And he told me that a little known fact, according to him, was him, Pat, and Pat's partner, Vince, Pat, and Pat's partner, Louis, were
Louis, yeah.
actually, there was more to it than just friendship between those three.
Oh, with Don
Because he
too?
was, no, Don told me he was friends with Louis,
Yeah.
and
Well, Louis
he
was,
got the vibe that those three were more than friends.
well, no, Patterson, that was his, I don't know if it was his husband or boyfriend. Louis was. I know when I had a problem in Germany, uh, actually, you know what it was? What I was talking about earlier when Kevin had over rotated me, it kind of goofed my neck up. The next morning, I was like, I can't turn my head, So I called back to the States to talk to Pat Patterson, see, like, I can't move. What do you want me to do? You want me to just stay on the apron? You want to, just have single matches and I'll be like the manager. I mean, I can't hardly do anything. I mean, it was so stiff. I couldn't. I had to do like Don Front when he turns his head out. His whole body has to turn to look. Um, so I called back to America, which it was 5 hours earlier from where we were, and Louis answered the phone. I said, "Hey, it's Pat." There. Who is this? I said, "Oh, it's Marty Jannetty." He goes, "Oh, hey, Marty, hold on." I mean, he got hot because there was a guy calling for Pat. And then he comes back on the phone and he says, "Marty, what's the problem?" I said, "Well, I'm over here. I think it was Germany. It might have been England. I don't remember where it was. But I said, I'm over here and I'm hurt and I don't know what to do. What's he going to want me to do? Try to wrestle tag singles or what do you want to do? Put me in a tag to hype because I was doing single matches at the time. Sean had already split off, and I didn't know if you want to put me in a tag and just let me sit on the apron or whatever." And Louis comes back and he told Pat, and he comes back on the phone and he says, "Marty, Pat says it's 5 a.m. here. Call back later." Man, I got so pissed about that. I thought that was just like, are you kidding me? I'm over in a foreign country and injured and don't know what to do, and you're telling me to call back later. Um, I did call back later, like 10, 12 hours later from America. And I called and said I quit. And poor Vince, man, he never got to hear the reason. All he knew is he got me out of jail in Orlando where I lived. I had a girlfriend that, she lived with me for a little bit and then it didn't work out and I booted her out. And she broke in one night, came in and she was going to try to kill herself, evidently. But I come home and my windows broke. I come home late from a club and see this truck in the yard, and I'm thinking, my friends that always come over to the house and party, even when I was on the road, they go jiggle the sliding doors open and go in and party, which I didn't care. Except they left messages. I told them once, at least clean up if you're going to do this shit. Don't leave me come home after 30 days on the road. You got to clean up your damn Burger King bags and beer bottles and liquor bottles and weed all over the damn, spilled all over the floor. But I figured that's what it must have been, one of them. Then I seen the Colorado tags on it. That was, I knew that was, I was like, fuck, she came back. So flew her home and told her, like, it was right before the Survivor Series. I flew her home and told her to visit her family till I got back. And we went and I flew out to wherever that Survivor Series was. Me and the kid ended up being the final two. We won it, our match. And you could see me gimping around though. We had a car wreck the night before. That's why I wanted to get rid of her, get her out of there, because I had 3 near deaths in 6 weeks being with her. So it was like, if you don't get her out of here, you're going to die. But I told her to go home and be with her family for Thanksgiving. And when I got back, I packed all of her shit in a big ass box and shipped it out to Colorado where she was at and said, don't come back. But she broke in and there was a big ass. I was so mad when I saw the busted window and I realized Colorado is her. And she busted my damn window to get in. And I was so mad. I've got the keys in my pocket to my door, but I'm so mad I crawled through the damn hole too at the broken window. It was like a tunnel hole. I crawled through that, got a little cut on my arm, and I heard music playing upstairs in one of the bedrooms, and I was like, man, what the fuck's she doing? And I went up and went to open the door, and it was locked. And I thought, she's in there fucking somebody. Holy shit. She came in here and brought somebody, and I tried to jiggle the door open. I went to the ticket open, and she had pulled the dresser over. That's when I really got like, what the fuck? And I kicked the door off the hinges. It bounced over, and she was standing there on a bar stool. She had made a little noose. This is how goofy the damn girl was. She's got one of my stretchy leggings, leg ties for the rocker outfits. It just stretched down to the floor if she would have hung herself. And she got it on a plant hook. I mean, she was tiny. She was like only 100 pounds, like 5 foot, 100 pounds, 5'1". And that's still enough that would have pulled the plant hook out, I guess. But I mean, when I seen her like going to trying to get the damn noose around her neck, and I went and shoved her off the thing. I said, what are you doing? And she jumped up and ran down the street, and police ended up coming, and they arrested me, or I guess they arrested me. They took me, yeah. And they were, when we were sitting there talking about it, I was telling them, I said, why would you take me in? And, she said, no, I don't want him arrested. I don't want him arrested. She's sitting right there too. And they were like, well, we've just passed a law in Florida where if we're called to seem domestic, dispute, we have to take somebody in. It's a law now. It just passed. Figures. I said, well, if you got to take somebody in, take her in. She broke him on my window glass, the window right there, and she was upstairs trying to hang herself. And he said, well, just how long she been gone? I said, I don't know, a week. He goes, well, if she's got mail here and she's been here in the last 6 months or something like that, he goes, it's still her resident. She's not breaking in. It's her
They
place
always
too.
take the guy. I could tell you that from my own experience.
Yeah.
Being exonerated after being attacked with a weapon, they still took me. But it's stupid.
And you know what the policeman did? The one, they knew me. They'd been to the house before a few times because the parties got pretty wild. The one officer, and I recognized him, but he looked at me and I said, well, take her. She's the one that did every damn thing. One of the other officers, because I said she tried to hang herself, he went upstairs to look at it and see, which it was real. It was up there. But she was sitting there like crying. She was a very pretty little Spanish girl, 5 foot tall. I mean, she was small, about 100, maybe 95 pounds. And so this is what the officer told me. He said, Marty, at the time I was in the prime of my wrestling. I was, 230 pounds, kind of muscled up a little, unlike now. But he looked at me and he goes, I said, take her. And he looks at me and goes, Marty, we would be the laughing stock. You're a big, tough, rumble wrestler, and we're going to take that little girl in over taking you in. I said, that's the criteria because I'm big and she's little. What the hell? I said, all right, let's go. And I got mad as shit because I was like, that's what like you said, they're going to take the guy. That's all he said the reasoning, because I was a big wrestler and she was like a little petite girl. That's the reason they took me. What pissed me off when I got down to the jail, the lieutenant or sergeant or whatever he was, he recognized me and he was like, he took me on a tour. Like, here's some of the guys that been on TV lately. This is what's his name. You remember this guy that murdered? That's him. And I'm taking this tour and I'm sitting there and finally he says, well, he goes, you're going to try to bond out, aren't you? And I said, no, I'm going to stay here. And I got a foreign tour coming up. But I'm gonna stay here and let TV people know what y'all did. You arrested me because I'm a big wrestler and that girl's little. That's all right. We'll get it on TV. He goes, oh, Marty, don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. But that's what I wasn't going. I was going to stay there and do that. But I had to call Vince. So he give you, your call. I called Vince and let him know what was up. And it was like, I don't know, 6 a.m. or something. And he's, Marty, what's going on? I said, I'm in jail, and told him why. And, she had broke in and they considered it domestic dispute. And so they took me in. Vince saying, well, they can't do that. I said, well, Vince, I'm in jail. He said, well, he goes, what do you got to do? You got to make your flight today. I said, no, I'm going to sit here and get on TV and tell them what these people did. These police people did here. And he's like, well, I need you on that tour more than you need to make a point, of what they did. And he goes, let me talk to them. And now, so they kept telling me it's just going to be $300 to bond out. It's just be $300. You got $300, Marty? I said, I do, but I'm not doing it. But then Vince got on the phone with them. This is the power Vince has got, right? And they come back and said, you're free to go, Marty. I said, what? Yeah, he said, Vince took care of everything. You're good to go. And so I did. Had to rush to get to the airport, make my flight. And that's what happened. The first day of the tour, Kevin knocked me out with a power bomb. And then Pat didn't take my call. So I quit. So you can imagine how Vince felt, like I stabbed him in the back. He did all that to get me over there, and then I quit. And because he never heard the actual story. I never told him. I never talked to him for a year and a half. And I finally told him what was up, and that's when he brought me back. He goes, oh, I didn't know that. Nobody told me that. And so he brought me back again. It's amazing how many times I've been let go.
Yeah, who holds the record? Back. You were the Sheik, because there's always people saying, I
think I got him by one.
And he's dead now, so you're going to be brought back again at some point.
Maybe for the Hall of Fame, if I make it.
Dude, as you said, but Sean's got to go in the third time, right?
I figured that would have happened a while back. I mean, because Sean being Sean, he'll want to be the only 3-time. But so far, I think what it is too is they're still hesitant that because they see and hear about.
By the way.
What's that? Oh yeah,
that's you and Sean, by the way.
That's in Toronto, I believe. Somewhere up in Canada, but I believe it was Toronto. One of our party nights. It was like day 30 on the road. But yeah, man.
Do you think like being on the road like that long and the partying made for more interesting characters? Because as you said, they're better athletes now. But back in the 80s and early 90s, everybody knew every wrestler on the card. Now, other than the top guys, they kind of all blend together, and they're not.
Because they run them through so fast. The turnover rate is boom. They're here today, gone tomorrow. In comes a new crew. I like the setup they got, like with the NXT, and like being the farm club. For like baseball, they call them farm teams. Being like the farm school for them to get ready and then bring them up. I mean, I think that's great. That was a very brilliant move. And having the complex down there in Orlando, I've not been to it yet, but I heard it's like great. But yeah, the turnover rate. I mean, you get to know somebody, start getting to know the crew, and then wham, it's a whole new 5 or 6 new guys from NXT, and then NXT refills with new people. You just can't keep up. Back then, you were around for a little while. You know, he was there for a few years before, you know, Vince would call you in. Or he called Jake in one time. And I was riding with Jake at the time, Jake Snake. Called him in and he said, yeah, and I knew Jake had a meeting because we were riding together. And he said, I got to meet with Vince. I don't know what this is going to be. And I'm like, well, shit, it should be good. Maybe he's going to put you in another good storyline. Jake came out that night and we got in the car and he wasn't talking, but he was like, I said, what happened? He goes, well, Vince looked at me and said, Jake, what do you do with a good book when you finish reading it? Oh my God. That was his way of telling Jake, we're done with you for now. I told Jake, I said, tell him you read it again if it's good enough. Shit. But that's how he told Jake, you know, that you don't have.
What do you think about Jake going on? He's on his 6th year of AEW now. He's been there since the start. They just renewed his contract. He looks so happy in all of the pictures.
Well, he should be if he's got the contract. I mean, I've seen him twice on AEW, and I didn't even know he had that contract. I think you told me. I didn't even know he had it.
His ex-wife came back to him too. Surprise! Yeah, he's back with her.
Oh,
good for him.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's get you in there. Fans bug Tony Khan. Let's get Marty in there.
Well, Billy
managing someone would actually be entertaining, to be honest with you.
What's that?
You manage, like, they have so many people not over in AEW. Like, putting you with a young guy, I mean, that seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I'd be good with it. I mean, I'd be happy with it. But I told Billy Gunn. Billy Gunn and I he lived in Orlando when I did. He probably still lives there. But we used to ride to the airport together and back from the airport, and ride together on the road. And when they were smoking guns, him and Bart Gunn. But we were all pretty close. And when I heard he was in AEW, he was going to be there, I hit him up with a Facebook email and said, hey, man, look, I've straightened up. I'm not the screw up I used to be. And, man, can you put a word in for me as far as, man, I'll train the kids. I'll be an agent. I'll work if y'all want me to. At that point, I could still get in the ring. The ankles had not, ruined so bad. Never heard back from him, so I wrote him another one. Said, did you get my other email? Never heard back from him. So I just like, okay. I guess, I don't know what, at that time, I think he was going to be an agent at first, and then he got involved with doing matches. But I don't know what happened. I don't know if he thought
he's on his 6th year too. I mean, he's one of the guys on the gravy train that they don't use for much, but he's doing.
He was there from the beginning, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he's still. I think he manages his kids.
Yeah.
He also got his kids hired. Which again, one reason I could see why he wouldn't help you, it's because like he's kind of on that gravy train. And he's like, let's not get too many of us.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's exactly what I thought. I thought, he don't want me coming in and challenging. Maybe thinks I'm challenging for his position, which I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't even think of that. But I mean, who knows what? I know Jeff Jarrett, when they were doing, Jeff Jarrett and I were real close, and he was spend the night with me in Orlando at my house. When we would be anywhere near Orlando, we'd go to my house, stay there, and party and cut up and, had some fun, some crazy fun. But he, I called him. I hadn't talked to him in a while. And it was, I think, the year 2000, which is right when they started, I believe. What was it? TNA. And I called him just to say, hey.
TNA, yeah.
Yeah.
Right after WCW closed, so around 2002.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. But so I called him and say, hey, I haven't talked because it's been like 3-4 years since we said hello to each other. And he didn't call back. And I again called him a second time because, I thought, maybe I didn't leave my phone number. So I called back and left the number. Said, hey, I don't know if I left your number or whatever. And he never called back. And then I hear that he's running TNA. And I thought, that fucker thinks I was calling for a job. Son of a, and that's what he's going to do, just ignore me? Shit. And, yeah, we still stayed close friends. Well, good friends, not close. But, yeah, that kind of hurt your feelings a little bit, right? You got a good buddy there, and he thinks you're calling for a job rather than just calling saying hello. so he don't answer you. So I'm like, gosh, damn, Jeff, that's kind of harsh, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I remember one time I booked him for my company around 2007, and he showed up at the show after taking the full amount in advance in the business class flight. Said, "I don't feel like wrestling. I just want to interfere." So of course I got all the heat from the fans because he was supposed to wrestle Christian, and yeah, they never forgave me for that. They acted like I was the one that orchestrated that. No, he didn't want to wrestle. What am I supposed to say when he has the money?
Right. Yeah, he called his own shot, huh? He's like, no, I'll just do this.
Yeah. So he came out and he attacked Christian and they fought to the back. He did like a 2-minute thing.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
then the
let me
fans
ask.
were like, what? He was here and he didn't wrestle? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's something. Let me ask you something. And if you're not comfortable talking about it or can't or whatever, just tell me, that'd be fine. But I told you the other day when we were talking, I didn't realize you were in the dark side of the ring thing. And I guess on Abdullah's, you okay to talk about that or no?
Sure.
Or you rather not? What happened there? Because from what I got, the way I understood it, it had to do with blading, and that either you bladed somebody and you were not, used to doing that, or
No,
something.
they didn't explain it very well because they were trying to present me as the heel in it. But what happened was I had a match with him.
Yeah.
And like if two people are bleeding,
Yeah.
there's about a 5% chance if one of them has Hep C, like Abdullah had, because when you're blading, your blood is bleeding outwards.
Right, you're getting
you're using your own razor blade. But what he did in this match, I had already bladed myself.
Yeah.
And he had took the same razor blade that he had already used on himself, and he had Hep C. He knew he had it. He's just an idiot. And then I got his blood records, and he was found guilty in both Canada and the U.S. And then
I think they said that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, he stuck the same, and people get confused. Like, here's where it got more dangerous, and he didn't do this to everybody, but he took the same blade that had been in him, and then he stuck the same blade in me, which is like sharing a needle, which is exactly how you catch stuff. And then when I got signed by WWE, I find out that my contract's not going to go through because I failed the test for hepatitis C, and we were able to trace it back. So he actually ended up costing me my WWE run. Yeah. So people can say, oh, he would have done good, he would have done bad. Well, people can say whatever they want. He took away my chance.
Yeah.
And then after that, I got cured, but I'm looked at as damaged goods.
Yeah, that sucks, man. He's from down here in Georgia, and him and Jerry Oates were good friends. So, when I was breaking into business, I'd see him all the time. We called him Spanky. Spanky. He was a character, man. I loved him to death. We just saw him about 6 months ago, at some signing. We all hugged up and loved him to death. But I didn't. When I heard about that with you, I thought, well, shit, man, that's rough. And I think New Jack, before he died, was talking, bad about Abdullah for doing that. I can't remember, what all was said. New Jack was my boy, man. I miss him. But he was upset about that too. With Abdullah.
I mean, there's no question he's a nice guy, but the thing was, according to his records, he knew for at least 10 years he had it, and he didn't have to bleed every match. Like the other guy could have just bled, and he sure as hell didn't have to cut me. But I guess once you get in the habit of cutting, you just become, and you've seen it, he's not the only one. Some people just get obsessed with cutting.
Well, he obviously was. I mean, when I used to do it up in the hairline, just right in the hairline, and just get it right. It'll come. It'll cover. I used to cover my face, but it wasn't right on my head where you could see it. And, a fan or, even a family member, like, what's that? How'd that happen? Where you got to explain, oh, I got ran into we had a cage match and, I got raked with, I always put it in the hairline so you couldn't see it really. But I mean, with him, he just, do it with the razors on a couple of fingers, and just, you see them big grooves he's got in his head. I mean, he went deep with it. I don't know. Yeah, like you said, I guess he's maybe addicted, to that. I mean, I know he wanted to put on the best show and scare everybody, which he did. Man, I remember one time in Atlanta, we were doing a show, and it was a lumberjack. I was on the outside, and him and whoever he was wrestling that night, he rolled out the ring, and we're supposed to throw him back in, and so grabbing him, and he started that squeal. He go, yeah, it sounded like a pig thing, and it was like, oh my God, I had to back off because that squeal was worse than him breaking his head full of blades. But you also, I think, was it New Jack? Somebody told me, I didn't know this either, that with his blades, he would use the same blade for a week. He'd use it over and over and over.
Yeah, he had a little circular jar that looks like something you put shoe polish in, and he would take it off his finger after and put it back in. So who knows how many times he used them.
Yeah,
he was very cheap. For somebody that claims he's poor, he made a hell of a lot of money, and he was very cheap his whole career.
He did real good in the restaurant business because he had a barbecue place up in Atlanta, and then he opened the second one. Yeah, okay, he had three. I knew he opened the second one, so he had to be doing good. On the show, he said he couldn't read. Remember, he didn't know anything about the lawsuits and all that because he can't read. Yeah,
the thing is, and I'm sure you've been served before. You're served by a process server for a lawsuit that comes, and you have to sign for it, and it's officially served. It's not like, I couldn't read. I don't read any of my mail. And I found out about it after. And the lawsuit started in 2009 and ended in 2016. So this was a long process. He had 5 different lawyers.
Damn.
So, I mean,
you got to have money for that.
By the way, I'll throw up his blood work for anyone that doesn't, that thinks I'm making it up, because it's going to be on Marty's channel too. I mean, he clearly had hepatitis C. I mean, that's his blood work.
And he knew it though, right?
Yeah.
I guess you would, yeah.
And for the people that say, Hannibal could have had it, I was tested just before that match, and it showed up that I didn't have it.
Right.
And I'm not the one bleeding every match with the career starting in the 60s. And he wrestled a lot of guys that, like Billy Graham had it. He wrestled Billy Graham 9 times. He bled with a lot of people that also could have had it. Jacques Rougeau had it at one point.
Really?
They had a lot of bloody matches in Montreal. And I'm not saying that everyone that wrestles him could be contracted, but with me, because of the sharing of the blade, it made it that more obvious. But he is, as I said, I looked at him as a mentor and like a grandfather type figure.
That's what it looked like when you came out to the ring with him on the dark side, when you came out with him, I think.
We were a tag team a bunch of times too.
Yeah, so it looked like that, like you were looking at him as a mentor.
He screamed when he found out I was signed by WWE.
Yeah,
he literally screamed on the phone. He was so happy because we were that close friends. But
that's wild.
I guess he didn't realize he had infected me, or he was hoping he didn't, or whatever. He doesn't. Or, when you're old, like when he was the last match he had with me was 68. I mean, you just don't. You have a different mentality. You don't think about transmitting stuff. But
I mean, it's embedded in him that's his character. We're all going to bleed. That's. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, he can't do arm drags, drop kicks. I mean, so he's got to. I mean, not much you can do. I remember one time in the dressing room, he was like, "Marty, how you doing, Marty?" I said it right next to him. He's putting his boots on. And by the time he got the first one on, he had to sit back and he was breathing hard and sweating. I'm like, holy shit.
Did he have that giant shoehorn by that time? Because in the last couple times I used him, he had this 3-foot long shoehorn because he was so fat. He couldn't bend over to tie his shoes. So, I don't know, it's funny.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he had that. He just was putting his shoe on and lacing up, and had to take a break before he put the other one on. And I'm thinking, how the hell is he going to do anything in the ring when putting his boot is blowing him up? But yeah.
He did. I'll
He's-
tell you a funny story though. Someone brings up the coffee pot thing. I wrestled him once, and he convinced me to let him hit me with a coffee pot. And he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, don't worry. The coffee pot is just going to shatter, and you're still going to have to blade." Well, little did I know that these coffee pots, because hot coffee goes in them, they're made with something
Right.
stronger than actual glass. So it caused me to get 68
Hold on.
stitches in my head.
All right.
And here's the funny part, though. I had to go to the hospital after he did that.
That's not funny.
I had to pay a $250 ambulance fee. Then we find out it was one of my shows. So he had stole the coffee pot, which I should have guessed from his hotel room. So then I end up with a $45 fee for this fucking coffee pot. But yeah,
$45.
he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it, champ. It's just gonna smash. It's just gonna. I'll hit you right. It'll just break into smithereens." It felt like somebody took a blowtorch to my head.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. The medic said if we didn't stop the match when we stopped it, that they were actually going to come in and stop it because they thought I was
really?
going to bleed.
It was that bloody, huh?
Oh yeah, it was great. But here's the funny part: I was such a party animal in those days.
Yeah.
I got stitched up. Then we had free drinks at the bar that night. I go to the bar, and then the bar, there's a fight that happens. I get involved in it. It loosens the stitches. I start bleeding again. Then I go back and have sex with the girl in the hotel. But it was summer and it was dark. So I'm thinking I'm just sweating all over her.
Right.
We turn on the light. It looked like
blood.
a pig. A pig had been slaughtered in the bed.
Damn, man.
I had been
Yeah,
bleeding
and too,
all
when you drink, your blood will thin, so it'll really come out. Some of the guys, when they were gonna juice, they would have a shot or two of something because it thins your blood out a bit, and it'll come a lot better. But yeah, there was when I was in Kansas City, and I can't remember. He just was passing through it. He had like what you just said, same kind of thing, except he would butt the headboard because he'd already got color that night at the show. He'd be on top of the girl, and he'd butt his head so that it would pour and pour all over, and then he would do the sympathy thing. Oh God, the girl would just freak out because blood's just pouring all over her. But yeah, that's what that reminded me of.
I'll tell you the funniest story about Abdullah, though. I wrestled him once in Toronto. A lot of these indie shows, there's just like one bathroom, and you share it with the guys and girls, and then
with the fans too.
Yeah, he comes out. Okay, he just splashed water on himself because he's covered in blood, and then he's completely naked. He opens the door, and the girls in the dressing room start screaming, and he's like, "What? You can't see anything." Because his fat hangs over his. He actually told me he hadn't had sex in decades. Damn. He could only get hand jobs.
There. Well, yeah, that's one thing. We had a guy when in AWA days, the Earthquake Ferris is what he went by, and he was big like that, and his girlfriend was big like that. And Kurt Hennig was always going to pry him. How do y'all have sex? How does your belly's not in the way? And he went to tell us how they pile pillows up in certain ways so that she's arched up, and he had to explain that it was a process for them to have sex. And so I could imagine.
And the funniest part is he ends up getting divorced from his wife because he was cheating on his wife with the woman that he now calls his nurse. So a guy that big was cheating on his wife.
That's something.
Yeah.
That was a thing too when I was on the road steadily with WWF and WWE. Man, there was not that many guys. We'll go back to the WWF days. There was not that many guys that weren't married. Of course, there was a few, and that's the ones I tried to hang out with because, I do a lot of things wrong. Sometimes I know I'm doing them wrong. Sometimes I don't even realize it's wrong. But the one thing that I would always promise myself was that once I was married, not going to mess around, because to me that's like you were joined by the universe, or whatever you want to call it, God, universe, nature, whatever. But you joined hearts through the universe. So, that's means a lot to go back on that. And so, when I would see the guys doing it, I would be just like, oh man, I wish they wouldn't, but I didn't care. I mean, hey, do what you're gonna do. I mean, it ain't bother me, and I'm definitely ain't got to worry about me ratting or anything. I ain't doing that. But yeah, I hated seeing that. It was just like, really, there was only a handful of guys that didn't cheat on their wives. Like Tito Santana was one, Owen Hart.
Tito did, because he ended up having Jenny. I don't know if you know the whole story, but he had an illegitimate child, and he
Really? I
refuses
didn't
to
know that.
acknowledge her. It's been confirmed by the Sons. Yeah, and he refuses to acknowledge her because he doesn't want to get in trouble with his current wife, who thinks that she's only after him for his money. She doesn't care about the money.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
so he
didn't know all
wasn't.
that.
No,
It-
yeah.
He would go out and have a drink here and there with us. Usually, if the hotel bar was, when he had a few drinks, he didn't have to drive. He just go upstairs, go to sleep. But I thought he was one of the ones that didn't mess around, but there was just so few. Owen Hart was definitely, family only. Trying to think of who else. It was like three. Well, Randy Savage, of course. I told Randy one time, something about, God, I hate to see the guys that are married, doing all this. And he goes, always remember this, brother. He says, if they're cheating on their wives, imagine what they'll do to you. Like if you were to do any kind of business deal or anything with one of the guys. He said, yeah, if they're going to cheat on, that's their other half. If they're going to cheat on that, he had a good point. He always had good points, man, when he would teach me anything. So like I told him one time, I said, Randy, Sean is going to his head and he's getting arrogant and cocky that the more we climb the ladder, it's changing him. He goes, no, brother, it didn't change him at all. It just made him comfortable to be who he is. And I thought about that. And that's, makes sense too. That's true too. Oh, Randy was always good, man. He was always, I missed the shit out of him too. A lot of the guys.
I actually wrestled Jenny at a bar one night. This is Tito's daughter right here. I'm wrestling her in a bar.
Right there?
That's her. You see the resemblance of the face?
Yeah. How old is she?
She might kill me for saying this, but 42, I think.
Her?
Yeah. She looks great. She's a jiu-jitsu champion too. She's a world
really?
champion. Yeah, that's the
his
funny
daughter?
Yeah, that's his daughter, yeah.
Damn. So that would have been shit before him and I we all were hanging out. That was
it was around 1980. It happened, I think, in Allentown. So it would have been in the Allentown taping days.
Okay, yeah. So that was around 84. I didn't meet him till 88, I think. But
here's the funny thing: she's a legitimate two-time at least world champion in grappling, and she liked wrestling. She wanted, and she tried to get into wrestling for a while, but he wouldn't support it or anything, so she got turned off. But it's like he could have got bookings, like managing her and stuff, because she had the potential. But whatever.
Tito, he was another one that he told me about. Like he sets a price for his bookings. And if they want to pay him, he'll go. If they don't want to pay him, he don't care. He's like, but he kept getting it. I thought, I don't want to say the price, so I'm not going to say 1,500 at that, but way back then. If they would pay him that, he would go ahead. But I was thinking like, but Tito, that's so much. He goes, Marty, they pay it when you don't need them, they will need you. And it kind of made sense. RVD. My buddy there, he, gosh, like Tito was 1,500 back when everybody was getting 5 to 1,000, for indie booking. RVD told me, I called him up one time and said, hey man, this guy wants to book you. And I don't know, I don't want to get in the numbers. You handle that. He goes, oh, I can tell you tell him what I want. And I said, gosh, I hate to get involved with the numbers. I go, but what do you want me to tell him? He goes, 20,000. And I'm like, what? And he goes, That's what I tell them. And, if they don't book me, I didn't want to work anyway. And he goes, but when they accept it, I'm like, damn, now I got to go. And I mean, he must get it a lot because I see him on the, at conventions and stuff a lot.
I'll put up something funny for the fans that Tito, speaking of how much he charges, we used him in Great North Wrestling against Jim Neidhart once.
Yeah.
He actually nailed Tito in the balls. This match only went like 2 minutes, and this was not the finish of the match. Tito just rolled. He got nailed in the balls by a headbutt.
Yeah.
And he just rolls out of the ring and doesn't go back into the ring. And it ended up being a count.
Yeah, you got him pretty good, huh?
For a guy that gets $1,500,
yeah,
he'll just quit on a match like this. And you can see Neidhart actually tries to get him up, and he's like, I'm not getting back in the ring.
When was that?
That was 2007.
2007. When did Anvil die? Like right shortly after that, right?
No, he only died 4 or 5 years ago.
Is that what it was? Okay.
But you see, he refuses to.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. He's still holding the sack.
There was 1,500 people there.
Really?
Like,
shit.
Yeah. It's like he pretty much helped kill the town just by at least roll into the ring and let that was in Calgary area. It's like at least roll in and let Jim pin you.
Yeah, something. That must have really been hurting.
But there's his work ethic, though. Like, let's take maximum amount, and you've probably been hitting the balls before the match. I have too. It's like you could at least finish the match and do the finish.
Yeah, I mean, I've really never gotten sacked. I don't think. I can't remember. I mean, if it was ever, there was one time I didn't leapfrog high enough. And I think maybe it was Owen Hart went to go under and he hit my nutsack and it swung around and hit me in the back of the head and that knocked me out. No, that's not true. No, I don't think I ever got nutted in the whole career. A lot of shit happened, knockouts and torn ligaments and broken ankles, but never a nut. Thank God, because it's got to be painful. I don't even know when the last time I got nutted. I think when I was a kid.
I'll just say one funny story about Jim Neidhart. Once he showed up to like a small show in Alberta, and he was on something and he was all wired up, and he gets off and he's like, I'm going to help set up the ring. Let's get these boards on. And he just starts throwing the boards from the ring truck to the ring. And like, this is when he's in his like late 50s or something. He's like, oh, I love doing this. It's a great workout. And I just found it hilarious. Like, he's trying to convince me this is a normal thing that the 50-year-olds help set up the ring.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear he did that because I have actually done that with a few of the indie shows when I was coming in, and they looked like they were understaffed. There wasn't enough people. I helped them. Bring them. Actually, I think it was tearing it down when we were leaving. I saw that they were struggling to get the shit to the truck, and helped them out. Pretty much until it was all in the truck. And I was dying to hurry up and get out, go out to the club, but I just didn't. I couldn't sit there and watch them struggling like that.
Yeah, that's the motivation. But yeah, you should have just seen how motivated he was. Like he was fired up to get this rig up. It was good. Oh, and actually, Abdullah on that show with Tito. Here's another funny story. Abdullah had driven from Calgary to this show just outside of Calgary with Jim. And the next day we had to be in Edmonton. And he said, Devin, do not put me in a car with Jim for Edmonton. He said, that's all I'm going to ask you. He talked in my ear. Like, I guess he wouldn't shut up.
When he was partying, I don't want his family to hear. Well, I'm sure shit they know. When he would be on the coke, oh my God, he would like. I am about to. We was riding one time, and he looks over at me, and he goes, Marty, and then he starts tugging on his mustache beard there. I got to tell you what I saw today on the way back from the gym. I was like, okay. And he said, well, it was this black dude beating up on his girlfriend out in the open where everybody could see it. I'm like, oh shit, what'd you do? Well, I didn't have no choice. I had to keep riding. But I just wondered what kind of effect did that have on the community? It's like, what the fuck? Amble, you're putting too much thought into this. That shit happens every day in the hood, man. Just leave it alone.
Yeah,
He-
he's a great guy.
one time, actually, we roomed together like 2 or 3 times. Everyone hammered every time. I remember waking up one morning, and he's already awake doing this thing, and he's laying there looking up at the ceiling. He's looking around, and I'm watching him do that. I'm like, what are you doing, Amble? He goes, this is all very interesting, but this is not our room, is it? And I was like, no, it was those girls from last night. We stayed in their room. But he's looking at the figures on the ceiling, or whatever little designs, and just looking at them all back and forth and all over. And that's how he figured out it's not our room because of that. There's another time. This was like the most funny was. I'm laying there about to go to sleep, and here's, and I look, and Amble he's got his Halliburton is open, so suitcase is open, and he's peeing in it. And I'm looking at him like, Amble, what? I said, you're not in the bathroom. That's your Halliburton. And he looks, he goes, fuck. Good thing I didn't have to shit. And then rolled over and got in bed. I don't know what he did with all of his clothes that got pissed on. But yeah, man, he was different. Loved him to death.
Give it to a rat to clean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone wanted me to ask you if you ever wrestled Bret Hart. I'm sure you didn't tag team matches, but did you ever have a single?
Yeah. No, I don't think we ever had a single. We set quite a bit in tag matches. Then a lot of times him and I would get in there, do quite a few spots. But no, never single. I'm sure it would have been good. What we used to call him, was Bret the Hitman Hart. We'd always call him Bret the Stiff Man Hart because he could lay him in there. Especially them kicks to the stomach, like when you're down and give you that boot to the gut. Oh my God. If you had any food, your stomach would come up. But love him to death too.
Supposedly he never hurt anybody, though. I mean, there's some documented cases that he did, but he'll insist that he's so proud that he never hurt anybody. But
no, not majorly. He hurt a few people's feelings.
Yeah.
Well,
someone's tipping us $2 here. Thanks for the $2. It wants to know about Giant Gonzalez or Kato from the Orient Express. I think I saw you guys fight the Orient Express live once.
Oh yeah, Kato.
Yeah, on a house show.
What's that?
Didn't you do a house show run with them for a while?
Who, Kato?
Yeah.
With Orient Express? Yeah, he which was Paul Diamond. They took an American boy, put him under a mask, and let him go to Kato, a Japanese guy. Because it was originally Tanaka and Sato. And then Sato had to take off, go back to Japan for whatever reason, bookings. He took over the book over there. And so they replaced him with Kato, which they put, like I said, put the mask over Paul Diamond. And Paul was a character. But we used to have the best matches with them. Tanaka's like the best bumper in the business, and very, very up on the ring psychology. Paul is too. But he was, Pat was in just a different level altogether. Love working with Pat. In fact, if I were to have one more match, it would only be with Pat. It's that easy to work with. And as my ankles are now starting to get better, and I can bounce around a little bit, I keep thinking, just like this coming weekend in Milwaukee for that Blizzard Brawl, I keep thinking, man, maybe I should get a spot where I go in, to break something up or, whatever, and take a couple bumps. It's like,
There's a poster for it, by the way.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt, but there it
that's
looks like
it.
it's a packed card.
Yeah, it is. Sabu's there. Braun, what's his name? Braun Strowman.
Roman,
Strowman.
looks like
There's a,
some of the beautiful people, Velvet Sky, and that looks like Angelina Love.
yeah, my boy Mike, Mean Mike from Disorderly Conduct and Texas Hangman. He was telling me, "Gosh, man, you're gonna see Velvet Sky. Man, that's the best. Something about her." He was going crazy, and I couldn't remember.
She's
Like I
single
knew the
now
name.
too, isn't she? Didn't she just break up with Bubba Ray?
Her.
I heard. Yeah.
I think I heard that. Yeah, I think
You're
I
taken
heard.
though now. You're taken though now.
Who, me?
Yeah, right.
Different understanding. But by the way, look, if y'all want anything made like knick-knack, paddywhacks, or whatever, Miss Radical Addy can make stuff like carte, anything you want on it. So I got Party with Marty stuff. And these things here, I forgot what they're called, tumblers. She makes those like my coffee cup here. Just that, like mouse, like all kinds of trinket things that you might want. And if you do, go here to kpopcrazy.com. It's krazy.com. Yeah, she can make up t-shirts, book bags. I got one on the wall there. Just about anything. And, she can make things that you won't be able to find in stores. If you want something goofy, like you go F yourself, she can do that. I mean,
Will she make a custom dildo, a Marty Jannetty dildo for your female
I
fans
think
out
she
there?
has one in there. Hey, Miss Radical, we got a request.
It's not for me, but I'm sure you have. You said your number was around 5,000. Maybe for some of those that didn't quite make the cut.
Awesome. So
He wanted to know, could you customize a dildo?
I can put anything you want, any image, anything you want.
That's what I was telling him. I showed all this.
It can be done.
What was
What, who, what, when, where, why, and I will let you know.
you close the door. That's enough.
By the way, I got my get out of jail free card, and I'm ready when you are.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. Well, we'll have to have you back on again sometime, and I know this is going to go on your channel too.
Yeah.
The Party with Marty podcast, but the fans love interacting with you, and I
love interacting with them too. They my Facebook account has been taken down. I don't know if it's permanent. I hope
had
not.
like 3 people ask about that today, so
yeah, I guess evidently I got drunk and I had a lot going on that week and I got hammered. Got into the bottle. When I do drink now, I try to stick with beer and not a whole lot of it, but beer. But I got into the bottle of Jack Daniels for about 3-4 straight days, and that's when I used to go to Facebook and write some ridiculous shit. And evidently I did. I tried to get in touch with them and find out, well, what was it? Because they didn't. They usually let you know what it was you did. It goes against community standards, but they didn't tell me. So I was trying to find out, and it was a 6-month suspension. Now I've gotten 30s. I think everybody's used to 30s or a week, but 6 months, shit. I don't know. I got to try to get that back though, because for the Party with Marty podcast, that's mainly what I advertised on. Used it to advertise, and I really got no way of advertising right now, except for here, Party with Marty again Thursday nights at 10 o'clock. And might as well get one done now. I was trying to wait till there's just a few things. Here's something. I know we got to hurry. Here's something I can't figure out. Because we've been down for I don't know about a month and 6 weeks almost maybe, and because we've had to make some changes on things, and but I don't know what to do. Do I want to come back and just stay with Party with Marty, or do I want to come back
change it up a little bit, say Party with Marty 2.0, or the I don't know, Party with Marty Light, or what Savage had recommended was just say it's season 2. So I don't know how that works. Season 2, episode 1, or season 2, and did you could pick up on episode 40 or whatever we were up to. I don't know though. What do you think?
I think season 2 is good.
You do? Okay. So we might do that. We'll probably do that then. Because, I don't want to lose the whole Party with Marty thing. I lost Facebook. That kind of crushed me, man, because it took me forever. I know it's not many, but like 45,000 followers. And more so than that is upsetting is my pictures. I got all these pictures on there. And I mean, like probably 1,000 pictures. And some of them are sentimental to me. And, I don't have them anywhere but there. And gosh, I don't want to lose that, I mean, the old posts and stuff, I like to go back and read them sometimes and look and see what girls are on there that I haven't spoke to, stuff like that. But more so than anything is the pictures. And I don't want to lose the pictures. I don't want to lose the site. Somebody said, just start another one. But that's going to start back at zero people, 0 followers. And then how did I get the word out? Okay, I'm out here again. But yeah. Hopefully they'll let me back on. I don't know. And hopefully it's not 6 months because that's wow.
Yeah, that's a long way to wait. But we're always here to help you with the YouTube side of it.
I appreciate
As
that
things
too.
go forward. And you are one of the nicest guys in wrestling. I'll put you up there with Hillbilly Jim. Don Morocco, I would say he's in the top for me anyways. But
Yeah, he was always nice. So was Hillbilly. Hillbilly's great.
Billy
Funny.
Graham was always nice to me too. So at least in my dealings with him, I'll put him up there. But there's not a lot of wrestlers that I will say are not greedy or are not incredibly selfish. And you're actually transparent. People may not like me, but I don't lie. I don't suck up. I'm honest
Yeah.
if I like it or not. But you're nicer than me, but you also tell the truth and you don't hide anything about yourself. So I like that about.
That's why I really scared to put this book out. I'm almost finished. I've been working on it. One of my buddies, old Mean Mike, he's like, well, you got some great stories I can't wait to read, but I guess I'm going to have to wait to the year 2050 before you finish it. So I've been working on it for a while. It's just I got ADHD, and I just can't. I'll sit down and write and type up some shit for about an hour, and then I'm just like that. And then I don't even want to mess with it for another week, and it ain't never going to get done that way. But there's some good stories, and then there's some I want to make sure it's okay, like from the people that it involves. Like for an example, if I wanted to, tell a Jake the Snake story with the snake, I think I've told that one on here before, right? Where the office had just give us a memo about not fraternizing with the office personnel.
You haven't. You did not.
No, yeah, we just got a memo, and they, we stay away from office girls, for the guys. I don't know if Sonny was told to stay away from the guys, but this is back when Sonny was. It was only like Sonny, Sable, Sherry was still around, I think. But it was mostly for the guys, So I don't know why that is. I don't know who all was messing with office people. I accidentally was seeing somebody. But so anyway, Jake.
Was it Lisa Wolf by any chance?
Who? No.
Lisa Wolf.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Nicole's name, but they. I know Jake pretty good, and when he was doing the cocaine, he starts whispering. And is at the Howard Johnson's we used to stay at in Revere, Boston, or outside of Boston. And he gives me a call to my room, and he goes, Marty, I'm in room 222 or whatever it was. And him whispering, I'm like, okay, he's got the shit. Let me get over there. I said, I'll be right there, brother. And I come over, and he's got the latch. He's already got the door so, to where I can just push it open. and push the door open. This little hallway before you get to the room, and he's sitting right there at the table. As I open the door, he's sitting there naked, and he said, "Go get her for me." And I'm like, "Oh, he's got a girl." Okay, and we did things like that back then. As I come around the corner and I look, not only is it an office girl that we just got the memo on, she's got the snake and she's got the tail end of it, using it like you said, dildo, using it like that. And scales were all around her, all just covered around the bed. And I was looking at that and I'm like, no. Well, them scales like that, and then there's got to be some up in her. I mean, nah. That's all right, Jake. Just give me some.
You need a movie. You need a movie, not a book. You need a Hollywood movie.
But yeah, man, that was craziness. But
Well, I know.
But it's like if I wanted to tell that story is actually in the book, but I want to clear it with Jake first. I don't want nobody getting in trouble, or like I had told Scott Steiner. I said, "Hey, I'm doing the book. I'm right at the point where you stayed at the house with that girl that night, which it was the one that broke in the house. Her name, I'm not going to say her name. It was Leslie, but she Scott was spending the night, and I told her to pick up Scott and Rick, from the airport and let them stay at the house. And, I wanted to test her out and see how much I could trust her. So I told Scott, I said, well, shit, I can't be saying it out here either because it just gets around. I forgot. We'll change the names to protect the innocent. I told this one guy, we'll say it was Dr. Yankum, told him, try to get with her, see what she does. And he goes, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, I want to see if she's, if she goes with you, fine. At least I'll know, but she did pick Dr. Yankum and them up and stay at the house. And, sure enough, Dr. Yankum tried to mess with her and she was going for it. According to the story, she was going for it. And then she kind of got scared and backed off. And then, when I called, I had forgot all about it. When I called the next day to talk to her from the road, she was like, that's what we were doing 2-3 times a night, shows different. We had the A team, B team, C team. So, they were in Orlando and I was somewhere else. So I called home and she goes, Marty, Dr. Yankum tried to rape me. I'm like, what? And then I remembered, oh shit, I forgot I told him try. But I thought, gosh, that's a little bit much trying to rape her. And I talked to him, but I was like, what are you doing? What did you do? And he told me, he goes, no, it wasn't like that. She got in bed with me and rubbed my back and I rolled over. Then she started getting scared after a while. And then she took off. She wasn't no trying to rape nobody. But yeah, that was it. But and again, I actually went up to Dr. Yankum and said, hey, that story about the time, that goofy thing we did, testing a girl to see if she was trustworthy. I said, that's I was putting that in the book. Are you okay with that? And he goes, Marty, some of the things we did back then, we now got family. So that was basically his nicest way of him saying, no, don't. That's why I'm saying now I'm out here talking about it anyway. So, but that was
but when it's in a book, it's different.
Yeah, I guess.
And you've really documented it.
Yeah. And he Dr. Yankum was, we were still good friends, but we used to ride together, so we were kind of close at the time. But yeah, man, those were the fun days back. They were way back. So anybody wanting to get upset today, remember those it was like, it just shows you how old I am, besides this light that shows.
Last thing, tell us something bad about the Red Rooster. Is there any bad stories you could share about him?
Red Rooster, when he came in, when he first came in, Sean and I knew him from Tennessee wrestling. We were down there for a little while and he was booking. So when he came in, we were already there as the Rockers. He came in when they brought him in. He come in his suit, and he came and sat with us. And Pat Patterson came over to him. Teddy, you notice you're wearing this suit? We don't do that here. We like to spritz off and look like you just came from the ring. And Terry goes, yeah, everybody does that. That's why I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna wear a suit. And we were like, oh my God. I was like, God, I don't believe you just said that to Pat Patterson. Because Pat was second in power at that time. And yes, the next day he had that red mohawk because I guess he was so cocky they made him the Red Rooster. He fucking hated it. He went with it best he could. His interviews, he would do stuff, incorporate, terms that would fit. Like, I'm excited, cock of the walk and all that stuff. He tried, but he hated that character.
What was worse, the Gobbledygook or the Red Rooster? That would have been a good tag team.
Ooh, that's a toss-up right there. Wrestling-wise, what's his name? Guerrero was great. But,
yeah. And he's better remembered.
What's that?
More people remember the Gobbledygooker because it was so promoted.
Out there. And I think that was what a Survivor Series or something.
1990. I think you were still around then. You were around then.
Yeah.
You were in that Survivor Series.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because I was there. We weren't told. Most of the boys weren't told. Who's coming out. We just knew somebody was in there, but just the way it was presented, it was like, man, we were all so embarrassed. Like, oh my God, this is horrible.
What was your theory before? Because we've heard the Undertaker now say he thought it was going to be him. Did you have any theory like before you found out what it was about what was going to hatch out of this egg?
No, I just knew it was going to be one of the boys. Just didn't know which one. And Guerrero. Which Guerrero? What's his name? Well, anyway, the older Guerrero. Hector, yeah. He nicest guy in the world, great worker. But that was his introduction to WWE. He wasn't there. I thought we would take one of the guys already there and put him in, Dag. But no, that was his introduction to WWF. And wow, that's just, I don't know, man. It wasn't. It just. You were embarrassed to be a part of the team. Actually, it was like that, almost like Brother Love. But although Brother Love made it work,
they promoted that for weeks and weeks.
The Gobbler.
Well, I just remember on every Superstars episode, we saw this egg, and everybody was so excited to see what was going to come out of it.
And then it was that, If I remember right, too, he had feathers everywhere, like a gobbledygook.
Someone did. I've never heard of this, and we really got to go. I know your wife or your girlfriend's going to kill me, but someone says he made a film called The Rockers, and some WWE stopped it. I never heard of this.
That's news. That's news to me.
All right, there we go. So you're not on Facebook at the moment. You got your party with YouTube. Is that Twitter legitimate? Jannetty?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter, but see, I ain't got many people on it because I don't know how to navigate. The same thing with Instagram. I don't know how to navigate on there very well, so I just kind of stayed with Facebook mostly. But I do want to say that the barbershop window. Man, that was a success because this last appearance I did. Look at this thing, man. They it's like a pin, like pin on your shirt or whatever. It is just me hanging through the window. I mean, it's just crazy the stuff that people come up. There's actually a place in Connecticut. I don't know if it's still there, but it's the name of it was the barbershop window. And they sold wrestling memorabilia and stuff like that. But it's just like, wow, that barbershop window thing, man, it's everywhere. It was like over 30 years ago. It was 91, into 91, beginning of 92. How many years is that? 02, 30 something, 2 years, 33.
Yeah, 30. And someone just asked earlier too, do people still ask you about it? And I just didn't ask you because obviously they do, but there's your answer.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, brother. Yeah, stay in touch and we'll do this some more. Maybe we'll have a question and answer with the fans one day. You know?
Very good, because there was a lot of fan questions we didn't get to, but I'll let you wrap this up with whatever you want to say, and give me a fist when you're done so I don't cut you off like last time.
Okay. Again, kpopcrazy.com. K-pop crazy with the K's. You know that where that came from is Miss Radical Addie loves the Korean music. That's what the K-pop is. And man, I have to hear it all the time, and I started liking it. I hear it so much. But yeah, that's for anything you want made, like we were showing earlier: coffee cups, T-shirts, hats, book bags, license plates, coffee cups. I said, but and then like little necklaces and wristlets, and different designs. If you go to K-pop Crazy, you'll see the lineup what she's got. So yeah, that, and I'm gonna eventually, I hope, to get back on Facebook, so y'all can get in touch with me there. But and for the time being, try to hit me up on. I guess I'll start messing with it. I guess it's called X now. It used to be Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, X. So hit me up with there or Instagram, and we'll try to build up again. It was starting over. Sucks because that was a 13-year, 14-year run, build up on Facebook. To just lose it overnight really sucks. But that'll teach me to stay away from drinking and liquor, where it should. But also can make little trinkets like this, like the WWF title belt, key rings. I mean, like I said, go to the site. Again, one more time. Go to the site and there's a whole bunch of what she makes and can make, and then you can order from there. But outside of that, then this weekend, when's this air? Is this airing now? Or
Yeah.
oh,
It's
we're
on
live
right now, yeah.
Hey y'all.
On Facebook, on my Facebook at least, and YouTube. So it's airing in two places.
Damn, I cussed too much, didn't I?
Well, you know what? That kicks between the drugs and the cussing. It will affect the monetization unless I go back and bleep it all out. But for some people, you just can't do that because people want to hear those stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's reality. I mean, it's what happened. It's in the past. My cat Swaggy told me the other day. He said, "Look, if you have a great future, you can forget about your past." So I'm trying to make my future really bright, so I can forget about the past mistakes. But outside of that, rocking and rolling, strutting, strolling, slamming, jamming, moving and grooving, taking care of business, and having good times. Right there.
There's no. Well, we can ask the fans because we're live now. Just to warn you, don't do anything that's going to get any of us in trouble because we're live here with none other than WWE, WCW, AWA wrestling legend. I hear there's a big poll right now to get you as part of the Hall of Fame. None other than the Rocker, Marty Jannetty. And I keep saying, people, you're 100% right. When Sean wants to go in for the third time, you're 100% going in. So you do have that in your back pocket.
And I'm not really sure I understand. Because I mean, I know Sean, I love him to death. We had our riffs, you know that, and but we came back to being good friends again, and so I really don't understand because, like I said, I know him well. Him not wanting to be the man. He beats Ric Flair. He beats, I think, Triple H is in twice. He beats everybody. He's in 3 times. For him to say, like, nah, I don't really care about that, and be 100% humble and truthful and frank and all that other words, nah, that's just not him. Even the new version, Well, I say new. You know, him being religious is not new now. And but, you know, that's none of my business. That's between him and the man that ribs me all the time. For your fans that don't know, you know, I am considered GAT, GAT, God's Amusement Toy. I've got to get T-shirts and print that out. But basically, what it means is when God is sitting up there and he's tired of his old toys, like natural disasters type things, you know, quasars, black holes swallowing up everything, tsunamis on Earth. You get your tsunamis, volcanoes, wildfires, earthquakes. And when he's like bored with that, where's Jannetty? And then a couple of bolts of lightning coming. I wasn't even doing nothing. Oh, he's having fun with me. Okay. And like I was telling you, the good part of that is that what the hell's going on with my head? Are you going to be able to look at that?
You look great. Your hair actually I think it's the best hair you've had.
Oh, you changed,
all the interviews
man.
I've done with you.
You changed. Somehow that was
no, because the first time you had that AC/DC hat and there was endless comments about how much you looked like Brian Johnson. Then the second time it was terrible. You probably don't even remember it because I think you'd been partying all night and like half the time you had the hat over your face.
There's a very good chance that's possible. Because, you know, back in my younger days, like last week, I used to party.
Yeah.
I've straightened up as a young, or not an old man just turning old, just recently turned old, and straightened my life out. And I don't get drunk nearly as much. And I almost don't do drugs at all. Almost.
Hey, speaking of straightening your life out, remember like 4 or 5 months ago, Buff Bagwell said, you're going to be the next one to die. Well, it was Hulk Hogan, Sabu. Those are the two that really stick out to me. So he was definitely wrong on that one. You're going to outlive everybody. And he lost a leg. I don't mean to laugh, but like you didn't die and he lost a leg.
Well, and I feel bad for him. But yeah, when I saw that, but you know, and he told me that. And he did it on one of a podcast I did with him. Was saying, you know, he didn't know that the producer was gonna Buff says Marty's next to die. So I didn't do that. I got on to him for putting that on. But you know how that goes. I mean, clickbait, whatever will get them looking, you know. And I mean, I understand that. It's just weird to see one of your friends predicting you to be dead soon. But he's all right.
Also, Sika and Black Bart died since you said that. So there was you said that. So there's a good 5 of them. So I just want to point out that he was wrong. He doesn't have a crystal ball. And Iron Sheik outlived Nikolai Volkov by a good 10 years, and he was in a lot worse shape than you.
Yeah. And like I said, you know, then Buff also, you know, I gave him a call when I heard about his leg thing, and I felt bad for him. And he's, you know, they were running that by me. They were saying that they was thinking the last option left for me, because at that point I've had 3 right ankle surgeries, and it just wasn't fixing. So they said, well, Marty, start thinking about and consider amputation. What? Who? Me? No, man. Tell my family. Is that glare too much? Ask your viewing audience.
Viewing audience, let me know. It's fine on my end, but yeah, I would say try and keep your foot as long as you can. You had a surgery. I've been talking to you about this because you're putting me in touch with your doctor one of these days. But how's it going with
one of these days? I thought I did already.
Oh, now we lost you. Oh, he'll be back. He will be back. There's a picture he sent me. I don't know if that's his current wife. We lost your. Oh, there you are.
No, and please get that picture off. That was the wife for 4 days.
So I was asking why you sent that. Your video's gone. I think you clicked the wrong button there.
What video?
Okay, you're back. I was meaning to click on this one because that was from your last surgery.
Yeah. No, that was the beginning of this disaster I've been going through for 3.5, right at close to 4 years. That was when I was living in Tampa Bay area. I was actually in St. Pete, waiting to rent a place in Clearwater because I wanted to eventually get Clearwater is my favorite place. I wanted to get back there, and so many of the boys were down there, and but I got this like rental for like a couple of weeks, and I have insomnia. I mean, I've struggled with that, and the thing with the insomnia I got is you don't know when it's going to hit, but once it hits, you just ain't sleeping for a few days. Uh, yeah, uh, I had called who was picking me up that particular day. Told him I'm gonna take a quick nap, and I'll be up and we were moving my shit, packing up this truck and driving it over to the new place I was just about to get. Happy as hell, but it was day 4 of the non-sleep, which that's when you're sitting there like, nodding out and bobbing, and I was like, just knocked loud because if I do, and I could tell I was going to, fall asleep. And trust me, on day 4, you won. That's also the day for me, hallucinations start. On day 4, and I've been some nurses confirmed that, like, yeah, day 4 is rough when these attacks happen. Back when I was younger, I could go 4 days and with no problem, but there was probably some chemicals involved, at a partying. But now that I'm older, man, and after day 2, I'm just like, I've got no energy. Day 3 is dragged way down into worst is you're so tired. And you can lay there and just almost be floating, but you can't seem to fall asleep, which is, that's when you recharge the battery. You recharge yourself, re-energize. Um, but that particular day, and this is craziness, but this really happened, and is what happened. I told her, my friend that was coming, I said, I'm going to take a little nap, so just knock hard if I'm not right there with the door open waiting. Yeah, that right there is they they came. She had to get the manager because I wasn't answering the door, and he had a key. But they went and it was when I woke up, laying on the floor because everything's gone. But I just lay on the floor, catch a little bit of a nap, and I wake up and there's uh, 2 paramedics. I thought 3. She said, no, I was just 2, and it was 2 paramedics around me, and I'm waking up. And when you first wake up, especially after you haven't slept in a few days, you're a little confused and groggy still. And I'm looking at it, what the hell? I go, what's going on? They said, well, we need to take you in. I said, take me in. It was 2 policemen there. Take me in for what? And they were like, well, we just got to examine you and see what's going on with you, and check your health. And why? And I got up, I was standing there, and I'm like, no, man, I'm fine. I just fell asleep because I haven't slept in 4 days. I mean, I got insomnia bad. And they always said, well, just come on and get one of the truck ambulance, or I guess that's all they have these days is trucks. They said, we'll just ride up to the hospital and check you out. I don't need to. The main thing was I needed to get out that day. From where I was written, that was my last day. If you got to go. And so my cheap ass didn't want an extra day or a week or whatever they might have charged. And more so than that, they had somebody waiting behind me to rent the apartment that I was in. You did it like that, like a week rental. Um, so man, I was like, I'm fine, man. Shit, look at me. Do jumping back jacks, whatever you want. But yeah, they were like, well, no, we got to have you go in and get checked. And I didn't understand that. And who would, right? Like, I'm fine. I was sleeping. And they're like, well, you have to go in and get checked now. I said, I ain't got to. I ain't got to do shit. And I'm not going. And they were like, oh, you're going to have to go. Okay, well, I mean, what is that? What do you think if this happened to you? You're fine. You haven't slept in a few days is why you were so hard to wake up. Maybe what are you going? I don't need to go. What are they going to do? Say, oh yeah, you could use a couple of hours of sleep. I don't need to waste time doing that shit. But so it came down to where we were not arguing, confrontation. Like it was just simply like, no, I'm not going. Well, you got to go. No, I don't got to go. Not. And then one of them had said, this is where it went sour. One of them said, well, look, we can do this the hard way or the easy way. And that's like a threat. And so I looked around and it was like I saw four. Actually, I saw five, but five people, and I thought, shit, I'm outnumbered bad. So I was like, well, how long is it going to take? Because I've got to get out of here. And they were like, oh, if you cooperate, it won't take that long. Well, they wanting me to get in the little gurney thing, but I'm like, I don't need that. And so I walked into the ambulance truck. And then they have to get strapped in before they can drive. So I understood. So that was fine. We got there. We drove to the hospital, and when we got there, they didn't want me getting up and walking. They said, "No, stay in there." I said, no, I don't need to stay. I'm not getting gurneyed in. I mean, it was embarrassing. I felt like, what the, yeah. But so I reached down and unclicked it and stood up. And I said, I'm not, you're not wheeling me in and that. And so they, walked with me, right around me, walked me into it. This is where all the bullshit begins, really. Well, it started at the apartment. But so I walk in, they take me to have whatever they took me past the desk to a room already waiting. And that room had five people in it. It had other people. It was a big open room. But so my friend was with me, is videoing this. And when they got me to the bed to lay down, she's videoing. They turned around, said, "Stop videoing," and she was just like, oh, "Why?" And they said, "You got to go." And she goes, What are y'all doing with him? I mean, what are you doing? Why are you making him lay down?" And they didn't answer. They wouldn't answer. They just kept saying, "You're going to have to go." And the first thing they did was brought me some pills. I have not asked for anything. As much as I could use sleep, I did not say, "Hey, can I sleep here at the hospital?" So I didn't ask for anything. And that's what was confusing to her. Like when they started bringing me medicine. Sorry about that. They she was asking the same thing I was. Like, what are you giving me and why? I mean, I don't understand this shit. But they just kept telling her, "You got to go, you got it." And finally made her leave. But so that was day one. What I remember of the 4 to 5 days I was there, because I don't have a recollection of much of anything, other than when I would wake up, there was needles in my arms, or my arm, and they always bringing me some pills, a little paper thing of pills to take. And those pills were making me feel good, so I wasn't arguing. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll take that." And and just laying back and with TV on, I'm just like, I'm not even thinking about, Marty, you got to go fucking move. What's going on here? I was enjoying the feeling good. And they,
So you had to move your house. You had to move from one place to another.
yeah,
But at the same time, they're keeping you in this hospital
yeah,
and medication you up. So how did
yeah.
you get your stuff moved in the end?
The two of my friends, two girls that were in that area, knew exactly where the place was. Went and got. There was not really that much left. We'd already moved most of it. Went and got the remainder of the shit in there, and took it over. But they were the best part. I say the best part, but the good part was there's video of me walking in the hospital. 4 days later, the one girl that lives in the Tampa Bay area, the other one had to go back to Ohio. The one that lives there came to get me, and I couldn't walk.
they had to put me in a wheelchair and get her to wheelchair me to the car. And she was having a fit about that. Like, why is he in a wheelchair? He walked in. Why is he wheelchaired out? Which we still haven't. Nobody still hasn't answered that. But and when I got out, or when I first day out, I'm out, right? But once I get my senses about me and away from that medicine stuff that were giving me, I'm like, what the hell's going on, man? Because it was like in my lower back, and of course the ankles were, there was problems, but I could still walk around and work out. I was working out and stuff, but it was like I couldn't figure out what the hell is going on. Why can't I walk? What happened? What happened? And I'm starting to recall shit now. And I'm like, well, man, I walked in the hospital and I can't walk since. What the hell? Like I said, the ankles were, going through their shit, and we knew it wasn't going to be long before I had surgery on them. But that don't happen like that. Bring you into not bring me and force me into the hospital. I'm there for 4 days. Maybe do with day 5. I don't know. And then I can't leave on my own. I'm in a wheelchair to get around. and I got out the one day and was trying to figure out what. And I kept telling my friends around Tampa, like, what's going on. They actually hooked me up with one of the boys, but he works now like that at a rehab center. But I think mainly rehab for drugs, I guess. But we were looking rehab as far as what's going on with the back and ankle. I mean, you could stand me up and I couldn't take a step because I would crinkle, fold up. And so went to that place. That was like, I went to a hotel for one night and then to that place. I still haven't seen the apartment. Other than with my stuff in it, I mean, of course I've seen it. But so the second place, God, I can't think of his name. It's one of the boys. Y'all would know who it is. But he, for y'all that might know that he does this now. He works at a rehab center.
Was it this guy? Was it the honky tonk man?
Yeah, look at that head, man. What the hell is he doing with that cone, black pine cone's head? But then I better not say nothing. My head looked like a damn ski lift. But yeah, so the second place, I was there a couple of days. God, man, I wish I could remember the name because y'all do know him. Man, I feel bad. He tried to help me out, and I can't remember his name. And it was very nice of them to try to help. But they came to me on the second day there. I think I stayed overnight one night. And they came and said, well, Marty, we can't help you. You're worse than what we thought. We didn't know it was going to be this bad that you can't walk. How can you hardly turn over in the bed? When they'd come to me, they want to examine anything. I was hurting just to roll over. So they, gave me pills for pain. But so that was that place, and now I'm it's almost 5, 6, 7 days since the original incident, if we want to call it that. But they took me to another place where they wanted to do thorough checks of what's going on with his back. The back was bothering me the most. I mean, it was like I couldn't even get up at all, like straighten up in bed or sit up in bed. I couldn't do that because of the lower back. So the third place, now the third place that I go to, I had to be there like, I don't know, 5 days, 6 days. I don't have the time frames exact, but tried to get them as close as I could, in hindsight, because I'm looking at, what, I'm going to get an attorney because this is bullshit. Walk in and then you can't walk no more, and they made you go. So the third place I went, I stayed, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, maybe a week, and it was the same thing, man. It was like just I was happy. I was just smiling, like, yeah, bring this whatever they were giving me was making me feel good, like it was just floating. I imagine it was some type of pain medication, but it would be like 3 or 4 different pills. So that combo was working to make me feel good. To where I'm fine here. I'm fine here. Turn the TV or put a game on, anything. I'm fine here. And it just it wasn't dawning on me I guess when you're that mashed up on pills, all these different and whatever they were putting in my arm.
Just be happy you don't look like this. You're not the bionic man yet.
Hey, I'm gonna come back and tell about that right there. Yeah, I'm not the bionic man, but I'm right in line for it. But so I got I get what somebody was telling me is they maxed out. They ran the score up on my Medicaid card. On the insurance, they ran it as far as they could because they have to okay everything. So they were done after whatever it was. We'll say a week, and they shipped me over to Tampa General, another hospital. And that one I was in for almost 2 weeks, like 10 days or so. We know this. I went in right before Thanksgiving. I spent Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's in the hospital. So, that's what, 6 weeks span right there. And that Tampa General kept me. They kept doing MRIs. And I remember the next to last day there or whatever. And again, it was the same routine. I'm feeling good with the medicines they're giving me. And actually, I wish I'd found out what that combo was, because it was like just laying there, no pain, no aches, can't get up and walk, but don't need to. This is fine right here. And it was almost like I was enjoying and waiting for the next. Well, they would bring me some medicine every, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours. And then I would, I was sitting there, start thumping my fingers, like, okay, next serving. But yeah, and then finally when they let me out of Tampa General, because they did analyze. They said you got 26 or 23 whatever points of concern. We got to find out what it is. And it was like, okay, we just did MRI. What do you plan on doing? We I have to go in. Oh man, gonna go in on my back. Okay, what the hell is going on? I walked into place. Now you're telling me I got cancer or whatever the hell. The 23 points of concern in the lower back, on the lower back. The ankles were always going to be an issue. But yeah, man, and when they let me go out of Tampa General, because evidently Medicaid wouldn't agree to what they were trying to run the score up, and Medicaid said no, and so they had to let me go. And so my brother came down and got me, and the apartment was gone. They had to get the shit out and kept it at a couple friends' place. But that was to this day. Now it was probably a good when I got home to Georgia, my original home. When I got home, I have a great friend that's a doctor, ankle specialist. Went to him, and his brother. We all played football together in high school. Was a shoulder specialist, and I was having problems raising my arms. All from the hospital. That shit was fine. I was moving furniture before I went in. But when I got home, they did some tests and came and told me, he said, Marty, you've got a blood infection called sepsis, and we need to get it out of you fast. So I was like, sepsis? I've heard of it. I don't know what the hell it is. And they were like, it can kill you. God damn. So now I'm thinking, wait a minute, man, I was fine. Went to the hospital for 6 weeks, and now I got sepsis. And Dr. McCluskey, I shouldn't say his name, out of respect. Dr. McCluskey, I asked him, like, where'd you get that from? How do you got blood infection? And he said, well, it's generally from not very clean hospitals. As soon as he said that, the very first place was nasty. I have pictures. I may have showed you where they had
they were sticking me, and for the IV, constant IV, and changed it every so often. They came in one time. I took pictures. I got the pictures. I should have sent you that if I had known we should talk like this. But they couldn't get it in the vein. They said it keeps flattening out. So they eventually, after about, it was stick me in the back of the wrist, arms, all over the place, trying to find a vein that wouldn't collapse. And they finally got one in. But blood is leaking. It's not in enough to where they can get it in cleanly. And so instead of take it out and do it anymore, they taped it on there. They taped it so it would still be able to get some of the IV, and it was blood. The pictures I got, that's another thing for proof, showing, look what the hell they did. I mean, why is there blood running off my arm, trapped underneath all the wrap? Blood was on the side of me. I remember that in there, but again, the medicine was making me feel good. I didn't care about nothing. I was like, hey, I'm fine, shit. But I laid in blood for 2 or 3 days. Finally, it was a guy nurse, male nurse, that he came in and saw it all. Man, I thought I turned that off. Sorry if y'all hearing that. Fuck. Male nurse, he's looking at me, Jesus, what have they done to you? I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. And when he seen the blood on the sheets, it was pretty, it's constant running. He was like, I'm sorry, but I got to fix this. I can't let you lay around in this. So he actually had the sheets changed, took this thing off, and he went to the other arm and found it, a vein. But that's, with that, don't you got to sort of feel like that's probably where you got the sepsis. Because if they're that nasty to leave me laying around in blood for days.
Was that any relation to Ray Stevens beating you up? Somebody's asking.
Ray Stevens?
I've never heard that one.
Ray Stevens, I haven't either. Scott Hall and Ray was who I yelled at.
You made up with Scott Hall, though, right? I see this picture.
Yeah.
You sent me that. He looks terrible there.
What's that?
He looks terrible.
Right there?
Yeah, he looks like he's half out of it. Is that right?
I was probably about 6 months or so before he died. And he wasn't doing good. I know that.
He looks better in this one.
Which one? Oh yeah, he does. I think that was longer ago. I think that might have been like 5 or 6 years ago.
Hey, I heard Sean got X-Pac a job reviewing videotapes for WWE.
Got what? Oh, really?
Yeah. Did you hear about that?
No.
He's like the guy, when you
for,
send in videotapes, he reviews them.
That's great for X-Pac, yeah. Sean. He's also a Sean. That's the one that actually we were tag champions for a little bit. All those years with Shawn Michaels, we did win it. And for 3 days, almost like my marriage, 4 days. But, we were champions for 3 days. Oh, no, that was something like that. Because we beat the Quebecers on, it was either Raw or maybe it was a special taping. I don't know.
Actually, I remember that because that was like the first time in forever they had a belt switch at a house show, right? Wasn't it like some house show they showed like
it was in Richmond, Virginia, and I think it was where they were filming, but they did that.
Yeah, they had cameras.
Yeah, and they used that. So that's show everybody the thing. But I think it was the next Raw that they had. Was it them or the Quebecers back? They get them back. Somebody came and got them back, or got them. I don't know. I can't remember now. That's horrible. I mean, I used to never forget anybody or any time or any place. I could tell them what match number we were. Even the enhancement guys. That you'd see once, and they would would ask me like a few years later. Yeah, you probably don't remember me. Like, yeah, we worked with you up in wherever. And they'll be like, damn, he remembers. But now my memory is shot. I don't
impressive.
I don't doubt that sepsis is already. I didn't have much brain to work with, but it's already got up there and messing with it. But
You mentioned the Quebecers. Someone had a question on here
okay,
about you wrestled the Rougeaus in London on October '89 at the WWE live event. He was there for it. Do you remember that tour at all? When it was Raymond and Jacques, the Rougeau brothers, or
in '89. Okay, I thought in '89. Yeah,
you called him Jacques, right?
yeah. He hated
And
it,
he
man.
hated that.
Yeah, we're boys, so we're always cutting
Yeah.
up. We played.
So anyone that sees him at an autograph convention, address him like that.
Yeah. Hey, oh God, he would. I hadn't seen him in like about. This was probably a couple years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. That I had not seen him about probably 10 years before that. And I saw him. He's coming down the elevator, escalator thing at the hotel. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. And he's like, his eyes got big, and he's looking around. He goes, Jesus Christ, I didn't miss that. He couldn't stand it. He goes, I hated that so much, and here you are again to do it to me. But grinning and cutting up and shit. But yeah,
Were you jealous that they got to sing their own theme song and you guys didn't? Because theirs was pretty good, actually, even though they sang it. But you guys are the rockers, and you don't get to sing. Are you that bad?
We did sing. We sang. We're two young guns, and we will rock you. But it was some song they put together for the first storyline that we did in WWF, and that's the one where we was wrestling. So whoever Jimmy Hart, I think it was the Rougeaus, but it was the Rougeau brothers, not the Quebecers. The Quebecers came later, and that was the other Canadian boy, great guy. I can't remember his name either. But
Were you there when he had that fight with Nash?
Say again.
Were you there when he had that fight with Nash that got him all the heat in WWE?
Who did?
PCO. I guess you weren't there for it. He refused to job to him in Montreal, and then
are you talking about
the Pirate, Quebecer Pierre?
Yeah, I didn't know he got in a fight with anybody. I thought one of the Rougeaus was Jacques Rougeau.
Yeah.
Had gotten a fight with Davey Boy. It wasn't really a fight. It was kind of like Scott Hall and I was, a sucker punch out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Scott's was while I was asleep in his dressing room. This one, Davey Boy, Dynamite Kid was coming out of the catering room where we ate during the day on TV days. You remember that? And had 2 cups of coffee in his hand, and yuck. He was ready. He'd had. They said he had a roll of coins. Some said he had I didn't see it. Sean and I were actually in the dressing room, in the ring, doing what we usually would do, which was, try out, think about new moves, think about new combinations. Like we shot him that way, and you ran that way, and I go this way. And, we were always doing that on TV tapings. You had you up there all damn day. But so we heard, we're out there in the ring going through stuff we might do that night, and we heard her yelling and screaming. It was just out of place. We're like, what the hell? We didn't find out till later that was, when Dynamite came out with 2 cups of coffee, I guess Rougeau caught him, knocked him down, and Raymond, his brother, was actually a boxer, pretty good evidently, and he was yelling instructions. The yelling we were hearing was him yelling instructions in French. And Pat, was Pat Patterson, actually had come by, and he's screaming at him to stop, break it up, and all that. But they said the ones that did see it. I heard it, I didn't see it, but the ones that saw it said Dynamite, he got him, knocked him, he went down to a knee, was getting back up when Jacques was doing with his brother the instructions. But he Dynamite was, and that was, man, it knocked 2 or 3 of his teeth out, Dynamite teeth out. And Kurt Hennig, always the pranksters, like, hey, we got a new guy in the territory. He's like, talking about Dynamite. He goes,
he said he came up to me just making fun of how he's talks with that like a lisp now because his teeth were out. But yeah, and
You want to know
we-
what's weird though that they never would do now? They still sent Ray on the road with the broken leg. He still had to make his shots. Now people will be off for like 6 months over the smallest injuries. Whereas you mentioned Ray couldn't fight that day, but they were still making him show up at the towns with the broken leg.
yeah, a lot of change came, especially through WCW, because they had the injured reserve list. When you would get hurt, they put you on the IR, on the injured reserve list, and you were getting paid while you were sitting at home. And so many of the boys went all the way with that, and then I guess it trickled over to WWF, same kind of thing. The guys were getting taken care of during their injury, so they would sit home and get paid. I mean, so like if they wasn't in a major storyline, they had no incentive to want to go on the road, But
Another thing that's changed, I heard CM Punk, it's all in the news today. He's making a big deal about fans approaching wrestlers at hotels or airports. It's like, isn't that part of your job being famous? I mean, I
well,
know it's a pain in the ass and stuff, but I mean, these guys are only wrestling once a week at best and making millions. Is it really that big a deal? I know they want people to do the paid autograph sessions, but you dealt with it, right?
of course, and but it was different for me. I loved being on the road. In fact, there was times I was hurt that I wouldn't take time off. Vince had to come to me once and say, "Marty, I know your 70% is better than most people's 100%, but I need you at 100%. Take some time off. Your job will be here. It's not going anywhere." I didn't want the time off. I had a torn rotator, and I didn't want no time off though, because I loved the road. The road was home. Home was the road. And so for me, when you come into the hotel, especially if the fans, find out, oh, they stay over here,
Especially if they're
or
girls,
what's that?
especially if they're females.
Yeah. And they you see fans everywhere. We were pretty popular at that time, so you're going to see them at restaurants and convenience stores. I mean, that's part of the life. I mean, to me, it was accepted. I actually liked it, because I loved the fans. So I always did.
Yeah.
So
To me,
being
that's
on the
part of
road,
the fun of being famous. I know it's a drag sometimes, but come on, to have people waiting at a hotel for you, that's
yeah,
unacceptable. Don't bother us. That's our personal time. Give us a break,
there
man.
is no
Trade
personal
off.
time. When you go on the road for wrestling, there is no personal time. And Vince has told us that. You're representative 24 hours a day when you're on the road. And you kind of really are. I mean,
Well, Vince is gone now. Maybe that's the problem.
What's that?
Maybe the problem is Vince isn't running things now.
Well, that's true too. I mean, I'm not sure who's the main boss now. Who's calling all the shots, who's the one that puts his foot down. This is going to change. I don't even know who that would be right now. Triple H was for a while, but then he got
I
shuffled
think The
around.
Rock is higher than Triple H technically, but yeah, it's the TKO guys that make, or what's his name, the president, Nick Khan. Nick Khan is the very top, but Rock holds a lot of stock, but I don't know how hands-on he is.
Khan, isn't he the owner of not EC?
No,
AEW?
that's Tony Khan. Nick Khan is the genius. Nick Khan is the guy getting all these awesome deals for them, where they're making all this money on TV deals and stuff, despite their ratings not being great. Actually, SmackDown got its lowest rating ever last week.
Really?
0.22. Which is terrible. AEW Dynamite last week only did a 0.07 for their prime time for their top show, but
that's damn near shut down ratings. Yeah.
Someone's clearing up. I guess it's Bruce Pritchard started this story about Ray Stevens asked Vince McMahon if he would get fired.
if he punched you, according to Bruce Pritchard.
I actually did hear that. I don't know very truth to it. The day that one of the times that Vince let me go was Sean and I had a match in Sacramento. It was Royal Rumble. We were the opening match, and it didn't exactly go. I guess they probably did this when you were there. When you're on a pay-per-view, they put you and your opponent together, like 2 or 3 shows leading into that, so you can get the match down really good. Timing and rhythm, add and subtract. Get it to where it's really good. And they had done that with us, him and I. Man, the best match I ever had in my life, individual, single, one match that was absolutely the best, was in Denver 2 nights before the Royal Rumble. And we started with a jump start, went out right away. And I'm looking at that, remember, that was my second best match ever, was Kurt
Okay,
Angle.
yeah, I'm just giving a tease for the fans. That was you and Angle.
Yeah. But so, yeah, they put us, Sean and I had like great, the one in Denver that we did a jump start and never slowed down for 20 minutes. So the fans are going to get on their feet when you jump start, you attack right away. And they never sat down for 20 minutes. And, you always hear about Denver and the thin air. That never bothered us, till that day. We got around the 17-minute mark, and we're across the ring looking at each other, making sure both of us are panting, and which we were. And, it's the fans kind of caught on to it and started, doing their chants and cheering. The fans pulled us through that last 3 to 4 minutes. And, man, when the match was over, we were beat. We didn't have anything else left. It was like, I remember myself going back to the dressing room first. And when I got ready to the curtain, Sean was starting to come out. They cheered both of us. They stood up, the fans, and gave us a standing O, for the performance we just gave. And then, the biggest in the business, the one you love the most, when you come through the curtains and all the boys, are there clapping and hugging and everything. We got that. And I remember when I found a table to go roll under and just like try to catch my breath. And after I finally catch my breath a little, I hear, I thought, it's not mine. I look across the hall. Sean's done the same thing on the other side, rolled under the table trying to get his breath. But so and Black Jack Lanza was the agent. And back then, they used to call in every night and report the matches. Like, well, how was it? Was it good? Did anybody do anything wrong? I heard him talking on the payphones. We didn't have, what do you call it? Cell phones yet. Which, damn, how old am I? But so he called him and I heard him saying, Vince, you're going to need to put this on last. Nobody's going to be able to follow that. It's the best match I've seen in my career. And I think he said at that time, like 20-something years. So, I mean, the big build-up, to this match, Vince was very happy about, as you can imagine. But so then the day of the Rumble, now we're going to go do this for pay-per-view. And they brought us and set us down and said, well, we're going to interject Sherry into it. Well, why didn't you do that on the road for 3 days? Okay, what we're doing, they have like 3 spots that she would get involved, because the thing was, will she go with Sean, who she had been with, or will she go with Marty, which actually gave her calls while she was in the hospital, from when Sean hit her with the mirror trying to hit me. That was the big thing, which way will Sherry go? They made that the focal point of the entire damn thing. But why didn't you put us together for 3 or 4 matches on the road? And then the day of, throw that in and change it. It ruined the rhythm of the match that we had down perfect. And I still, all of us boys even said, it was still a good match. It just wasn't. And I remember after the match, we go in the back and Vince calls us over, which always after, pay-per-view, he gives you his critiquing of it. And we always heard best match. It was a great match. Love you guys. Great. I was kind of expecting that, and I think Sean was too. It was the first time Vince says, "I've heard so much about this match. I was looking forward to it, and quite frankly, that wasn't it." And we were like, "Wow, we've never been told that. Either one of us, as a team or individual, never been told that." So kind of were like taken back by it. As I walked away, I saw Sean. "Hey, can I talk to you, Vince?" Pulled Vince aside. I'm looking like, well, what's he talking about? Why he's taking him over there in the corner to do that. But so the next day, we're doing another TV taping. I think back then we did Superstars or something else. But Vince calls me in the office, and his office, and he tells me, he says, "Marty, gonna have to let you go." What? We just shot a storyline where Sean and I were coming back WrestleMania against each other. The match continued in the back in the dressing rooms. They had cameras, and I'm like, "What? Yeah, I'm sorry, but I have to let you go." And I'm like, "Vince, for what?" That wasn't what I was expecting yesterday. I said, "You're going to fire me for a bad match? You need to go out there and fire half the people out there then." And he goes, "Doesn't matter what you say, the decision's been made." "What do you mean, no matter what I say? And the decision's been made. You're the boss. You can change it. Why are you doing this?" "Well," it says, "it seems that one of the agents said you'd been drinking." "Well, then test me." Because I had a no drinking thing on my separate, than what most of the guys had. None of us could do drugs, but I had a no drinking clause included. So I said, "Test me. That's all you got to do. Test me right now." It would still be in me. Because decision's been made. You can't change nothing. No matter what you said. I was thinking, gosh, I mean, I kind of broke my heart. Then of course, when they said agent, somebody, so there's a lot of dirty, conniving shit that goes on. Somebody came by and told me Ray Stevens said you were drunk. Okay, so I went right to where Ray Stevens was, because I wasn't nowhere near it. So I went over to where Ray Stevens was filming the studio, and him and I have been friends since AWA days. So I was shocked, like, why would he do that? So I went in the dressing room. I said, "Thanks a lot, Ray. Thanks a fucking lot." And he must have known what I meant. But he stood up and hit the door. He goes, or the table. But he was in the interview room, like the little blue room green. He sat there and hit the table. He goes, "You are wrong. You are wrong." That's all he said. And
Good impression, by the way. He was an alcoholic, but like a horrible alcoholic. So it's funny him ratting on you.
But if in hindsight, I found out he didn't. That's why I wonder, was somebody said, told to disguise where it really came from? Which was, I got a phone call. They let me go. Right we're at the pinnacle of the career with this big storyline. Going to be the main event or semi-main at WrestleMania, and that happens, bro. Man, it broke my heart, and I sat around home pouting and just drinking and not caring about life. Fuck all this.
They really wasted that feud too, because that was pretty much the hottest feud of that time. And that was even I liked Shawn Michaels the best at that time of his whole career. I thought that was the high point. So it's too bad that they wasted the feud like that.
And it was, to me, like I said, to me, it broke my heart, because, I was happy with the life I was living and the job I was performing. And to just get the rug snatched off under you. And thing was, I wasn't drunk, so I'm left to think, like, what the hell is the real story? Because I obviously wasn't drunk. Certainly wouldn't have had the match we had if I was drunk. I'd have been sloppy. But and it didn't make sense to me. Ray Stevens would do that to me, because me and him were good buddies. and I think 3 months went by, 2 months maybe. And Kurt Hennig called me. Mr. Perfect calls me in the middle of the night. I say in the middle of the night, like 2 in the morning, 1:30, at home. And, I asked her, she said, hey, I got your job back for you. And I was like, Kurt's a big time ribber. He likes to play, prank on people. I was like, Kurt, man, that's not funny, bro. That's not. He goes, no, I'm serious. I got your job back for you. And so now I'm like, it sounds serious. But he said, I'm sitting right here with Vince. And Vince said, hello, Marty. And I'm like, well, what's going on? He said, well, I told him what happened. So what, now to go what happened in that limo ride with Vince, Mr. Vince is saying, telling Kurt, he knew we were friends. He was telling him how much he hated having to let me go. Kurt asked him, well, why did you let him go? And he said, well, Sean had told me that he was drunk during the match, and Sean was having to lead him. So when Sean pulled him aside to talk to him, evidently he was putting it on me and telling Vince that I was forgetting things in the ring, and he had to lead me by the nose, and I was just drunk, and he couldn't work with it. So Kurt says, well, I was with him. I know he wasn't drunk, which is true. And he said, I also saw Sean the night before. He passed out in the restaurant in his food. He had a bowl of soup or some shit. They had to pull him out of it, passed out in it.
That happened to Scott Hall a few times too, legitimately back in their pill days.
Yeah.
Like many people have said, the whole clique, not Nash, but Sean and Hall would do that.
What's that? Pass out
in their food. I've heard that from numerous stories. That's what the stories are, anyways.
Yeah, it was bad. In '96, I quit. And see, a lot of people don't know that I got fired or released. Both a handful of times, but I also quit a handful of times. And then from '93 to the end of '94, I'd quit. I'd walked away. And, they finally, talked me into coming back in '96, beginning or late '95. And that's when eventually they put me and Al Snow together as the New Rockers. But that's when I was very upset to see it. What are they called? The muscle relaxers. Not Somas. Somas was taken over.
Quaaludes too, right? They were a big one.
Yeah, they were, but not the Somas. Just like took over. One night we would share a van, about 5 or 6 of us. So, the tour in for the next few days. When you got 3, 4, 5 days on the road driving, it's all drivable. With 4 or 5 of us would rent the van. It was me, Davey Boy, the Smoking Guns, what they were called then. And who else? We had Raven. And we'd all be riding together. Back then, he was Johnny Polo, though. But we riding together, and
you wrestled him as Johnny Polo a few times. Sorry to interrupt there, but I remember.
Yeah, then I wrestled him as Raven when I was in WCW. And I'm not sure if it's just so horrible that I can't remember. If I had a match with him in ECW. Oh yeah, when we were saying the places that been forgot about ECW, I went there. It wasn't very long though. But yeah, I went there. But so when I came back in '96, and I was seeing all the boys. One night we went and put our stuff down, and everybody showered up from at the thing. But we got to put our bags away and then go out. And it was we were in Houston. It was a country, that big ass, huge country place, and it had thousands of people could fit in it. And we saw it being packed. We were all excited, like, yes, this is where we're going tonight. And we came back to it, went in, ordered our drinks. And I just remember it was, Dustin couldn't make it because at the hotel, he'd already taken his Somas. And the boys used to take them so much. Like,
Dustin Rhodes, you mean?
Huh?
Dustin Rhodes?
Dustin, yeah, what I say, Dusty.
No,
Dustin.
I just wanted to make it clear that it was Dustin Rhodes you're talking about.
Yeah, Dustin and I were real good. We roomed a lot on the road. But I didn't even know the terminology of the phrases they were using. You know, they would say, "Hey, how deep are you?" "Oh, I'm about 10 deep," meaning how many pills have you taken? Of the somas, I'm 6 deep. Well, hell, I'm 8 deep. 10, Davy boy, 12. It's fucking 12. What is wrong with you? You know, but
You need to voice a cartoon series about wrestling if they ever do one. You'd be the best. You could do everybody's voice.
I was around them long enough, but they, it was just sad to. It started that Houston, Texas night. You know, I didn't know anything about Somers. That happened while I was gone. It took over too. So Dustin takes it, and they had a system. Take your pills first, and then give it about 15 minutes, then eat, and it kicks it in because I guess it spikes it into your bloodstream. Shoots it in real quick, whatever. They had the system, and they would do that. I can't tell you how many nights Davy boy would have to feed Dustin because when you take a lot like that, you can't control your faculties.
Soma shakes, they're called.
Yeah. Huh?
The Soma shake. I used to have a roommate in Puerto Rico badly addicted to them, so I know all about them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They'll mess you up pretty bad.
I took some one night, like 3 of them, because I got a high tolerance to anything. So I took 3 of them, and I didn't want to do what they were doing. Like, okay, eat right behind it, and it spikes it in you faster, and you get it full of fat. I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to shake things. But after I took them about 20 minutes, there wasn't much, but they were like moving, and I was like, man, stop. I didn't want to move them, but I couldn't make them stop, twitching. So I'm like, fuck that. No, that's not for me. I don't like to have a body part that won't do what I'm telling it to do. But back at Houston,
some people wander around on them too. Have you ever seen those people? They'll kind of just get lost and not have a clue where they are.
Yeah, what was the one that did the Crocodile Dundee's? What was his name? It wasn't. Well, when we got there,
Outback Jack. We all love him. I just interviewed him like 2 or 3 months ago.
How's he doing?
How's he doing? He's still bitter, but he's doing all right. He's had like 5 wives.
Oh shit!
Yeah, which is amazing. And I guess at one point he was married to a WWE photographer or something. So yeah, he had did you know they hired him literally just meeting him at a bar? That's crazy. He was never a wrestler. They went to a bar in the Outback, some of the agents, and they just ran into him.
That's how they found him?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
That's why he had such an attitude.
I know they recently let him go. Sean and I had just gotten there, so he wasn't there. I didn't get to know him that well, but he's a nice, super nice guy. But he
Halcyon. Someone mentions it was Halcyons that they gave him.
Yeah, Halcyons were big when we first got there. They're not that damaging unless you take too many of them. Because what do you take 1 or 2 and you drink 2 or 3 beers and you're where you want to be. You don't need no more beer. You don't need anything else. But of course, the guys will overdo it. 2 are good, 3 is better, 4 is the best. But they got him, and they were in a club at the hotel. They had a club in it. They're all there, and somebody looked out the window, one of the fans, and they're hollering at, "That's Outback! That's Outback! Look!" We're all looking, and he's over in the donut shop next door, naked. He's walking around in there naked, ordering donuts and stuff. No, I guess he came back and made a mess at the hotel.
Apparently, it was a pie. He actually I asked him because you told a version of it, and he was very mad. You said it was donuts. He's like, "That was a pie."
It was a pie.
The story right. It was a piece of pie. Anyway, he's very mad about that. He's extremely mad to this day about that.
That's
They need
right.
to make a movie about him.
It'd be pretty good, I'm sure, because like I said, I didn't get to know him that well, but super nice guy and funny as hell, you know. But he would get messed up though. You know, the Bulldogs, they didn't take it easy on the guys when they were going to bomb you, called H bombing, like you were saying, Halcyon H bomb you, or during the Somas was when it was dangerous, man. Because gosh, what I didn't finish was going to say about that Houston. Dustin, he just got a pizza. Davy boy, and he had to do this quite often. Would have to feed him. He'd be shaking, and David had to put it in his mouth, make him chew it. That was pitiful to see. It was nice of Davy to help him eat, you know. But then we got to the club, and it's loaded, women everywhere. And I went and bought a round of drinks for us all. We got a big tray with all the drinks. Sit up there and waited a while to get them all. And I come back to our table, and who was it? No, not Davey. It was somebody else that was with us. Was at the table doing this, you know, falling asleep at the table. And I'm thinking, well, he's going to miss out on a good night. Then I look over. The two smoking guns are standing there, looking at each other, like, you know, a couple feet apart, just staring at each other, leaning inwards, like, you know, a couple of bulls about to take off at each other. And I don't think they were coherent. I didn't know at first. I thought, no, they're not fussing with each other. And Kip, ass man Kip, he got his drink in his hand, a bottle of beer, and it just slips right out of his hand and breaks right there on the floor. And I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, oh man, this ain't good. And I hear, and I look, and Bart gun, the other one, he just dropped out of his hand too. And fucking run over there because they were about to fall down. I'm running over there and trying to sit them down so they didn't fall. But you know, seeing that particular night, I did something I'd never done before and evidently won't do again. Hold on, my battery's getting low on this. There it is. But I this is legitimately how worried I was. I took Vince aside at TV taping the next day. And I said, Vince, and I'm not going to give you names, but I'm just going to tell you the boys are into something now. It's very dangerous. And, yeah, we were in like a little closet, or not a closet, but it was some little space away from the boys, and kind of whispering because I didn't want the boys to think I'm ratting them out. I wasn't ratting them out. What I was concerned. I'm telling Vince we need to get this particular DeSomas. And he said, well, I've heard about them, but we test. I said, I think they're out of your system. And they're out of your system. Can be out as soon as 8 hours. But they don't last a full day. So drug testing would miss it. But, you know, that's how, you know, I party. You know, I would take pills here and there. I took some of those to see what it was all about. But that scared me. So I told, you know, Vance, we got to figure out something. And then he was like, well, can you tell me any names? And he you know, that booming voice of his, will you tell me any names? I'm like, hey, man, he goes, oh, sorry. I said, I told you when you come over here, I'm not going to give names. I'm just going to tell you we need to figure something out. And sure enough, and he said, we'll figure it out. Sure enough, though, I told him it was less than a week. One of the boys, the first one, fell off, you know, died because of somas. And then from there, the next year or so, 2 or 3 of the guys died from somas. Somas got a lot of them, especially if it was mixed in with its other things we might be doing. And yeah, that was, to me, was sad.
I think Bison Smith, I don't know if you ever met him. He was a NOAH wrestler that wrestled in Puerto Rico. He died mixing coke and somas.
Really?
People take it to come down, right? But
yeah,
when your heart's going beating fast, and then it messes it all up.
They and you got your double time in your heart because the coke gets your heart going, and then what the hell's going on with his head? The somas reverse it, settle you down, so your heart's going, slams on brakes, and yeah, it was a bad scene. I hated the part that the guys would just be passing out in bars. I mean, they were just sitting there asleep at the table, and if we don't look out for each other, if we don't keep an eye on them, they're subjected to anything could happen. Robbed, pillaged.
Someone's wondering if Sonny was on them.
Sonny was up bad on them, so was Skip. I think that most of the boys were. As I said, I tried them that time, and that was it for me. I didn't like that, not being able to control, my hands. I don't even know if I enjoyed the feeling it gave you, but I just know I didn't like that. So that was it for me. And I didn't like seeing my boys pass out at bars and, all of them, any of them. I just saw Davy Boy all the time feeding Dustin, but all the boys would do that. They had the system. Everybody knew to take, eat after you take them. But they
the carbs activate them, right?
Yeah. And they would pass out or start throwing up. It was fucking horrible. It's like, and the thing is, they would do it again the next night. It's like, okay, you missed a great night in that bar. The women everywhere. It was like shooting fish in a barrel, and you missed it. And they do it again the next night and the next night. And as I said when I talked to Vince about it, I was worried about my boys, but I wouldn't, like I said, wasn't gonna give anybody's name, of course not. But some was, I just told them we got to figure out that's gonna be causing a lot. I told them before the first guy died on it, and there were several of the guys died after that. And I wondered what Vince might have thought. Like, if Marty wouldn't have told me when he did, it might have been worse. And it might have and it might not have, because it was bad as was. I don't remember how many of the guys, and that was around the time frame. I don't know if you were around yet. The boys were dying every couple of months. It was just one after another. And we would get the phone calls, that late phone call, 2 a.m. that you really didn't want to get. Because after a while, you knew a late night call. If it wasn't one of the boys that you party with, it was one of the boys got to tell you something. And the conversation would always start the same. Hey, did you hear what happened? As soon as you heard that, you're like, oh, shit. And you start wondering which one. And then you get told. It became so bad at one point, you kind of formed your own little inner circle of boys. Like I had like 5 that I was super close with, that every time you get that call, that's the first 5 you would think of, like, don't let it be, don't let it be. It was just one time, that was Kurt, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, that knocked me on my ass, man, when I heard that. And the funny thing about it was Kurt was like our mentor for drug mix. He would tell us exactly what to take and when to take it to offset something. It's too much or it's not enough, or a combo that will make you feel right here or right there. He was like our mentor for that, and he ended up dying from it. He would have one time he had like 4 different colors pills in his hand, and asked anybody else want some, and shoveled it down and like, what the hell was that, Kurt? He goes, it's called rainbow stew. It's all this different shit that, but he I don't want to, I was going to say now.
Is it true Jeff Jarrett was really messed up at certain times? We know he went to rehab and stuff, because I heard we were talking about PCO, Quebecer Pierre, before. He told me when Jarrett went to Puerto Rico, he was like going to the all-night clubs and was partying pretty hard till the sun came up, basically. Did you ever see that side of Jarrett?
No, I did not. Jeff. Jeff and I were close from where we first met in '87 in his dad's territory, Tennessee. Yeah, we buddied up and became real close. He would drink, and that'd be about it as far as he didn't partake in other things like the cocaine, or I don't remember him ever taking any pills. He was just like get drunk, and not bad. I mean, he didn't ever get sloppy, but I don't know what he did afterwards. I mean, I was so disappointed with him, man. We were such good friends. And, you know, when I had my house in Orlando, anywhere in the Florida area, you know, would fly into Orlando and stay there for 3 days. We might hit Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, and Orlando itself. So you had like 4 nights you could stay in Orlando, like in the middle of all that. And, you know, some of the guys that were real close, Scott Steiner being one, Jeff was one who would always spend, you know, his time at my house. But then in 2000, I think it was, I had not talked to him in a couple of years, which was unusual. And the thought came to me like, man, Jeff ain't called me in a while, and I haven't called him. Wonder how he's doing. I called him and got the voicemail, and you know, left a message like, hey, how you doing? Yada yada yada, miss you, all that. A couple of days went by, and I didn't even think about it, you know. And somebody brought his name up again. I'm like, oh yeah, he never. Shit, I wonder if I left him my number, you know, because I was living somewhere else, got a new number, and so I called and left him another message, and then I started thinking about waiting for him to call back, and he didn't. And I thought, that's unusual, man. He always calls right back. Certainly within a day or two. Then I found out, and it disappointed me so bad. You know, they had bought TNA, or own, you know, TNA was theirs, and Jeff was the booker running it. And I thought, that fucker thought I was calling for a job. He thought I was calling. Wow. You know, and what if I had been? He would have done that to me. But that was such a disappointment because he's such a good friend. But, I saw him, I don't know, a couple of years after that, and it was all like we missed a lick and we're hugging and all that. I said, well, why didn't you call me back? Dude, was you afraid I was asking for a job? He just, oh, I didn't know you called. Come on, man. But it's, you know, doesn't matter. It's just fine. But
That's the wrestling business for you.
yeah, it is. That's what I say. I've seen it before, and I was just surprised at him. He did make some changes. He was still the same with me. Like he'd see me come run, we'd hug up, you know, buddies, you know, just like we hadn't missed a day. But I saw how he was starting to be towards fans, and Jeff, when he was younger, was such a super nice guy, super nice to everybody. Now at that position, you know, head of the company or whatever he was considered, treating the fans different, being kind of.
I had a horrible experience where he screwed the fans and me as the promoter. It was supposed to be PCO again against Jeff. I had 4,000 fans for this show. PCO against AJ Styles and Christian against Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett shows up at the show and he's like, and he had a first class plane ticket and $2,500 back in 2007. He's like, I don't feel like wrestling tonight, but I'll interfere. So we had to change the match to a 3-way, and all he did was like a 2-minute interference. So the fans felt they were completely ripped off, and I took all the heat from it. But it's like, I still had to pay this guy the full amount. He just didn't want to wrestle.
That's shocking to me. I mean, he was never like that before.
That was around the time he was running TNA, though. But it's like, just don't take the bookings to begin with.
Yeah, that shocks me to hear that. It's sorry that happened to you, but damn.
Yeah. Last couple of questions here. You mentioned Sunny and Skip. Do you think Sunny would drug Skip before she would have her little escapades and do it behind his back that way? Or do you think he was aware of it and kind of didn't mind? Because there's a lot of guys out there that get off on that.
Well, we all had several theories. See if this will help that damn hair freaking shine. Oh shit, that's too bright, ain't it?
That looks kind of cool.
Yeah, I look like a ghost. It shouldn't be like that though. Sorry to be adjusting the damn lighting on the show. There was the guys had wondered, you know. At first we used to get mad about Sonny being with other guys because we all loved Chris. You know, she was our little sister, but that was our brother, and you know, we really despised it. She would, you know, we thought at first when he found out a couple of the guys, or possibility of Sean, possibility of Davy Boy at one time. I'm sorry. Shouldn't be saying these names. All right, I'm sorry about that. Back that up. Y'all drop that. Don't remember that. But I think it's known anyway. I'm pretty sure it was known. But, throughout the fan community.
I heard she was with Animal as well. I don't know if that's true, but PCO, we keep talking about PCO this week or this podcast for whatever reason. He told me that, but she was also with Hawk, I heard too. So who knows?
As time goes by, I'll hear a new one and another new one, and I'm like, God, am I the only one that wasn't with her? And it wasn't like there wasn't a chance there. She came around a couple of times. But, I told her, I said, oh, you look great and all that, but Chris is my friend. And, she would just giggle it off and leave it alone. But, gosh, it was so we started wondering, because Chris seemed to have gotten upset with Sean, maybe. And I won't throw names, but another name, popular name, they teased each other about it on TV. That should help you.
Well, you know what the weird thing is, and I'm not going to say Bret Hart, but like she said in an interview, oh, they shared a dressing room together, but there was nothing going on. It's like, this guy had a wife and he's sharing a dressing room with you, and you're trying to tell me there's nothing going on? And Bret admits in his book he was like a sex addict cheating on his first wife. That's public knowledge.
That I can go ahead and confirm it, because Bret and I were good friends and hung out quite a bit on the road, and I almost got mad at him one time because he came to Orlando. It was going to stay at my place. And I had my girl of that time find one of her good-looking friends. And she did. And we met up at the match, the arena in Orlando, and introduced them. And, she came in. I forgot her name, Sandra. We'll just say Sandra. And he was happy to meet her. And, he's always a nice guy, super nice guy. And then she walked off, and then my girl Raylene was her name, came over and introduced, here's my girlfriend, and that's her friend. We got you hooked with. And Bret put that down, trying to mesmerize her. He shook her hand, held her hand, and just smiled and like staring her in the eyes. I was like, okay, man, stop. Damn, I'm hooking you up, not with my girl. Shit. But yeah, he did. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure that had to do with their heat. It's a classic two guys that both had a crush on the same girl. Very bizarre. None of them would fight over these days. They'd battle not to bag her these days. But yeah, I mean, you just have to have a little bit of intelligence to figure that one out. But last thing we'll bring up here, apparently Mr. Tanaka from the Orient Express, Pat Tanaka, his match from the Royal Rumble aired with you on WWE's YouTube channel today. And you were telling me, have you found him yet? He's been hard to get a hold of lately.
No, he was living in Fargo, North Dakota. And one of his best friends there had called me up and asked if I'd heard from him or anything, which I haven't. And I'd been texting and left him a couple matches. Didn't get which is rare for him not to call back either, or at least text, say something. But now I ain't talked to him in probably 3 weeks. And, we're real close. We're like best friends, road boys, best friends. And his buddy said, he was sleeping out of my car, but he's not. And I can't find him. And I can't find anybody that's seen him. He had lost his job, I guess, and I don't know. I haven't got to talk to him, see like what's going on. Do you need money, or are you good? You don't have anywhere. Damn, but we'll find out, I guess, in time. He had said that his friend had said that, like, he was talking some shit, like he just can't deal with it no more. That was it. Just can't deal with it no more. I guess you try to figure out what that means, but we know what that could mean. and it kind of makes you worry. I just don't really think Pat would go that route, but nobody can find him.
Yeah, and if anyone sees this and has heard from him, let me know, and I'll let Marty know. Or if you know how to contact Marty, let him know, because this happens with wrestlers, right? You don't hear from him for a while, then we all know what happens, and I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, y'all can hit me up on Facebook too. I'm not sure if I'm at the limit they'll let you have with friends, but you can follow and we can communicate through that way. So follow me as under Marty Jannetty on Facebook. and
hopefully we'll have you back on again soon.
What's that?
Hopefully we'll have you back on here again soon.
Yeah,
you're always welcome.
It's always kind of easy going and fun to do.
Yeah, I'll say it. People get mad at me because I'll tell the truth about wrestlers, and sometimes they're surprised. Mark Kerr, who The Rock just did a movie about, he was very humble. Then when The Rock started to do a movie about him, he developed an attitude. People don't believe me, even though I've had direct experience about him, because in interviews, he's being humble because he's around The Rock. But I will tell people this: you're a nice guy. You don't have an ego. You're down to earth. You're one of the nice wrestlers out there. But I appreciate talking to you. I hope Pat does better, and I'll let you close this off with whatever you want to tell the fans.
Yeah, all right. And like I said, I appreciate with you. But y'all can contact me, like I said, on Facebook. I'm probably forgetting something. I do have X, as it's called now. I had Instagram, but I think I must have done something wrong, because I guess they're both.
Jannetty Hall of Fame for your ex? Is it Jannetty Hall of Fame? Jannetty HOH?
HOH?
Yeah.
Or HOF.
Or HOF. Sorry, HOF. Yeah. Jannetty HOF.
I think Addie had just put something out, and he was getting some signatures, because so many fans keep asking, why aren't you in the Hall of Fame? You should be, certainly as the Rockers. Really, the only answer I got that I don't know that this is it, and it should be over now because different owners. When I got involved with a lawsuit against WWE for a CTE thing, I really didn't want to, but they had treated me, I felt wrong with my ankles. Because I had asked him, the doctor being my friend, he was not charging me. So the only thing you'd have to pay is the hospital, because that's a separate charge. And I told him, we can get this for next to nothing. And you're sending everybody to rehab. And, at that time when I was talking to him, Scott Hall had been like a dozen times. Sonny had been a whole bunch. Jake had been a whole bunch. There was several guys that shit. One time, if you stay for a month, it's like $30,000. And, I told him, I said, it's less than that. In lieu of going to a rehab, sending me get my ankles fixed, because I was taking pain pills way more than we wanted me to. And, my brother got worried about it, and he was like, this ain't right. They sending everybody through rehab, but they won't take care of your ankles. And what the worst part about it was the royalty check that we get quarterly. I was looking at how much they're making, and then I get a little portion of it. But I told, I'm not going to say her name, Ann Russo. I told her, she was in charge at the time. I said, look, the money y'all made last quarter is more than enough to pay for the ankle surgery. Just take it out of that, because that's almost like free money, because you didn't actually do physical work for it. That was your action figures or your toys and stuff. So it's like almost next to free. So let's try, take it out of that. But, she had said, Marty, you got a very valid point, but the problem would be if we do that for you, we'll have to do it for everybody who open the floodgates. Well, let me ask y'all out there listening to this. If you were making money off me or any of the boys today, you're making money. Should you not still take care of them when their injury is due to what they did in the ring that makes y'all that money? My ankles would be from 20 years of jumping off top ropes, not only into the ring, but down through the floor, 10, 15 feet below. Um, all the whole career of that. And that's all it would be. But, I don't know. I don't know if that's what's got me blackballed from it, or if there's somebody else, that's now jealous, don't want me in there. I don't know. I certainly know, I get asked a lot, does it bother you? At first it didn't, because I thought, like, why would it bother me? I mean, Donald Trump's in there. Nothing against Donald. Donald's in there. A couple of actors who have done one show with us are in there. I mean,
Bull Nakano, who was in there for 3 months, for crying out loud, she got in.
Well, Tyson's in it. I mean, you think I'm going to be worried about not being in that? But then as time went by and I'm hearing Hall of Famer this or Hall of Famer that, or when I'm doing shows, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Hall of Famer Ted DiBiase. Then I start thinking, well, that guy's a nice sound to it, so I wouldn't mind, and it went from I don't mind to as time went, I saw some of the people that were putting in, and like, oh man, come on, bro. They're in and I'm not. Come on, man. I mean, I don't know that the Rockers were considered great by everybody, but a lot. In fact, at the time, there was 2 teams that kind of changed, revolutionized, or changed.
I'll tell you one thing just quickly. They were better than the natural disasters. Nothing against Typhoon, but you should be in there before Typhoon. I'm sorry. There's just no question about it.
There. Wow.
They put Typhoon in there, who's best known for falling, as the Shockmaster.
Yeah.
name me one good Typhoon match. I'm sorry, but Earthquake was good. Typhoon was just the guy with him. But whatever, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I tell you, I love Earthquake. I love Typhoon. But some of the worst matches we had was against them, me and Sean, because I mean they're 350, almost 400 pounds each, and Sean and I are 220, 230 pounds. You got the 2 littlest guys against the 2 biggest guys, and we still managed to pull a match out. It just wasn't. Certainly there was no, they weren't taking bumps, but yeah, man, it was. I love them to death anyway, but I mean. Wow. Again, he is and I'm not. All right. But one day maybe.
This is Hannibal here from the Hannibal TV on YouTube. Just got back from my second workout of the day. And yes, the other version that you can see with the N word not bleeped out is in the description, or follow that link. But I get back from the gym and I've realized Marty Jannetty has left me quite a message that without a doubt this guy needs help. If anyone is still friends with him, or WWE's rehab program can actually go grab someone, I don't think anyone can listen to this message and not realize he needs help. So that's one thing I want to say about it. The other thing I wanted to just mention again before I play the bleeped out version on here is he did accuse me of being a wife abuser earlier this week. I had a 5-minute trial. There was 0 evidence presented and the charges were dropped. And the person who attacked me with a weapon, this person right here, Manaski Yates, a stripper that I had a brief fling with, she was found guilty of assaulting me with a weapon, assault causing bodily harm and damage to my property related to attacking me with a curling iron. And by the way, there's just a nice picture for me around that time to show my physique. But this guy goes around making false accusations about me. I'm in the US right now. I have a clean record. He can't even get into Canada. He's also made other accusations about me. I've never had anything to drink or been under the influence of anything around Marty at any point in my life. So he has no basis
to make any judgments about me. He only knows me through the interviews that I've conducted with him, which I've paid him in the past anywhere from $150 to $1,000 for. And I will never pay for another one with him because of messages like this.
MJ, give me a call. I need to see how big your nuts are. I don't know if that makes me a fucked up person, but and I heard you was a little badass in your day. But now you're gonna have to prove it. Because if you don't, you hurt real bad. I tried to like you when nobody else did it. Nobody liked you, brother. Nobody liked you. You didn't go wrong with me. I didn't go nowhere and talk bad about you. But you know what, Hanny? It's just disappointing to me. And, you know, in our lives, we shouldn't get disappointed no more. We done seen so much shit. But with you, I heard all the stories. I heard all that he's a fucking retard. He sounds like he's demented on his interviews. I heard all the shit. You know, I don't even know if it's going to ding in that head of yours. Man, nobody likes you. Nobody likes you, man. You're fucked up in the head, brother. And now we're going to have a problem. Little fucking Kansas boy. You're going to see problems you didn't even think of. What the fuck you think I'm going to do now? What the fuck with all the shit you know, what the fuck do you think I'm going to do now? I know you're supposed to be a bad boy, but you don't know about me, do you? And I ain't trying to throw a threat. I'm just trying to let you know if we see each other. Go ahead and give me a call. If you got the ball sack too, it's MJ in the house. Give me a call. Hey, MJ, if you got a nutsack, call me back. Little bitch, you acting like a little fucking girl right now. I'll wait for you to call me back, little bitch. Fuck you. Answer your phone once in a while, little ass. I gotta wait for us to make money together, which I really don't want to do with your sorry ass, but I gotta wait. Your simple ass can't figure it out, can you? Give my ass a call, pussy boy.
Do you have any stories about traveling with Marty Jannetty when you were the New Rockers with him? Because he's known for both his demons and his ribs.
As far as traveling with Marty Jannetty, I've got tons of stories. Some of them I really can't discuss here. And as far as traveling with him, as far as his ribs, Marty was like traveling with Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. I don't know how his brain works, but like if you leave him alone for 30 seconds, he starts looking around the room and thinking of shit to do, to mess with you. For example, one time, like if we went to an area and we were going to stay in a particular town for a hotel for 3 or 4 days, he didn't like to eat out. He would go to save money. He'd go to the grocery store. So he'd buy groceries and then leave them set in the room on the air conditioner or whatever to keep them cool. I think Glenn Jacobs had slept in our room the night before, and then so we had a rollaway in the room. And I was taking a shower, which is never good because you're leaving him alone in the room. And I hear him out there doing something, and I know he's up to something. And he had taken the rollaway, had made it like an accordion and stuck it between the bathroom door that opened in and the closet wall, because there wasn't much space, it was real narrow. And then sat the jug of milk on the mattress, so that when I opened the door, the mattress went like this and shot the jug of milk across the bathroom and crashed against the wall, and milk went everywhere. And it's just like, who thinks of that? How does your brain work like that? Went to go take a shower one time, and the water was all greasy because he had went and taken a shower before and taken the shower head off and stuffed it full of KY jelly. where did you get the KY jelly? Why are you bringing it with you? And you took the time to take a shower head off. How'd you get it off? 8 IcoPro amino tablets that had been left in his garage for years and had like kind of brown edge on them. It gave him horrific gas, and the only reason he ate them was because it gave him horrific gas, so he would fart on the plane and bother people. I remember we were in San Antonio in Texas, and they had this little closet of a room where they were having the agent meeting, and he's like, watch this. I go, okay. And he gets a big smile on his face, and he walks in the agent room, and then nothing. And all of a sudden the door opens, and he walks out laughing, shuts the door. He says, stand right here. I don't move. About 30 seconds later, Jesus Christ! And they all come piling out of there because he'd went in and busted ass, didn't tell anybody, and then shut the door again and left him sealed in that little small coffin of a room with him shitting his pants. Who does that? All the time. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Why do you think he was hired and refired so many times? Because he must hold the record for the amount of times.
I think he actually does. I think he beat Iron Sheik. Because Vince will always bring you back if he thinks he can make money with you. And Marty Jannetty is probably the most underrated performer in the history of wrestling. Because everybody goes, oh, you don't want to be the Marty Jannetty of the team. Why not? He's an incredibly talented guy. He was the foundation for he and Shawn together. Shawn, more charismatic, much better politician backstage, and Marty, of course, had his own personal issues and demons, but Marty was an incredibly talented guy, really talented guy, and I don't think he gets near the credit that he deserves for his ability in the ring or the matches that he's had. So, when people say, hey, you know, oh, he's the Marty Jannetty of the team, you might want to take that as a compliment and not as the slight that everybody intends it to be.
Marty Jannetty talked to us a little bit about being roommates with you guys, which he said it was great. But any memories of being roommates with the Rockers?
It was great, but they were never. They just, because we knew them from Minnesota. In Minnesota, me, Sag, and Shawn were together in the same room. Sag had the queen size, and it was a king size, so I slept with Shawn. And no pun intended, everybody out there, all you haters. We were good friends. But, and then when we went down to, Tennessee, I think they thought they could just move in with us. But the funniest thing was we had a fake fireplace. So Marty slept on the floor, Shawn was on the couch, and me and Sag it was a 1-bedroom now, not 2-bedroom. And Sag and me slept on twin-sized beds in the one room. And so we woke up and something was smelling the smoke. Well, what the hell's going on? And it's a fake fireplace. It's a gas fireplace. Marty's throwing all his bills in there. He almost caught the whole apartment on fire. What the hell are you doing? Yeah, we had to put the fire out. He thought it was a real fireplace. There was a chimney, but he was in that mode and having a good time.
And I guess you had the Rockers' first ever match. Marty Jannetty recently did an interview with us, and he told us it was you and Scott Hall against Shawn and Marty.
Yeah, it was. We went out to. That's kind of a funny story. Me and Scott had met Harley Race, and that was Harley Race's territory up in Kansas City. And we weren't being used in Charlotte, and me and Scott just wanted an opportunity to, get some ring exposure. So we decided to go to Kansas City. So we drove to Kansas City, we get there, and we went to the place where we were supposed to meet Harley. And when we got there, we were told Harley was in Japan. So there's a guy named Bob Geigel that was there, who evidently was Harley's partner, and he had no idea who we were. And so we drove from Charlotte to Kansas City, and it didn't look like we even had a job there, because Harley wasn't supposed to be back for another month. But anyway, Geigel turned out to be a pretty good guy, and he took us in, and me and Scott traveled the roads. We drive 3,000 miles for like $200 a week. I mean, it was hard, and we paid our dues, that's for sure. And Shawn Michaels came in. Jannetty was already there, I believe, and we had matches with those two guys all over that territory, and it was a good experience for all four of us.
Ibsen wants to know, were you there in Germany in 1994 when Marty took the tour bus from the driver with the wrestlers in it and was speeding, which led to Pat Patterson having to fire him that day?
No, but I can see it, and just think about that for a second. I don't know. I don't remember that. I think I would have remembered that in 94. So no, I don't remember that, but just put that in your mind. No,
that's awesome though. He's stealing the tour.
Yes, in Germany, and what are you thinking? And you get back, what do you think Pat's going to say? Hey, good job, Marty. All right. Honestly, what do you think is going to happen?
He probably said, what does he do? He goes, the wolf. Ooh, he's going to pretend it was the wolf. Remember his alter ego. He'll say, it wasn't me. It wasn't Marty. It was the wolf that did it.
There's the notorious story about the Rockers when they were in your territory. Can you tell us what exactly happened there? We recently interviewed Marty Jannetty, but he wasn't very specific, and he was saying it was basically Sean's fault that you guys ended up firing them, I guess.
You know what happened? And again, it's hard. I don't want to criticize good people, close friends of mine, but Bob Armstrong was real hot for us as Bullet Bob, and at that time in Alabama, and he had 3 sons in there working: Brad, Steve, and Scott, and they were all working, and they were pushing. They wanted me to push Tracy Smothers and his son Steve Armstrong, very, very strong, the Southern boys, and so that was the same time that we brought these guys in. Now I looked at the Rockers and I said, "Whoa, man, we're going to do this." And I don't have any problem with it, just saying, man, this is it. We're going to shove this team 9 million miles an hour. Well, that right away got a bad feeling going with a real dear friend of mine, Bob Armstrong. And Bob thinking, you've already got, what are you hiring these guys? What do you want these guys when you already got Steve and Tracy and the Southern boys, and you can give them a big push and they're going to draw you the money you need and all. And just said, well, they had been there for a while, and so I just made a change and started pushing the Rockers really hard. And there was problems. It's got to be problems enough to where I told my brother Ron that I didn't want to really deal with it. So he said okay, and so I took a vacation, and Bob Armstrong took the book to do the booking, and when he did, he fired the Rockers right there and said, okay, we're going to go with Steve and Tracy, and my brother just went, what? and I, I'm sitting in the background there, and I said, hey, you didn't know that was coming? I said, oh. He was like, gosh, you can't do that. We can't do that. So Bob stepped back. I came back in, took the book again, hired him back right away. And probably a month later, that dissension, that hardship between good friends that had worked together for years and years, that I took a stand. I said, listen, I want these boys. That's it. And then New York wanted them, and so it's the easy answer. So now we're pushing Steve and Tracy, right. but I saw the quality of these guys, and I knew Sean, but without a doubt, really going places. And I wanted to be on the ground floor of that and make a lot of money while doing it.
So that explains when I was doing my shoot interview with Tracy, he said he felt a lot of heat from Sean in the WWE's dressing room, and that explains probably where a lot of that heat stems from. Sean was aware of some of the stuff going on.
There was some hard feelings because, like I said, I had Tracy and Steve living there and starting to work with them. And then I just had a chance to get my hands on these boys, the Rockers, and I said, oh, I've turned down that good talent. I'm not going to do it. We're just going to deal with this. And it wound up being one of those deals that was very difficult to deal with without hardship of dear friends and people's families, stuff that happens. But, I've always said, dadgummit, man, the bottom line is, we do what we need to do to fill up the house and to choose the best talent and use them the best we can.
Marty Jannetty's told me he's had sex with like 5,000 women. I'm sure you've heard this story that Marty's claiming that he killed somebody now. What do you make of all of that?
Marty must have been off. The post went down a day or so afterwards. Marty goes on binges, as you know. I know Marty, I would say well, but I travel with Marty a lot. Marty's a very likable guy, but when he goes on binges, his Facebook stories maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, they used to be long and they got very deep with stuff he did. You know what I mean? And a woman died in his house and he was supposed to be up in the attic about 5 years ago. You heard about that, right?
No, I had no idea. What happened? Other than what
he
you
was
just...
found dead in the room. I don't actually know the full story, but that was a court case about that. But he was never fined or tried for that. He was found upstairs. You know what I mean?
Now,
but he wrote so much gaga about different things that, and that I think earlier on the police used to let it go. It was heavy. And that, I couldn't, but when he gets on the binge, one WrestleMania, we're in the hotel where the convention WrestleCon was, and there was a lobby bar, a big lobby with a fountain in the middle and a bar off to the side that was all open to it. Fucking, we were drinking with Marty there, and all of a sudden Marty jumped in the pool, and that with all the fans, WrestleCon, you know how bad that is.
I actually saw Marty at
was
the
swimming around
Orlando
in the
WrestleCon stumbling drunk on the grass
Yeah, he was
in front
in
of
the
a restaurant.
fountain, and he lay there and passed out in the fountain. I think that was a WrestleMania afternoon.
We just interviewed Marty Jannetty, and it was one of the funnier interviews I ever did. And he actually did the impression of how he used to say Jacques that you told me about. But
if you want me to tell you, I'll know by heart what he said.
Sure.
And Jacques didn't like that. He never liked it. That if you wanted to get on his nerves, you just had to make that noise. He hated it.
Was Marty always like a wild guy, even back in those days? Was he, like, he seems pretty crazy in this shoot interview. I don't know if you've seen any of the clips. You're very busy, but is that what he's like?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen from him, we've worked him so many times, him and the 1-2-3 Kid, and he was pretty laid back at the time. Maybe on his night out, he was crazy a little bit, but I haven't seen. The only thing Marty was when he was talking to Jacques, and it was making that impression and saying his name like that, and Jacques was telling him, "Marty, don't do that. I don't like it." And Marty would stop after a few times, and it was all good, So I didn't get to see him all that crazy. I heard a lot of stories about him. But the time that we were working against each other, he was pretty laid back.
Well, there's something you wanted to say about Marty Jannetty before we get off topic. Marty Jannetty did a shoot interview with me recently, and he said that Knobs urinated on Elvis's grave.
He's a bullshitter. Well, first of all, Marty's ankle was so fucked up he couldn't even, excuse my language, but he couldn't even make it over the wall. He couldn't. We couldn't even lift him over the wall, and it was hard getting over that wall. I mean, it's all jagged at the top. So I jumped over first, and then I told Sag and Sean that I used to be in the Army. I got the words, and don't worry, I'll get it. So all you heard was like a tank going through leaves. You could hear me a mile away, and they had guards all over the place. Then when I got to the tree, I went, "Who do you? Who do you?" And Sag and they were looking at each other, and on top of Elvis as well, going, "Really? They really think that there's an owl hanging out at Elvis's place somewhere going hooty hoo in the middle of the morning?" You know? So we made it up there. Marty never made it in, but we made it all the way up to the grave, and we all had a beer at his grave, which was great. And then all of a sudden the security found us and said, "They're over here." So Sag went over the fence, Marty went over the fence, and I was so out of breath to get up there, I couldn't make it over the fence. I crashed through the barn fence in the back. So then I couldn't pull myself back over the wall, so I had to bury myself in leaves up to my neck, and I stayed in there for about an hour till everything calmed down. So I was real quiet till I could find the smallest spot in where his wall is, because there's a couple spots it goes down where I could grab and pull myself over.
And this is in Memphis at Elvis's old house, right?
Yeah,
For anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah, but Marty said he was there, and I shouldn't say this, or should I say that, but Knobs just went and got up and urinated on Elvis's grave. I said, "I didn't do that. Marty wasn't even there, the fucking liar. What the hell's he talking about?" He's making up his own stories like Hacksaw does in his book. Hacksaw uses half of our stories to explain his stories. And he said to me, "Whoever writes the book first, kid, gets to tell the stories."